The Underworld court chamber had never felt this cold before, and Issei Hyoudou had stood in it dozens of times, through victories, through negotiations, through the long, tedious ceremonies that came with being a great house's most valuable pawn. Tonight the cold came from the faces surrounding him rather than the air. The council has reached its decision, Lord Dihauser Belial announced, his voice carrying flatly through the chamber. Issei Hyoudou, formerly of the Gremory peerage, is hereby stripped of his sanctioned status within Underworld territory, effective immediately. The words landed like a physical blow. Issei felt Rias's hand tighten around his arm, felt her step forward before the guards positioned along the chamber walls raised their weapons in silent warning. On what grounds? Rias demanded, her voice shaking with barely restrained fury. He has done nothing but defend this realm since the day he entered it. On grounds of the threat his power represents, came a new voice, cool and precise. Lord Xenovia Gremory's own advisor, a man named Calder whom Issei had never fully trusted, stepped forward with a folder of documents that felt, in that moment, like the most damning thing Issei had ever seen. Boosted Gear's recent evolutions have exceeded every projection this council has been given. The Juggernaut Drive incident alone should have been sufficient cause for concern. Combined with the unverified rumors surrounding an ancient throne fragment recovered 3 months prior, the Council can no longer, in good conscience, allow an uncontained variable of this magnitude to operate freely within Underworld borders. Uncontained variable, Issei repeated, disbelief cracking through the numbed shock settling over him. That's what you're calling me. That is what the threat assessment calls you, Calder said, without apparent remorse. The Council's decision stands. Effective immediately, all Underworld privileges are revoked. Any further presence within sanctioned territory will be treated as trespass by a hostile actor. Xenovia, standing near the chamber's edge with her hand already resting on Durandal's hilt, took a sharp step forward before Rossweisse caught her arm, shaking her head once, sharply, a silent warning that violence here would only make everything worse. This is insane, Issei said, looking around the chamber at faces he'd fought beside, faces he'd bled for, most of them refusing to meet his eyes. I've saved this realm. Multiple times. You're seriously doing this because I got stronger. We are doing this, Dihauser said, and for the first time something almost like regret flickered across his composed expression, because power without a leash has ended civilizations before, Dragon Boy, and the Council will not gamble this one on the hope that your restraint holds indefinitely. Xenovia himself was notably absent from the chamber, and Issei understood, with a sinking certainty, exactly what that absence meant. Even the man who had personally championed him into the Underworld's good graces had either been overruled, or had chosen, quietly, not to fight this particular battle. Where's Xenovia? Issei asked. Lord Gremory recused himself from this proceeding, Calder said smoothly. Given his sister's personal attachment to the accused, the Council felt his objectivity was compromised. Rias's face went white with fury. You maneuvered him out of the room. The Council reached its decision through proper process, Calder said. Nothing more. Guards began moving toward Issei, and he felt Drake stir inside him, low and dangerous, the dragon's ancient patience fraying for the first time in longer than Issei could remember. Partner. Say the word and I will burn this entire chamber to ash. Don't, Issei thought back, though every instinct in his body screamed to agree. That's exactly what they're expecting. That's exactly what proves them right. He raised his hands slowly, a gesture of surrender that felt like swallowing glass. Fine, he said, voice flat. You want me gone. I'll go. I see, no. Rias's voice cracked, real fear breaking through the fury for the first time. You cannot simply accept this. I'm not accepting it, Issei said quietly, meeting her eyes, trying to communicate everything he couldn't say aloud in a chamber full of guards and cameras and council members already writing tomorrow's official statement. I'm just not giving them a reason to make it worse. The guards escorted him from the chamber, through corridors he'd walked 100 times as an ally, now walking them as something closer to a prisoner being processed out. At the transport circle that would carry him back to the human world, Rias broke past the guard's attempt to hold her back, throwing her arms around him with a desperation that undid something in his chest he'd been holding together by pure will. This isn't over, she said fiercely, against his shoulder. I will fight this. Xerxes will fight this. This council does not get to simply erase you because they're frightened of what you've become. I know, Issei said, though some small, cold part of him already suspected it wouldn't be that simple. I'll be at the old apartment. Wait for word before you do anything drastic, okay? I don't want any of you getting dragged down with me. Xenovia's jaw was tight, Durandal's hilt still white-knuckled in her grip. You have never once let any of us face something alone, Issei. I do not intend to start honoring that arrangement now that the situation has reversed. Rossweisse said nothing, but the look on her face, grim and determined, said everything Issei needed to know about where she stood. The transport circle activated, and the last thing Issei saw before the underworld dissolved around him was Rias's face, furious and heartbroken in equal measure, and 3 guards moving to physically restrain her from following him through. The human world felt wrong in a way Issei couldn't immediately name, colors too flat, sounds too distant, like reality itself had gone slightly out of focus in the hours since the council chamber. He made it back to the old Hyoudou apartment on autopilot, locking the door behind him and sliding down against it until he sat on the floor, staring at nothing. Partner, Drake's voice was careful, unusually gentle. They are wrong. About all of it. You understand that, yes? Doesn't matter if they're wrong, Issei said, voice hollow. They've got the authority. They've got the guards. They've got Xerxes' own advisor writing threat assessments with my name on them. He let his head fall back against the door. I spent years earning their trust. Fighting their wars. Bleeding for a realm that decided, in one afternoon, that I was more dangerous than useful. You are angry. You have every right to be. I'm not even angry yet, Issei said quietly. I think I'm still too stunned to be angry. Give it a day. His phone buzzed, and he almost ignored it before some instinct made him check, finding a message from an unknown number that made his stomach drop before he'd even fully processed the words. The council's decision was not unanimous. There are those of us who believe you deserve better than what happened tonight. If you want the truth behind this, meet me at the old training grounds outside midnight tomorrow. Come alone. Trust is in short supply right now, on both sides. No signature. No indication of who'd sent it. A trap, Drake said immediately. Or bait. Either way, extremely poor timing to be walking into unknown territory alone, partner. Maybe, Issei admitted. But if there's even a chance somebody actually knows why this happened, I need to hear it. He rubbed a hand over his face, exhaustion finally catching up to the numb shock. I'll be careful. He didn't sleep that night, not really, drifting in and out of a restless half-consciousness haunted by the council chamber's cold faces and Rias's desperate expression at the transport circle. When morning finally came, gray and unremarkable through the apartment's thin curtains, he found 3 missed calls from Rias and a single text message that simply read, Xerxes is fighting this. Do not do anything reckless. Please. He typed back a reassurance he didn't entirely believe himself, and spent the day in a strange, suspended limbo, watching the underworld news feeds Azazel had once shown him how to access, parsing careful, sanitized official statements about a voluntary status review that bore almost no resemblance to what had actually happened in that chamber. By the time midnight approached, Issei had convinced himself the meeting was either a trap or a dead end, and made his way to the old training grounds anyway, because the alternative was sitting in that apartment doing nothing while his entire life unraveled around him. The training grounds were empty when he arrived, moonlight cutting pale lines through the tree cover, and for a long moment he thought he'd been stood up, or worse, walked into exactly the ambush Drake had warned about. Then a figure stepped out from the shadow of the old equipment shed, hood pulled low, and Issei recognized the voice immediately even before the hood came down. Grafia, he said, stunned. Xerxes' own wife, the underworld's strongest queen, looked older than Issei had ever seen her, exhaustion carved into features usually composed to the point of unreadability. I do not have long, Grafia said quietly. And what I am about to tell you constitutes treason against the council's official position, so I will ask you to trust that I would not be here at all if I did not believe the situation warranted it. I'm listening, Issei said. The threat assessment Calder presented was fabricated, Grafia said. Not entirely. The power projections regarding your boosted gear's evolution were real. But the conclusion drawn from them, that you represented an uncontained danger requiring immediate exile, was manufactured by a faction within the council that has been quietly consolidating influence for the better part of a year. Calder is not acting alone. He answers to interests that see the underworld's current balance of power as fragile, and see you, specifically, as the single largest variable capable of disrupting whatever arrangement they intend to install in its place. Issei felt something cold settle in his chest. You're saying this wasn't about me being dangerous. This was about clearing me out of the way. I am saying, Grafia said carefully, that I believe there is a plan larger than tonight's decision, and that your exile was simply the first necessary step in executing it. I do not yet know the full shape of what comes next. But I believe, strongly, that it endangers more than just your own standing. She reached into her cloak, withdrawing a small sealed scroll. Xerxes cannot move openly against the council without risking civil fracture within the underworld itself. But he asked me to give you this before I left. Issei took the scroll carefully, feeling old wax sealing crack beneath his fingers. What is it? A location, Grafia said. And a name. Xerxes believes, if this faction's plan proceeds as he suspects, you will need training and resources beyond anything available to you as an exile with no underworld backing. The location leads to someone who can provide both, assuming you are willing to disappear from every network currently watching you and trust a stranger with whatever remains of your future. And if I'm not willing to disappear? Grafia's expression, for the first time all night, softened into something almost sympathetic. Then I suspect this faction finishes what tonight's council session started, and finds a reason, sooner rather than later, to ensure you never resurface as a threat to their plans at all. Issei didn't open the scroll until he'd made it back to the apartment, hands shaking slightly as he broke the remaining wax seal and unrolled a single sheet of paper bearing a location deep in a mountain range Issei had never heard of, and a name written in careful, deliberate script, Cassandra, Keeper of the Old Path. I know that name, Drake said, something between surprise and wariness coloring his voice. Barely. A legend older than most of the factions currently running your underworld council, partner. If she is real, and if she still lives, she trained warriors before the current pantheon of gods had finished sorting out their own hierarchies. So we're talking ancient, Issei said. Ancient does not begin to cover it. His phone buzzed again, Rias's name lighting the screen, and Issei hesitated for a long moment before answering, unsure how to explain any of what had just happened in a way that wouldn't immediately drag her into danger she couldn't fight her way out of through sheer force of will alone. I see. Rias's voice was tight with worry. Where have you been? I've called 4 times. I'm okay, Issei said. I need to tell you something, and I need you to hear the whole thing before you react. He told her everything, Grafia's warning, the manufactured threat assessment, the faction consolidating power behind Calder's fabricated report, the scroll now sitting open on the apartment table with a name that predated the current underworld hierarchy entirely. Rias was silent for a long moment after he finished. You're going to disappear, she said finally, not a question. I don't see another option, Issei admitted. If Grafia's right, staying visible just makes it easier for whoever's behind this to finish what they started. And if this Cassandra is even half as significant as Drake thinks, maybe there's a way to actually come back from this instead of just running forever. Then I'm coming with you, Rias. Do not, she said, sharp enough that Issei fell silent immediately. Do not you dare tell me to stay behind and wait quietly while you disappear into some ancient mountain range to train with a legend nobody in the underworld has heard from in centuries. I have watched you get exiled from a realm you bled defending, watched a council I trusted turn on you in the span of a single afternoon, and I am not now going to sit in my family's estate pretending patience is a virtue I actually possess in this particular moment. Issei closed his eyes, exhaustion and something warmer, something that felt dangerously close to relief, warring in his chest. It's not safe. If Grafia's right about this faction, and they realize you're helping me, then they will realize it, Rias said, steel entering her voice. I am not simply your former master anymore, I see. I have not been, for a very long time. Whatever happens next, you are not facing it without people who actually care whether you survive it. Xenovia's voice cut in from somewhere in the background, evidently having been listening the entire time. Rossweisse and I already discussed it. We're coming as well. Consider it decided, Issei, and save your objections for a fight you might actually win. Rossweisse's voice followed, quieter but no less resolute. I already spoke with Odin regarding a temporary leave from Norse territory obligations. He was, somewhat surprisingly, entirely supportive of the idea, once I explained the circumstances. Issei felt something in his chest loosen slightly for the first time since the council chamber's cold verdict had landed. You're all serious about this? Completely, Rias said. Where do we meet you? He read out the location from Graphia's scroll, a mountain range in a region so remote even Drake's ancient memory only carried fragmentary knowledge of it, and felt, for the first time in the strange, disorienting hours since his exile, something that wasn't quite hope but was at least adjacent to it. I'll book transport for tomorrow morning, Rias said. I see. We are going to fix this. Whatever this faction is planning, we will find it, and we will stop it, and you are going to walk back into that underworld someday not as an exile, but as something they cannot afford to have underestimated a second time. That's a big promise, Issei said. I intend to keep it, Rias said, and for the first time since the transport circle had torn them apart the night before, her voice carried something that sounded, unmistakably, like certainty. The mountain range Graphia's scroll had marked lay 3 days' journey beyond the nearest human settlement, accessible only by a narrow trail that Rias's demonic transport magic couldn't quite reach directly, forcing the four of them into a genuine, exhausting trek through terrain that felt increasingly ancient the higher they climbed. This doesn't feel like underworld territory, Xenovia observed on the second day, studying the strange twist of the treeline around them. Trees bent in patterns that suggested wind currents unlike anything natural. It doesn't feel like human world territory either, honestly. It is either, came a voice from somewhere above them, and all four of them froze, weapons half drawn before a figure dropped from the canopy with a silence that shouldn't have been physically possible, landing without so much as disturbing the underbrush. She looked younger than Issei expected, given the weight of the name Drake had spoken with such wary reverence. Dark hair streaked with silver despite an unlined face, eyes the pale gray of storm clouds that seemed to see considerably more than the scene immediately in front of her. Cassandra, Issei guessed. You took your time, she said, unbothered by 4 weapons still half raised in her direction. Graphia's scroll reached you 3 days ago. I expected you sooner, though I suppose exile does complicate travel logistics. You knew we were coming, Rias said. I felt the boy's dragon the moment he crossed into this range's outer boundary, Cassandra said. Drake's presence is not subtle, even diminished as it currently is by whatever cage the Underworld Council attempted to lock around it. Her gaze settled on Issei with an intensity that made him distinctly uncomfortable. Serzex believes you require training. I am inclined to agree, though not for the reasons his message suggested. What reasons is that? Issei asked. The boosted gear's recent evolution was not the threat the Council claimed, Cassandra said. It was the excuse. The actual threat, the reason a faction within that Council moved so quickly and so cleanly to exile you, is that you stand closer than any bearer in recorded memory to an old, dangerous inheritance that predates the 2 heavenly dragons' current pact entirely. She turned, beginning to walk deeper into the mountain range without checking whether they followed. I do not intend to explain further standing in open ground. Come. There is considerably more at stake here than a single council's cowardice, and considerably less time than any of you currently believe. The 4 of them exchanged glances, and Rias, after a long moment, nodded once, decisively, falling into step behind the ancient woman who had apparently been waiting for them regardless of how long the journey had taken. Cassandra's dwelling, when they finally reached it, was less a building than a cave complex reshaped by centuries of careful habitation, stone worn smooth in places that suggested generations of trainees walking the same paths before them. She led them to a central chamber lit by some kind of ambient light Issei couldn't identify a source for, and gestured for them to sit. 400 years ago, Cassandra began, without preamble, a warrior known only as the Unbroken King fought a war that nearly unmade the current balance between the 3 factions entirely. He was not devil, not angel, not fallen. He was something older, a legendary bloodline that predated the current pantheon's formalized hierarchies, And he wielded power that made the current Longinus system look, by comparison, almost quaint. And you're saying I'm connected to that somehow, Issei said. I am saying, Cassandra said, that the boosted gear's recent evolution has begun awakening dormant fragments of that same bloodline within you, likely triggered by whatever ancient artifact you encountered several months ago that the Council's threat assessment referenced only obliquely. The faction currently maneuvering behind Calder's fabricated report understands this far better than the official council does. They do not fear what you already are, Dragon Emperor. They fear what you are on the verge of becoming, and they exiled you specifically to prevent you from ever finishing that transformation under conditions they could not control. Rossweisse leaned forward, her academic instincts clearly engaging despite the gravity of the conversation. If that transformation is already underway, what happens if it completes without proper guidance? That, Cassandra said, is precisely the question I intend to help you answer, provided the four of you are prepared for training considerably more demanding than anything the Underworld's sanctioned facilities ever offered. Her gray eyes moved across each of them in turn, weighing, assessing. The Unbroken King did not fall to any enemy blade, in the end. He fell because he faced his final battle isolated from everyone who might have carried the weight beside him. I do not intend to let that particular mistake repeat itself, assuming you are all as committed to this as your presence here suggests. We are, Rias said, without hesitation, and beside her, Xenovia and Rossweisse both nodded in immediate agreement. Cassandra's expression, ancient and unreadable, shifted fractionally into something that might, in a less severe face, have been approval. Then we begin at dawn. And Dragon Emperor, I would suggest you prepare yourself. What comes next will not resemble anything the Underworld ever taught you to expect from strength. Training began before the sun fully cleared the mountain ridge, and within the first hour Issei understood exactly why Cassandra had warned him so carefully the night before. Boost, Cassandra instructed, watching from a flat outcropping as Issei squared off against the training construct that pulsed with the same ambient light as her cave dwelling, humanoid in shape but clearly something conjured rather than physically real. Again, he boosted, felt the familiar surge of power, and struck the construct with a blow that would have leveled most opponents he'd faced in the Underworld's arenas. The construct absorbed the impact without so much as staggering, reforming instantly from the point of contact. Again, Cassandra repeated unmoved. By the fifth boost, sweat soaked through Issei's shirt despite the mountain's cold air, and the construct remained, infuriatingly, entirely unbothered by every strike he landed. This isn't working, he said, breathing hard. It is working precisely as intended, Cassandra said. You are relying entirely on the boosted gear's multiplication, external power layered onto a foundation that has never been properly tested on its own. The Unbroken King's bloodline does not respond to borrowed strength. It responds to what remains when the borrowed strength is stripped away entirely. She gestured, and the construct's ambient glow intensified sharply. Remove the gauntlet. Issei blinked. What? You heard me. Remove it. Face the construct without boosted gear's assistance at all. She is either testing something real, Drake said carefully, or about to get you seriously injured, partner. I am inclined to trust her, given what little I recall of her reputation, but I want that reservation on record regardless. Issei dismissed the gauntlet, feeling suddenly, uncomfortably exposed, and faced the glowing construct with nothing but his own body and whatever remained of 4 years of accumulated combat instinct. The construct struck first, faster than he expected without the boosted gear's usual warning hum, and he barely managed to roll clear, feeling the impact crater the stone where he'd stood a half-second earlier. Again, Cassandra called, entirely unmoved by how close that strike had come to ending the session prematurely. You are not empty without the gauntlet, Dragon Emperor. You have simply never been forced to discover what remains underneath it. By midday, Issei had been struck more times than he could count, bruises blooming dark under torn clothing, and something, somewhere deep beneath the exhaustion, had begun to shift, a faint warmth building beneath his sternum that had nothing to do with Drake or the boosted gear at all. There, Cassandra said quietly, the first genuine interest entering her voice all day. Do you feel it? Yeah, Issei managed between ragged breaths. What is it? The beginning, Cassandra said simply. Continue. We have considerably more ground to cover before that warmth becomes anything resembling useful strength. Meanwhile, on a separate section of the training grounds, Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse underwent their own instruction under a pair of Cassandra's silent attendants, ancient constructs given enough autonomy to teach without ever speaking a word. Rias found herself relearning the fundamentals of her own demonic power from an angle she'd never considered, stripping away the House of Gremory's traditional techniques to find something more elemental underneath. Xenovia trained with Durandal against opponents that tested not her strength but her patience, forcing her to slow down, to think 3 moves ahead instead of simply overwhelming with holy sword speed. Rossweisse, meanwhile, dove into ancient text Cassandra had left available in the cave's outer chamber, translating fragments of the unbroken king's history that even Norse scholarship had never fully catalogued. They reconvened that evening, all 4 of them exhausted in ways that had nothing to do with the physical bruising and everything to do with how thoroughly the day had rearranged their understanding of what they'd each spent years believing about their own strength. How bad was it? Rias asked, settling beside Issei near the small fire Cassandra's attendants had prepared. Bad, Issei admitted, wincing as he shifted to find a less painful sitting position. She made me fight without the boosted gear. Multiple times. Rias's eyebrows rose. And I felt something, Issei said slowly. Underneath everything. Not Drake. Not the crown fragments. Something older, I think. Cassandra called it the beginning. He looked at her, some of the day's exhaustion giving way to a cautious, fragile hope. I don't know what it means yet. But for the first time since that council chamber, it feels like maybe this exile isn't just something happening to me. Maybe it's actually leading somewhere. Xenovia, settling on his other side with the particular bluntness she rarely bothered softening, nodded firmly. Then we make sure it leads somewhere worth the cost. Whatever this faction behind Calder intended by exiling you, I do not believe they accounted for exactly this outcome. Rossweisse, arriving last with a small stack of translated notes clutched carefully against her chest, settled across the fire with an expression caught between scholarly excitement and genuine concern. I found something in the old text today. Something about the unbroken king's final battle that I think Cassandra deliberately left for us to discover ourselves. She hesitated. I do not think it is good news, exactly. But I think it might explain exactly why this faction feared your transformation enough to move against you this quickly. Tell me, Issei said. Rossweisse glanced toward the cave entrance, where Cassandra's silhouette remained visible against the gathering dusk, patient and watchful, before answering. The unbroken king did not simply fall in his final battle, she said quietly. According to these fragments, he was betrayed by the very faction that had once sworn to support his rise. Sound familiar? The fire crackled in the silence that followed, and somewhere beyond the mountain range, in an underworld council chamber Issei had once called something close to home. A faction that had already exiled one legendary bloodline 4 centuries ago began quietly preparing to ensure history, this time, finished the job it had started. The days that followed blurred together in a rhythm of exhausting training and quiet evening conversations around Cassandra's fire, each session stripping away another layer of what Issei had assumed strength actually meant. By the end of the first week, he could hold his own against the ambient constructs for nearly a full minute without the boosted gear's assistance, the warm presence beneath his sternum growing steadier, more familiar, less like an intrusion and more like something that had simply been waiting, patiently, for him to notice it was there. You're improving faster than the historical record suggests any prior bearer managed, Cassandra observed one evening, watching Issei work through a slow, deliberate combat form she'd introduced only that morning. Faster, even, than the unbroken king himself, according to what fragmentary accounts survive of his own early training. Is that good or concerning? Issei asked, only half joking. Both, Cassandra said, with the particular honesty that had become one of the more disorienting aspects of training under her. Speed of growth rarely comes without cost elsewhere. I would prefer you understand that clearly before we proceed further. Rias, watching from nearby with the focused attention she gave every piece of information that might affect Issei's well-being, stepped closer. What kind of cost? The bloodline you're awakening was never meant to develop this quickly, Cassandra said. Under normal circumstances, a claimant would spend decades, sometimes generations, allowing the transformation to settle naturally. What we are doing here compresses that timeline dramatically, out of necessity, given how little time this faction's maneuvering has left us. She studied Issei with an expression that held real concern beneath its usual composed patience. The risk is not physical failure. Your body will adapt, given the pace we're managing carefully enough. The risk is what Rossweisse's research already warned you about. Isolation. The transformation, rushed as it is, will increasingly tempt you toward solitude, toward believing the weight is yours alone to carry as it grows heavier. That's the same warning Drake's given me before, Issei said quietly. About the crown fragments. It would not surprise me if the two inheritances shared deeper roots than either the Underworld Council or Gregory's scholarship currently understands, Cassandra said. Ancient power tends to converge around the same fundamental truths, regardless of which pantheon first catalogued it. Strength that isolates its bearer eventually consumes them. Strength shared, deliberately, consistently, survives what isolated strength cannot. Xenovia, who had been sparring nearby with one of Cassandra's silent attendants, lowered Durandal and crossed to join the conversation, sweat damp and breathing hard but entirely alert. Then the solution is simple enough. We do not let him isolate. Whatever this transformation demands, we remain close enough that isolation is never actually an option available to him. It is rarely so simple in practice, Cassandra said, though something in her expression suggested she appreciated the sentiment regardless. The temptation toward isolation does not announce itself plainly. It arrives disguised as protection, as the reasonable, responsible choice to shield the people you care about from danger you've convinced yourself is yours alone to bear. That is precisely how it claimed the unbroken king, in the end. Not through weakness. Through love, twisted subtly enough that he never noticed the moment it turned against him. The fire crackled low between them, and Issei felt the warmth beneath his sternum pulse once, steady and patient, as though it too were listening to the warning and weighing what it might mean for whatever came next. Then we watch for it, Rias said firmly, settling beside Issei with an ease that had become second nature over the past week. All of us. If the danger disguises itself as protection, we simply refuse to let protection become an excuse for distance. That is not complicated, Cassandra. It is simply a decision, made consistently, every single day this training requires. Cassandra studied Rias for a long moment, something unreadable moving behind her ancient gray eyes. You speak with considerable confidence for someone who has known this particular danger for only a week. I have known Issei for years, Rias said simply. I have watched him shoulder burdens no one asked him to carry alone, time and time again, because some part of him has always believed that protecting the people he loves means keeping the worst of it from ever touching them directly. This is not a new danger, Cassandra. It is simply the oldest one, wearing a new, ancient name. She glanced at Issei, something fierce and certain settling into her expression. And I have had considerable practice, by now, refusing to let him win that particular argument. Issei felt something warm and entirely separate from the ancient bloodline settle in his chest at that, a familiar warmth he'd known considerably longer than any dragon or crown or awakening inheritance. For the record, he said, I'm right here. You can talk to me instead of about me. We are aware, Rossweisse said, arriving in time to catch the tail end of the conversation, a faint, rare smile touching her expression. We simply find it more efficient to establish the plan first, and inform you of it afterward. You have a tendency to argue when consulted directly on matters of your own self-sacrifice. That's fair, Issei admitted, and the laughter that followed, quiet but genuine, felt like the first real lightness any of them had shared since the council chamber's cold verdict 3 days before this entire journey had even begun. The second week of training introduced complications none of them had anticipated, beginning with a message that arrived via one of Cassandra's attendants, folded parchment bearing Graphia's unmistakable seal, delivered with an urgency that cut through the mountain's usual quiet rhythm. The faction has moved faster than anticipated, Graphia's message read, in handwriting tighter and more hurried than Issei had ever seen from her. Calder has proposed emergency legislation permanently barring exiled individuals from Underworld re-entry under any circumstances, citing your continued absence as evidence of the threat assessment's accuracy. The vote is scheduled in 9 days. Xerxes is fighting it through every legitimate channel available to him, but I do not believe legitimate channels alone will be sufficient. Whatever Cassandra is teaching you, I would encourage haste. Rias read the message twice, her expression hardening into the particular focus she reserved for problems requiring immediate, decisive action. 9 days. That's not enough time for anything resembling the natural pace of this training. No, Cassandra agreed grimly, having read the message over Rias's shoulder without apparent concern for the privacy of the correspondence. It is not. Which means we accelerate, and accept the risks that acceleration carries, or we allow this faction to close the door on the boy's return permanently while we wait for a safer pace that time no longer allows. Accelerate, Issei said immediately. You understand what that means, Cassandra said, fixing him with a level stare. Faster growth. Faster temptation toward isolation. A narrower margin for error in every training session between now and whatever confrontation this ultimately demands. I understand, Issei said. But 9 days to permanently lock me out of ever fixing this properly isn't a choice, Cassandra. It's a countdown. I'd rather take the risk of moving too fast than the certainty of running out of time entirely. Cassandra held his gaze for a long moment, then nodded once, decisively. Very well. We begin tomorrow at first light, and we do not stop until either the transformation stabilizes or 9 days have passed, whichever arrives first. Her gaze moved to Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse in turn. And you three do not leave his side for longer than absolute necessity requires. If Rossweisse's research is correct, and I believe it is, the accelerated pace will make the temptation toward isolation considerably stronger than it would be under normal circumstances. He will need you closer than ever, precisely when some part of him will be most convinced he needs to push you away. Understood, Rias said, steel settling into her voice. The accelerated training that followed tested every limit Issei had believed he understood about his own endurance. Cassandra pushed him through combat forms at a pace that left him collapsed and shaking by the end of each session, the warmth beneath his sternum growing from a quiet pulse into something closer to a second heartbeat, distinct now from both Drake's dragon fire and the crown fragment's silver hum, an inheritance entirely its own finally beginning to assert itself. By the 4th day of acceleration, Issei began experiencing the first genuine flickers of the temptation Cassandra had warned them about, quiet thoughts arriving unbidden during rare moments of stillness. You could finish this faster if you trained alone, without worrying about their safety too. You could push harder if you weren't constantly aware of them watching, worrying, ready to intervene if something goes wrong. He caught himself, twice, on the verge of suggesting Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse should rest separately while he continued training through the night alone, and both times, remembering Cassandra's warning, forced himself instead to simply sit with them by the fire, exhausted and vulnerable and present, refusing to let the quiet, reasonable-sounding voice in his head win the argument it kept quietly proposing. You're doing it again, Xenovia observed on the 5th evening, watching him carefully across the fire. That look. Like you're 2 seconds from suggesting we should all go rest somewhere else while you push through the night alone. I caught it this time, Issei admitted, managing a tired smile. Progress, I guess. Progress, Rias agreed, settling closer against his side with the easy familiarity that had, somewhere over the past 2 weeks, become entirely natural between them. Keep catching it. Every single time, for as long as it takes. Rossweisse, cross-legged nearby with another stack of translated fragments, glanced up with quiet satisfaction. According to the oldest text I've found, that vigilance, the simple act of noticing the temptation and choosing differently anyway, is precisely what separates every claimant who eventually stabilized their inheritance from the ones who did not. She hesitated, glancing toward Cassandra's silhouette near the cave entrance. I believe that is also, not coincidentally, why she insisted we remain so close throughout this entire process. It is not simply comfort she is offering. It is the actual mechanism of the training itself. Cassandra, close enough to have clearly heard the entire exchange, offered no confirmation or denial, though something in her expression, ancient and carefully guarded as it was, suggested Rossweisse had guessed correctly. 5 days, Issei said quietly, watching the fire, the the warmth beneath his sternum settling into something steadier than it had felt even that morning. 4 to go before we find out whether any of this actually works when it matters. It will work, Rias said, with a certainty Issei wished he could borrow entirely for himself. Because unlike every claimant before you, you are not facing this transformation, or that council vote, or whatever this faction intends next, without people who have absolutely no intention of letting you carry any of it alone. On the 7th day of accelerated training, everything changed at once. Issei was midway through a combat form against 3 of Cassandra's constructs simultaneously, the warmth beneath his sternum having grown, over the preceding days, into something he could finally shape deliberately rather than simply feel, when the first construct's strike connected harder than intended, catching him across the ribs with force enough to send him skidding across the training ground. For a half-second, pain and exhaustion and the accumulated weight of 2 weeks' relentless training threatened to overwhelm him entirely, and in that half-second, the old temptation Cassandra had warned about surged with a strength it hadn't managed before, a voice in his own head suddenly, dangerously convincing. You're going to get them hurt. You're pushing too hard, too fast, and if you lose control here, in front of them, someone you love is going to pay for it. He felt himself start to pull inward, some instinctive part of him already calculating how to end the session immediately, to send Rias and Xenovia and Rossweisse somewhere safer while he finished whatever this was becoming alone, and in that same instant, felt Rias's presence at his side, her hand finding his shoulder even as the constructs regrouped for another strike. I see. Look at me. He looked. Her eyes held none of the fear the voice in his head had insisted she must be feeling, only fierce, steady certainty. You are not pushing us away, she said, quiet but absolutely unshakable. Not today. Not because of one hard hit. Whatever that voice in your head is telling you right now, it is lying, and I need you to trust me on that more than you trust whatever exhaustion is currently convincing you is true. Xenovia moved to his other side, Durand now already raised to intercept the approaching constructs, buying him the half-second he needed. We signed up for this, Issei. All 3 of us. Do not you dare decide unilaterally that we did not mean it. Rossweisse's voice came from just behind, steady despite the visible strain of holding a defensive rune circle against the 3rd construct's advance. The temptation is strongest exactly when the stakes feel highest. That is not coincidence. That is the mechanism working precisely as Cassandra warned us it would. Do not let it win simply because this moment happens to be difficult. Something in Issei's chest, the ancient warmth beneath his sternum, surged in response, not toward isolation but directly against it, and for the first time since training began, he felt the inheritance fully aligned with a choice rather than simply react to instinct. He rose, exhaustion and pain still present but no longer overwhelming, and turned to face the regrouping constructs with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse standing beside him rather than behind him. Together, he said, and the word carried a weight it hadn't held even a week earlier. Together, the 3 of them echoed, and the strike that followed, for separate powers moving in genuine, practiced coordination for the first time, shattered all 3 constructs simultaneously in a single, decisive motion. The training ground fell silent, dust settling slowly in the mountain's thin evening light, and Cassandra emerged from where she'd been observing near the cave entrance, an expression on her ancient face that Issei hadn't seen from her once across the past 2 weeks. Something that looked, unmistakably, like genuine relief. There, she said quietly. That is what I have been waiting to see. Not simply strength. Strength that survives its first real test of isolation and chooses connection instead. She studied Issei with an intensity that felt, for the first time, less like assessment and more like recognition. The unbroken king never managed that moment, in 400 years of recorded history. You have managed it in 2 weeks, and I do not believe that is coincidence either. What does it mean? Issei asked, still catching his breath. For the training. For whatever's coming with that council vote. It means, Cassandra said, that the foundation is finally stable enough to build the rest properly. We have 2 days remaining before Graphia's deadline. I intend to use every hour of it, and I believe, now, that you and everyone standing beside you are genuinely ready to survive what that means. Her gaze moved to Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse in turn, something like respect settling into her ancient expression. You three did precisely what the Unbroken King's own companions failed to do, 4 centuries ago. You refused to let him carry this alone, even when every instinct in the moment suggested stepping back would be the safer choice. We weren't going to let that happen, Rias said simply. Not to him. Not ever. The mountain's evening settled around them, cold and clear, and Issei felt the ancient warmth beneath his sternum finally, fully at rest, no longer a foreign inheritance pressing against unfamiliar boundaries but something genuinely, unmistakably his own, forged not through isolation the way it had claimed every prior bearer, but through exactly the opposite. 2 days remained before Grafia's countdown expired, before Calder's faction attempted to close the Underworld's doors permanently against him, and for the first time since the council chamber's cold verdict had upended his entire life, Issei felt something that had been entirely absent through every hour of that upheaval. Genuine, unshakable readiness. Somewhere far beyond the mountain range, in a council chamber preparing to vote him permanently into exile, a faction that had underestimated exactly what isolation could and could not accomplish was about to discover precisely how badly they'd miscalculated. The final 2 days passed in a blur of refined training, Cassandra shifting her focus from raw endurance toward precision, teaching Issei to call the Unbroken King's inheritance forward deliberately rather than only in moments of genuine crisis. By the evening before Grafia's deadline, he could summon the warmth beneath his sternum into a visible manifestation, faint golden light threading through his skin in patterns that echoed, distantly, old murals Rossweisse research had uncovered depicting the original Unbroken King in his prime. It's not fully stable, Cassandra warned, watching the golden light flicker and steady under Issei's concentration. 2 weeks cannot undo 4 centuries of the historical pattern working against you entirely. But it is stable enough, I believe, to survive whatever confrontation tomorrow's vote ultimately provokes. You think Calder's faction will act directly, Rias said? It wasn't quite a question. I think, Cassandra said carefully, that a faction willing to fabricate a threat assessment and maneuver Issei Gremory out of his own council chamber will not simply accept a legislative loss gracefully if their vote fails to pass as cleanly as they intend. I would prepare for confrontation, regardless of how tomorrow's official proceedings unfold. Grafia's final message arrived that night, terse and urgent. Votes scheduled for dawn. Issei has secured enough opposition votes to block the legislation, narrowly, but Calder's faction knows this. I believe they intend to force a different outcome entirely if the vote does not go their way. Be ready for anything. Issei read the message twice, feeling the golden warmth beneath his sternum pulse in response to the tension gathering in his chest. They're not going to just accept losing. No, Xenovia agreed grimly, Durandal already resting across her shoulder in silent readiness. Which means, regardless of how the vote itself unfolds, tomorrow will not end quietly. They left before dawn, Cassandra insisting on accompanying them at least as far as the Underworld's outer transport boundaries, her ancient expression unreadable but her presence, Issei suspected, carrying more weight than any of them fully understood yet. Whatever happens today, Cassandra said, as the transport circle began to hum with activating power, remember what these 2 weeks were meant to teach you. The inheritance you carry now does not demand isolation to prove its strength. It demands the opposite, consistently, for as long as you carry it. Do not let today's crisis convince you otherwise, however desperate the moment becomes. I won't, Issei said, and meant it with a certainty that would have been impossible 2 weeks earlier. The transport circle activated, and the mountain range dissolved around them, replaced by the familiar, cold architecture of the Underworld's Central Council District, dawn light breaking pale and uncertain over towers that had, 17 days earlier, cast Issei out with barely a second thought. Grafia met them at the transport point, her composed exterior barely concealing genuine tension underneath. The vote begins within the hour, she said. Issei is already in the chamber, prepared to argue against the legislation directly. But Calder's faction has been unusually quiet this morning, and I do not trust quiet from people who have shown no hesitation about acting decisively when their plans required it. Then we should probably get moving, Issei said, feeling the golden warmth beneath his sternum settle into something steady, ready, entirely his own after 2 weeks that had rewritten everything he believed about the limits of his own strength. Rias fell into step beside him, Xenovia and Rossweisse close behind, and together the four of them made their way toward a council chamber that had, 17 days ago, tried to convince the world that isolation was the only safe response to power it didn't fully understand. They were about to learn exactly how wrong that assumption had been. The council chamber was already tense when they arrived, Xenovia standing at the center of the floor in quiet, controlled argument against Calder's carefully prepared legislative language, the assembled council members watching with the particular stillness of people who understood, even if they wouldn't say it aloud, that whatever happened in the next hour would define the underworld's balance of power for years to come. Xenovya's eyes found Issei the moment he entered, and something in his composed expression flickered, relief and renewed determination mixing visibly for just a moment before professional restraint reasserted itself. The council will note, Xenovia said, voice carrying clearly through the chamber, that the individual this legislation seeks to permanently exile has, in fact, just walked through that door of his own accord, accompanied by 3 of his closest allies, entirely unprompted by any summons this chamber issued. Murmurs rippled through the assembled council members, and Calder's composed expression tightened fractionally, the first genuine crack Issei had seen in the man's careful professionalism since the night of his exile. This changes nothing regarding the threat assessment already presented, Calder said smoothly, though something in his voice suggested the sudden appearance had unsettled his careful planning more than he wanted to admit. If anything, his voluntary return to sanctioned territory, in direct violation of the exile terms already issued, only strengthens the case for permanent legislative action. Then let the council see exactly what it is voting to exile, Xenovia said, before casting that vote blind to what these 17 days have actually produced. All eyes turned to Issei, and he felt the weight of the entire chamber's attention settle on him the same way it had 17 days earlier, except this time, standing beside Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse rather than isolated and alone, the weight felt entirely different. He let the golden warmth beneath his sternum rise, deliberate, and controlled the way Cassandra had spent 2 weeks teaching him, and watched genuine shock ripple across the assembled council as the unbroken king's inheritance manifested visibly for the first time in 4 centuries, threading gold light through the chamber's cold air in patterns that several of the older council members clearly recognized from records buried deep in their own archives. That is not possible, one elder council member breathed. That bloodline died with the unbroken king himself. It didn't die, Issei said, and his voice carried through the chamber with a steadiness that surprised even him. It just went quiet, waiting for someone who wouldn't make the same mistake he did. He looked directly at Calder, watching the man's careful composure fracture further under the weight of what stood in front of him now. You exiled me because you were afraid of what this power might become if it grew unchecked. You were half right. Unchecked, isolated power like this is genuinely dangerous. But you never bothered checking whether isolation was actually the outcome you were creating, or whether it was the outcome you were trying to force. This is a manipulation, Calder said, though his voice had lost most of its earlier confidence. A demonstration designed to sway sympathetic votes, nothing more. It's not a demonstration, Rias said, stepping forward beside Issei with the full authority of her house behind every word. It is the direct result of your own faction's decision to exile someone this council should have supported, forcing him instead to seek training and strength from sources entirely outside your control. If this power concerns you now, Calder, consider that your own actions created the exact conditions that allowed it to develop this quickly, this completely, entirely beyond whatever careful containment your faction originally intended. The chamber fell into stunned silence, and Issei watched something shift visibly across the assembled council's expressions, uncertainty and reconsideration replacing the cold consensus that had condemned him 17 days earlier. Xenovia seized the moment with the precision of someone who had been waiting his entire political career for exactly this opening. The council will now vote on the legislation as originally proposed. I would remind every member present that voting to permanently exile the very power you have just witnessed, power that has demonstrated remarkable restraint and stability despite conditions your own faction created, carries consequences this chamber may not survive politically, should the true circumstances of Issei Hyoudo's exile ever reach wider underworld attention. The vote that followed was neither clean nor entirely conclusive, Calder's faction still commanding enough loyal votes to prevent an outright reversal of Issei's original exile, but the permanent legislation, the one designed to close the Underworld's doors against him forever, failed by a narrow but decisive margin. It was not victory, not fully. But it was, Issei understood, watching Calder's carefully constructed plan crumble in real time before the assembled council, exactly the opening Xenovia and Grafia had needed to keep fighting the larger battles still ahead. The chamber emptied slowly afterward, council members departing in tight, murmuring clusters that suggested the political fallout from this single session would ripple through underworld politics for weeks to come. Xenovia found them near the transport point, exhaustion and quiet triumph mixing across his usually composed features. That was closer than I would have liked, he admitted. Calder's faction retains enough support to keep fighting this, and your exile status remains technically unresolved. But the permanent legislation failing changes the entire trajectory of what comes next. You have bought yourself time, I see. Considerably more than 17 days of it. Time for what, exactly? Issei asked. Time to finish becoming whatever this training was meant to make you, Xenovia said, glancing toward the faint golden warmth still visible, fainter now, beneath Issei's skin. And time for me to identify exactly which interests Calder answers to, and dismantle whatever larger plan. Today's failed legislation was only the opening move of Grafia, arriving beside her husband with the same quiet composure that had carried her through Issei's entire midnight warning weeks earlier, offered a rare, genuine smile. You did well today. Better than I dared hope, when I handed you that scroll 17 days ago. I had help, Issei said, glancing at Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, each of them still standing close, exhaustion and relief mixing across their own expressions after a session that had asked more of all four of them than any of them had fully anticipated walking in. That, Cassandra's voice said, the ancient trainer having apparently followed them into the underworld itself despite her earlier insistence on staying behind, is precisely the point, Dragon Emperor. Remember it, every single day going forward, regardless of what Calder's faction attempts next. You came, Issei said, surprised. I wished to see, personally, whether 4 centuries of failed history was finally about to be corrected, Cassandra said, something almost warm entering her usually composed expression. I am not disappointed. Rias turned to Issei, some of the day's tension finally beginning to ease from her shoulders. What happens now? Now, Issei said, feeling the golden warmth settle, steady and entirely his own, beneath his sternum, we go finish whatever training's left, and we figure out exactly what Calder's faction is actually planning beneath all of this. Because I don't think today was the end of it. I think it was just the first real fight, and I'd rather be ready for the next one than get caught off guard the way I was 17 days ago. Together, Xenovia said, the word carrying the same weight it had carried on the training ground 3 days earlier. Together, Rossweisse echoed, gathering her notes with quiet, determined efficiency. Together, Rias finished, and something in her voice, warm and certain and entirely unshakable, settled the last of the day's tension from Issei's chest. Outside the council chamber, the underworld's artificial dawn had fully broken now, pale light spreading slowly across towers that had, 17 days earlier, cast him out with barely a second thought, and would, Issei suspected, take considerably longer than a single failed vote to fully accept him back. But he was no longer facing that uncertain road alone, and for the first time since the cold verdict had first landed in that chamber, that fact alone felt like more than enough to carry forward into whatever Calder's faction intended next. Somewhere beyond the council district's careful architecture, a larger plan continued moving forward, patient and deliberate, entirely unbothered by a single failed vote. But so, now, did Issei, and the 3 people who had refused, at every single turn across 17 impossible days, to let him face any of it alone. They returned to Cassandra's mountain that same evening, the transport circle depositing them back onto familiar stone paths just as the last light faded fully behind the ridge line. The cave complex welcomed them with its usual quiet warmth, the fire already burning low in the central chamber, as though it had been waiting for their return the entire day. Sit, Cassandra instructed, settling onto her usual outcropping with the particular economy of someone who had spent centuries pacing herself through longer conflicts than this one. Tomorrow we resume the training in earnest. Today proved the foundation holds under real pressure. It did not prove the foundation is finished. There's more, Issei said, not quite a question. There is always more, Cassandra said, something almost fond entering her ancient voice. But you have earned tonight to simply rest, all four of you, before we return to the harder work tomorrow demands. Rias settled beside Issei near the fire, the day's exhaustion finally catching up with her now that the adrenaline of the council chamber had fully faded. Do you think Calder will try again soon? I think, Issei said slowly, that we just bought ourselves time, not victory. Sirzek said it himself. Whatever Calder's faction is actually planning, today was just the opening move. He looked around at Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, each of them settling into the fire's warmth with the particular ease of people who had, over 17 impossible days, become something considerably more solid than allies. But I think for the first time since that first council chamber, I actually believe we can handle whatever comes next. Because you're not facing it alone, Xenovia said, not a question either. Because none of us are facing anything alone anymore, Issei said. Not since Grafia handed me that scroll. Not since you three refused to let me disappear into some mountain range without you. He felt the golden warmth beneath his sternum settle into something steady and entirely certain, an inheritance 4 centuries in the making finally, truly his own. Whatever Calder's planning, whatever comes after this, I think we're finally ready for it. All of us. Together. Rossweisse, already halfway into her latest stack of translated notes despite the day's exhaustion, glanced up with a small, satisfied smile. According to these fragments, that is precisely the sentence the unbroken king never managed to say honestly, in 4 centuries of recorded history. Guess I'll just have to be the exception, Issei said. Outside the cave, the mountain night deepened into full dark, stars wheeling slow and ancient overhead, and somewhere far beyond the ridge line, in a council district still processing the morning's failed vote, a faction that had underestimated exactly what connection could accomplish began, quietly, to reconsider its next move. But that reconsideration, Issei suspected, watching the fire and the people gathered around it who had refused, at every turn, to let him carry any of this alone, was a problem for tomorrow. Tonight, for the first time in 17 impossible days, he let himself simply rest. The fire burned low into embers as the others drifted, one by one, toward rest, until only Issei and Rias remained beside it, the mountain silence settling comfortably around them. 17 days ago I thought this was the end of everything, Issei said quietly. I know, Rias said. So did I, for about an hour, in that transport chamber before I decided being furious was considerably more useful than being afraid. She leaned her head against his shoulder, the same easy gesture that had carried them through every hard night since. It was never going to be the end. Not while any of us had a say in it. No, Issei agreed, watching the embers glow soft and steady in the dark. I don't think it was. The council chamber of pandemonium had not finished airing out the tension of the previous week when Issei Hyoudou returned to the Underworld through the private gate reserved for the Gremory house. He came without fanfare, without an entourage, and without the golden light that had split the chamber ceiling 7 days earlier when the truth of his bloodline had been laid bare before all 4 houses. He came in a plain coat, hands in his pockets, looking like a young man who had won an argument, and was still not sure he liked the taste of victory. Rias walked beside him with her arms folded, scanning every hallway they passed as though Calder himself might be waiting behind a tapestry. Xenovia kept pace a step behind, one hand resting near the hilt of Durandal out of habit rather than expectation of a fight. Rossweisse brought up the rear, silver hair tied back, eyes fixed on a data slate that Grafia had handed her that morning, filled with numbers that made her frown more with every line she read. They approved the amendment, Rossweisse said, breaking the silence as they crossed the marble bridge toward the outer courtyard. The permanent exile clause is dead. Calder's own faction voted it down once you demonstrated the awakening in front of witnesses. He miscalculated. He thought you would be a threat they could legislate away quietly. Instead you became a threat they had to be seen respecting. That does not sound like relief, Issei said. It is not, Rossweisse admitted. A defeated proposal is not a defeated man. Calder still holds 3 seats on the Ethics and Threat Assessment Council. He still has allies among the old blood families who never liked how much influence Surzex has accumulated. And now he has something he did not have a week ago. What is that? Proof, Rossweisse said. Before, he was accusing you of a danger that did not exist. Now that danger exists, whether he calls it that or not. You awakened a legendary bloodline in front of the entire council. Whatever you call it, Calder will call it a weapon. And men like him do not fear weapons. They only ever want to know who is holding them. Issei said nothing to that. He had spent the better part of 2 months under Cassandra's brutal, patient tutelage learning exactly what the Unbroken King's inheritance was and exactly what it was not, and the last thing he wanted was to hear it reduced to a single ugly word like weapon. But he understood the shape of the warning well enough not to argue with it. They reached the courtyard where Grafia was waiting, silver hair catching the pale light of the underworld sky, her expression as composed as always and betraying nothing of what she must have gone through to arrange half of what had happened over the last 2 months without her husband's faction realizing she was the one pulling the threads. The council session is closed for now, Grafia said. But Calder requested, and was granted, an audience with the 4 great Satans regarding what he is calling a matter of continued relevance. He will not let this rest simply because his amendment failed. I would advise all of you to treat the coming weeks as an extension of the trial you have already survived, not the end of it. Define relevance, Xenovia said. He intends to argue that the awakening itself, regardless of intent, constitutes an unprecedented variable in underworld security policy, and that policy must be updated to account for it. He is not trying to exile Issei anymore. He is trying to build a framework around him. Oversight committees. Mandatory reporting. Restrictions on where and when the inheritance may be used. If he cannot remove the weapon, he intends to make certain he still has his hand on the trigger. Rias's jaw tightened. He wants control. He wants control, Grafia agreed. And he will dress it in the language of safety, because that is the only language the old families ever needed to justify anything. Issei exhaled slowly, looking up at the strange, layered sky of the underworld, streaked in colors that no natural world back on Earth ever produced. 2 months ago he had stood in a chamber not far from here and listened to men who had never met him vote on whether he was too dangerous to exist among them. He had come out the other side of that with his life, his home, and 3 women who had refused to let him walk the last mile of that trial alone. He was not going to let it slip away now because one man had found a new angle to push from. Then we go to Cassandra, Issei said. If Calder wants to build a framework around what I am, I want to actually know what I am before he decides for me. Grafia's eyes flickered with something that might have been approval. She has been expecting you. She sent word this morning. She said the training you began was, in her words, barely the first door of the house. Barely the first door, Issei repeated, and something in his stomach tightened, half dread and half anticipation. Great. Just what I wanted to hear. The path to Cassandra's training grounds cut through a stretch of the underworld that belonged to no noble house, an old scar of land left mostly untouched since some conflict centuries past that none of the modern texts described in any real detail. Broken stone columns rose out of cracked earth like the ribs of something enormous that had died standing up. Cassandra had chosen the location herself, and when Issei had first asked her why, she had only said that a king's training should happen somewhere that remembered what happened to kings who forgot themselves. She was waiting for them at the edge of the ruin, a tall woman with hair the color of ash and eyes that seemed to measure everything they landed on, dressed in the same simple gray she always wore, as though ceremony was a luxury she had decided long ago not to afford herself. You survived the council, Cassandra said by way of greeting. Congratulations. You have earned yourself a longer, harder version of the same problem. I noticed, Issei said. Good. Then you already understand that surviving one hearing was never the goal. Cassandra's gaze moved past him to Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, and something in her posture shifted, not quite softening, but acknowledging. You 3 did more for him in that chamber than any speech could have. The bond magic that flared when Calder tried to isolate him on the floor, the resonance that spiked through the room when you refused to be separated from him even under formal council order. That was not luck. That was the inheritance recognizing what it needed to survive. If you had not been standing beside him, I do not know that the awakening would have held its shape at all. Rossweisse blinked. You are saying we kept the power stable. I am saying you kept him stable, Cassandra corrected. The power was always going to answer him. Whether it destroyed him on the way out was always going to depend on what he had around him when it did. The last man who carried this bloodline had nothing around him at the end. That is why there was an end at all. Issei felt the old chill that always came with that particular truth, the fate of the first unbroken king, a warrior of such raw and singular strength that entire armies had broken against him and never once cracked his defense, until the day his allies had all fallen away one by one, through death, through betrayal, through the simple erosion of years spent alone at the top of a war he could not stop fighting. And the king who could not be broken from the outside had, in the end, broken from the inside instead. So what's today? Issei asked. Door number 2. Door number 2, Cassandra agreed, and for the first time since he had known her, something like a real smile touched the corner of her mouth. Today we talk about the throne. The throne. Every king needs a seat to defend, Cassandra said. The inheritance is not only a store of power waiting to be spent. It is a structure. A shape the soul takes when it commits to holding ground rather than simply striking outward. You have spent 2 months learning to draw strength from what is around you instead of walling yourself off from it. Today you learn what that strength is meant to build. She raised a hand, and the cracked earth of the ruin trembled, dust lifting off broken stone as something ancient and patient stirred beneath the ground, responding not to her command but to the presence of the one bloodline it had been waiting centuries to answer again. Issei felt it before he saw it, a pressure settling over his chest like a hand pressing down, not hostile, but heavy with expectation, the weight of a promise made by someone long dead that he was only now being asked to keep. Whatever's about to happen, he muttered to the girls beside him. Please tell me you're planning on sticking close. Rias slid her hand into his without hesitation. Where else would we be? Xenovia set her stance, one hand finding the hilt of Durandal, not drawing it, simply resting there, steady and sure. Try losing us. See how that works out for you. Rossweisse said nothing at all, only stepped in on his other side close enough that her shoulder brushed his, and Issei understood that was its own kind of answer. Quieter than the others but no less certain. The ground finished trembling. Ahead of them, half buried under centuries of dust, the outline of something enormous began to surface, stone steps rising in a slow spiral toward a shape none of them could yet make out in full, and Cassandra watched it rise with an expression that was equal parts pride and grief, as though she were looking at the return of something she had once mourned and never expected to see whole again. Welcome, she said quietly, to the first throne of the unbroken king. The throne, once fully surfaced, was not a chair. Issei had expected something like a chair, some grand stone seat with armrests carved into dragon heads, the sort of thing a king in an old painting might sit upon while his court groveled beneath him. What rose instead from the ruin was a circular platform of black stone, worn smooth by time, ringed by a spiral staircase that climbed nowhere in particular, simply up, until it stopped in open air as though whoever built it had intended the king to stand rather than sit, to hold a position rather than rest in one. It is not a throne for comfort, Cassandra said, watching Issei's confusion. It is a throne for defense. A king does not sit upon it. He stands upon it, and everything that matters to him stands upon it with him, and the throne asks only one question of everyone who steps onto that platform. What question? Issei asked. Will you still be standing here when everything outside this circle turns against you? Issei looked at the platform, then at Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, then back at the black stone. That's a cheerful question. It is an honest one, Cassandra said. The first king answered it correctly for 400 years. Armies broke against him precisely because nothing could pry him off this ground, not fear, not despair, not the deaths of men who followed him for decades. He held the throne through all of it. And then one year, quietly, without any single dramatic betrayal, the people who stood on that platform with him simply stopped standing there. Not because they were killed. Not because they were driven away. They left because he stopped seeing them as reasons to stay and started seeing them as burdens slowing down the fight. He did not notice the platform emptying until it already had. Xenovia frowned. And then what? And then the throne asked its question one final time, and there was no one left on the platform to answer it but him, Cassandra said. A king alone on a throne built for defense of what matters is not a king at all. He is simply a very strong man standing on a rock, waiting for the day the rock is not enough. That day came for him. It always comes for anyone who tries to hold that ground by strength alone. Issei felt the weight of that settle over him in a way that no amount of raw power ever had. He had understood, intellectually, that the inheritance rewarded connection and punished isolation. He had lived that lesson in the council chamber a week ago, had felt the awakening threaten to slip out of his control the instant Calder's rhetoric had tried to paint him as something separate from the people around him, and had felt it steady again the moment Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse refused to be pushed out of the room. But standing here, looking at the actual physical shape of what that lesson had cost the man before him, made it real in a way that words in a training session never had. So what do I do? Issei asked. Just walk up there. You walk up there, Cassandra agreed. And they walk up with you, if they are willing. The throne will test that willingness before it tests anything else. Rias did not hesitate. She stepped forward, boots finding the first stair with an ease that suggested either total confidence, or a very good performance of it, and looked back over her shoulder at Issei with a small, challenging smile. Well, are you coming, or are you going to let a pile of very old rock intimidate you? I'm coming, Issei said, and followed her up. Xenovia was next, taking the stairs two at a time, and Rossweisse last, moving with careful, deliberate steps, her eyes scanning the stonework the way she scanned any unfamiliar magic circle, cautious not from fear but from respect for what she did not yet understand. The moment all four of them stood together on the black platform at the top, the world changed. It did not vanish. It did not go dark. But the ruin around them seemed to recede, the broken columns and cracked earth stretching outward into a horizon that had not existed a moment before, and against that horizon, shapes began to gather, indistinct at first, then sharpening into the outline of an army, thousands strong, banners raised, spears leveled. Advancing across a plain that should not have been able to fit inside a training ground on the edge of Underworld territory. That's not real, Rossweisse said quickly, more to herself than to anyone else, magic already gathering at her fingertips out of pure reflex. This is a projection. A memory embedded in the stone. It has to be. It is real enough for the purpose it serves. Cassandra's voice came from somewhere outside the vision, calm and unbothered. The throne is showing you what the first king faced, at the height of his strength, when he still had a court standing with him. Watch what he did. Watch what it looked like when the bloodline you carry was still whole. The army advanced. And at the head of the platform, where Issei now stood, a figure emerged from the projected memory, tall, armored in black plate scarred with the marks of 100 wars, a blade in each hand that seemed to drink the light rather than reflect it. Around him, a dozen figures stood at his back, not soldiers exactly, but something closer to family armed for war, each of them anchored to a point on the platform the way pillars anchor a roof. And as the army crashed against them, Issei watched the first king fight not like a man trying to win alone, but like a man whose strength multiplied through every person still standing at his side. He felt it in his own chest, an echo of that same multiplication, power gathering along the edges of his skin, responding not to the enemy in front of him, imagined or otherwise, but to the simple fact of Rias's hand still in his, Xenovia's shoulder set at his flank, Rossweisse's steady presence completing the square around him. This is the technique, Cassandra's voice said, closer now, as though she had stepped into the vision alongside them without ever leaving the ruin outside it. The unbroken king's true strength was never simply personal power. It was resonance. Every person who stood with him on the throne became a source he could draw from and a source he fed strength back into in turn, a closed circuit that grew stronger the more people trusted it, and weaker the moment even one of them doubted it. You have already begun forming that circuit without knowing its name. Today you learned to use it on purpose. The army in the vision surged closer, and Issei felt the pull of instinct urging him to step forward alone, to meet the charge with raw force the way he always had, boosting and boosting again until the boosted gear's familiar cadence took over and burned through whatever stood in front of him. He had won fights that way for years. It had never once failed him, not against riser, not against valley, not against gods who should have ended him in a single exchange. But the throne was not testing whether he could win alone. It was testing whether he understood, finally and completely, that he did not have to. Don't push us back, Rias said, reading the tension in his shoulders before he had said a word. Whatever you're about to do, don't you dare try to protect us by shoving us out of this. I wasn't going to, Issei said, and meant it, and felt something in his chest unlock at the admission, a door he had not realized he was still holding shut out of old, exhausted habit. He reached for the boosted gear, and for the first time since Cassandra had begun his training, the Crimson Gauntlet's familiar voice did not answer alone. Boost. The word rang out, and beneath it, quieter, an older cadence answered in kind, not replacing the dragon's voice but layering beneath it, a second rhythm keeping time with the first, drawn not from Drake's ancient power but from the 3 points anchored around him on the platform. Light gathered, not the red of the boosted gear alone, but threaded through with gold from Rias, blue from Xenovia's resolve, silver from Rossweisse focus, weaving together into a single column that rose off the platform and met the projected charge of the army head-on. The vision shattered on contact, dissolving into light and dust, and the horizon folded back into the familiar shape of the ruin, columns and cracked earth and the pale underworld sky, as though the whole battlefield had simply been a held breath finally released. Issei staggered, catching himself on one knee, chest heaving, the echo of that layered power still humming under his skin. What, he managed, was that? Cassandra was watching him with an expression he had not seen from her before, something that looked almost like satisfaction. That, Issei Hyoudou, was the first true resonant strike of the unbroken king's bloodline in 600 years. You did not do that alone. You could not have. That is the entire point. Rias knelt beside him, brushing a hand along his shoulder, and Issei looked up to find all three of them watching him, not with fear at what had just moved through the platform, but with something closer to quiet, fierce pride. 600 years, Xenovia repeated low. And Calder wants to write oversight paperwork about it. Let him try, Rossweisse said, and for once there was no calculation in her voice at all, only certainty. He has no idea what he is actually dealing with. Cassandra's smile faded as quickly as it had come, replaced by the familiar gravity she carried into every lesson. He has more idea than you think, she said. Which is precisely why we do not have the luxury of stopping here. Rias had grown up understanding that power in the underworld was never simply about strength. It was about who knew what, who owed whom, and which doors quietly closed the moment your name was spoken in the wrong room. She had learned that lesson at her brother's knee before she had learned to properly control her own demonic power, and every year since had only sharpened it. So when she left the training grounds that evening and made her way alone to the Gremory estate, it was not to rest. It was to work. Xenovia received her in his private study rather than the formal audience hall, which told her immediately how seriously he was taking the situation. Her brother did not do informal meetings when he believed a matter could still be handled through proper channels. The fact that he had chosen this room, with its low light and stacks of unfiled reports, meant he already suspected proper channels were no longer enough. You look tired, he said, setting aside a folder as she entered. I look like someone whose peerage member just discovered he is the reincarnation of a legendary warrior king with a habit of dying alone, Rias said, dropping into the chair across from him without waiting to be offered it. Forgive me if I'm not glowing. Xenovia allowed himself a small, tired smile. Fair. How is he handling it? Better than the king before him did, Rias said. Which isn't saying much, considering that king is dead. But he's listening. He's letting us in instead of pushing us out, which Cassandra says is the entire difference between surviving this and repeating history. I believe her. So do I, Xenovia said, and something in his tone shifted, quieter, more careful. Which is exactly why I need you to hear what I am about to tell you without letting your temper get ahead of your judgment. Calder requested a private audience with myself, Serafal, Ajuka, and Falbium this afternoon. He got it. Rias sat forward. What did he say? He presented an argument that was, I will admit, more sophisticated than I expected from him. He is not challenging Issei's right to exist, or even his right to serve within your peerage. He has clearly read the room well enough to know that argument is dead after last week. Instead, he is proposing something he is calling the legendary Bloodline Oversight Accord. In simple terms, any awakened power classified as pre-war era or older, which includes the unbroken king's inheritance, would require registration, monitoring, and council approval before use in any circumstance beyond immediate self-defense. That would gut everything Issei is training for, Rias said, voice tightening. The entire point of the resonance technique is that it responds to bonds in real time. You cannot file paperwork in the middle of a fight and wait for council approval to defend the people standing next to you. I am aware, Sirzek said. And so, notably, is Calder. I do not believe for a moment that he expects the Accord to survive contact with an actual emergency. I believe he expects it to fail spectacularly, publicly, and in a way that makes Issei look reckless and uncontrollable the very first time he is forced to choose between following the Accord's restrictions and protecting someone he cares about. Calder is not trying to write a law that works. He is trying to write a law that Issei cannot help but break, so that the next conversation is not about oversight at all. It is about consequences. Rias felt something cold settle in her stomach. He's setting a trap. He is setting a trap, Sirzek agreed. And the maddening part is that on paper, the Accord sounds reasonable. Ajuka was almost persuaded. Serafal was not, but she rarely is persuaded by anything Calder says regardless of its merits, so I would not call that a reliable indicator. Falbium abstained, which as you know from experience means he is waiting to see which way the wind blows before committing either way. And you? I voted against opening formal deliberation, Sirzek said. Which bought us time. Not much. The matter will come before full council in 3 weeks. If Calder can secure even a narrow majority, the Accord becomes binding, and Issei will be operating under restrictions that were designed from the outset to make him fail. Rias stood, pacing the length of the study, arms crossed tightly over her chest. 3 weeks isn't enough time to counter an entire legislative framework. No, Sirzek agreed. Which is why I do not intend to counter it as a framework. I intend to counter it as a narrative. Calder built his case on fear of the unknown. The moment the unknown becomes known, sympathetically known, understood by the people whose votes actually matter, his entire foundation collapses. You gave the council a demonstration of power last week. What you have not yet given them is a demonstration of restraint, of judgment, of exactly the qualities Calder is telling everyone Issei does not have. Rias stopped pacing. You want a controlled exhibition. I want the truth, presented in a setting Calder cannot spin, Sirzek said. There is a sanctioned tournament exhibition scheduled in 3 weeks' time, coinciding almost precisely with the council vote, hosted jointly by several of the noble houses as part of the annual raiding game showcase. It draws every faction, every major bloodline, half the Gregory leadership, occasionally even a representative from heaven if relations are civil enough that season. If Issei were to participate, under full public view, demonstrating both the strength of the awakening and the discipline to control it against a worthy opponent, it would put a face on exactly what Calder is trying to legislate into a faceless threat. You want to use a tournament to fight a law, Rias said slowly. I want to remind the council what they are actually voting on, Sirzek said. Not a weapon. A person. One who happens to have 3 extraordinarily capable women standing beside him who are equally part of the story Calder does not want anyone to see. Rias considered that for a long moment, turning it over, testing it against everything she knew about how these things tended to go in practice rather than theory. Public exhibitions were unpredictable. Calder was clever enough to try to sabotage even something like this if he found an angle. And there was still the matter of who exactly Issei would be expected to fight, in front of every major power block in the Underworld, with the outcome of an entire legislative vote quietly riding on how well he performed. Who's the opponent, she asked? Sirzek's expression shifted, just slightly, into something careful. That is the part one suspect you will like least. Sirzek. Calder does not control the tournament brackets, Sirzek said. But he has enough influence among the organizing committee to ensure his preferred candidate receives an invitation. He has already submitted a name. It has been accepted. Who? His name is Draven Voss, Sirzek said. He commands one of the oldest private mercenary companies still operating openly in Underworld territory, a company with deep, quiet ties to Calder's faction, and a personal history that goes back further than either of us would like. He fought in the last war the old families still whisper about. And unlike most of the fighters your peerage has faced, Rias, he has actually studied the Unbroken King's methods before. Extensively. He has spent decades preparing, in theory, for the exact possibility that bloodline might one day return. Rias felt the floor of her confidence shift under that revelation. You're saying Calder isn't just trying to embarrass Issei in front of the council. I am saying, Sirzek said quietly, that if this exhibition goes the way Calder is hoping, it will not simply cost Issei a public vote. It may cost him a great deal more than that. Xenovia had not expected a letter from the church to find her in the underworld. Correspondence between the two sides moved slowly at the best of times, filtered through a dozen layers of careful diplomatic phrasing meant to avoid reopening old wounds that had never fully closed, and she had assumed whatever business remained between herself and her former order had long since been settled the day she chose to walk away from sainthood and toward Issei instead. The seal on the envelope Xenovia Quarta's courier delivered to the Gremory estate was unmistakably official, and unmistakably careful. Xenovia read it twice before she brought it to Rossweisse, who was seated at the long table in the estate's east wing, surrounded by 3 separate stacks of Norse archival texts she had requested transferred from Asgard's libraries the moment Cassandra first mentioned the phrase Unbroken King. They want a meeting, Xenovia said, setting the letter down. Not an interrogation. A meeting. Griselda's words, not mine. Rossweisse looked up from the text she had been cross-referencing, pushing her reading glasses up into her hair. Regarding Issei's bloodline. Regarding the fact that the church apparently has records of the Unbroken King that predate anything the underworld has on file, Xenovia said. Griselda says the name did not originate in underworld territory at all. She says it is older than that. Older than the current war-era classifications, older than most of what the noble houses consider ancient history. Rossweisse set down her pen slowly. That would explain something that has been bothering me for 2 weeks. What? The Norse texts I've been going through, Rossweisse said, gesturing at the stacks around her. There are fragments, scattered across 3 separate archives, referencing a warrior who fought alongside the old gods during a period predating even the earliest recorded conflicts between Asgard and the other pantheons. He is never named directly. He is only ever referred to by title. The texts call him the Unbroken. Not king. Just unbroken. As though the title came before the crown did, not after. Xenovia sat down across from her, the weight of that settling slowly. You're saying he wasn't originally from the underworld at all. I'm saying the underworld may have been where he ended his story, Rossweisse said. Not where he began it. Which raises an uncomfortable question. If the bloodline existed before it was ever tied to any single faction, then Calder's entire argument that this power belongs under exclusive underworld jurisdiction may not hold up to actual scrutiny. And if the Church has records older than anything Calder can produce, that changes the entire shape of what we're dealing with. Xenovia turned the letter over in her hands again. Griselda wants to meet in person. She's proposing neutral ground. A cathedral just outside Co that's been quietly maintained for exactly this kind of cross-faction discussion since the old alliance was formalized. When? 2 days from now. Xenovia hesitated, then added more carefully, she specifically requested that Issei attend as well. Not just us. Rossweisse's brow furrowed. That's unusual. The Church has been cautious about direct contact with him since the incident with Vala's group years back. What changed? I don't know, Xenovia admitted. But I trust Griselda. She trained me. If she's asking for this, it isn't idle curiosity. They found Issei in the estate's training courtyard 2 hours later, working through a set of forms Cassandra had left him to practice on his own, movements slow and deliberate, more meditation than combat at this stage, learning to feel the resonance settle into his body without the pressure of an active vision testing him. He stopped when he saw them approach, wiping sweat from his brow, and listened without interrupting as Xenovia explained the letter. The Church wants to talk to me, he said when she finished, turning the idea over slowly. About the unbroken king thing. About all of it, Xenovia said. Griselda didn't say much beyond the request, but I know her well enough to read between the lines. She thinks this matters more than a routine diplomatic courtesy. She wouldn't have gone to the trouble of a formal letter otherwise. And you think we should go? I think, Rossweisse said before Xenovia could answer, that if there is history here older than anything the Underworld's own council can produce, we need to know it before Calder's Accord vote in 3 weeks. Right now he is treating this bloodline as though it is Underworld property, something that belongs entirely within his jurisdiction to regulate. If that turns out to be false, it undermines the entire foundation of his argument. Issei considered that for a long moment, the practice forms forgotten. You think the church actually has something that could help us? I think it's worth 2 days of our time to find out, Rossweisse said. And frankly, I would like to know the truth for its own sake. Not just as a legal argument. If this bloodline predates the Underworld entirely, that changes what it actually is. It changes what you actually are. That matters beyond whatever Calder is trying to do with it. Issei looked between the two of them, then out across the courtyard toward the estate where Rias was no doubt still buried in whatever political calculus Surzex had handed her that afternoon. He thought about the throne, about the vision of the first king standing at the head of an army with a court at his back, about the slow, deliberate way that court had been worn away over centuries until nothing was left but a man alone on a rock. Okay, he said. Let's go talk to the church. The cathedral outside Ko sat at the edge of a quiet residential district, unremarkable from the street, its stonework worn soft by decades of weather and neglect that was, Xenovia knew, entirely intentional. A building that looked abandoned drew far less attention than one that looked maintained, and the church had long since learned the value of hiding its important business behind an unremarkable face. Griselda Quarta was waiting for them inside, standing near the altar in the plain gray robe she favored over ceremonial vestments, and the moment she saw Issei step through the door beside Xenovia and Rossweisse, something in her expression eased, as though a private worry she had been carrying had finally been set down. Thank you for coming, Griselda said. All 3 of you. I was not certain the Underworld would permit it, given the political weather right now. They don't control where I go on my own time, Issei said. Not yet anyway. Griselda's mouth twitched, almost a smile. A pointed answer. Good. You will need that instinct in the weeks ahead. She gestured toward a side chamber where a heavy wooden table had been set with a single, ancient-looking book, its cover worn to bare leather, no title visible on the spine. I did not ask you here to discuss politics. I asked you here because there is a record in the church's oldest archives that concerns the man your bloodline descends from, and I believe you deserve to know it before anyone else in the Underworld decides what version of that history serves their purposes best. She opened the book carefully, turning pages that looked as though they might crumble at a careless touch, until she reached an illustration, faded but still legible, depicting a lone armored figure standing before a ring of kneeling warriors, their weapons laid at his feet not in surrender, but in oath. This, Griselda said quietly, is the earliest known depiction of the man history would later call the Unbroken King. And according to this record, he did not begin his story as a king at all. He began it as something far more dangerous to men like Calder. He began it as a symbol other people chose to follow, not because he demanded it, but because he earned it. And the moment that changed, Issei, the moment people stopped choosing to stand with him and started simply being expected to, is precisely when the story you already know began. Griselda let the silence stretch for a long moment after she finished speaking, watching Issei absorb what she had told him, before she continued, turning another fragile page in the ancient book. The record grows sparse after this point, she said. Whoever compiled it clearly worked from fragments, oral histories collected long after the fact, some of them contradictory. But there is a consistent thread running through every version. The Unbroken King's fall was never framed, in these earliest accounts, as a betrayal by his enemies. It was framed as an erosion. A slow substitution. The people who once stood beside him because they believed in him were gradually replaced, generation by generation, by people who stood beside him because they were told they owed him service. Loyalty became obligation. Obligation became distance. And distance, in the end, became the thing that killed him, long before any blade ever touched his skin. That's not so different from what Cassandra's told me, Issei said quietly. The throne. The whole point of it is that it only holds if the people standing on it are choosing to be there. Then you already understand the danger better than most who carry that kind of power ever do, Griselda said. Which is precisely why what I am about to tell you troubles me. She closed the book gently, folding her hands atop the worn cover. The Church has maintained records on this bloodline for the same reason your Underworld Council has suddenly become so interested in it. Power like this does not stay hidden forever. It resurfaces. And every time it has resurfaced across recorded history, there has been someone waiting to try to claim it, not by inheriting it honestly, the way you have, but by manufacturing the conditions under which a bearer's court is worn away artificially, deliberately, until the bearer has no choice left but to seek out whoever offers to fill the emptiness they have created. Rossweisse's expression sharpened. You're saying this has happened before? Not just once, with the original king. Repeatedly. 3 times, according to what the Church has documented, Griselda said. Each time under different names, in different regions, across different centuries. Each time, someone positioned themselves as the bearer's only remaining source of counsel once the natural cord had been driven off, and each time, that person used the resulting dependency to bend the bearer's strength toward their own ends. It is, historically, a remarkably effective method of stealing a king's power without ever having to defeat him in open combat. Issei felt something cold settle low in his stomach. You think that's what Calder is doing? I think, Griselda said carefully, that a man proposing an oversight framework designed, by your own account, to force you into situations where the law and the well-being of the people you care about are placed directly at odds, is doing something that fits an old and well-documented pattern far too closely for me to call it coincidence. I do not know Calder's full intentions. I do not have insight into Underworld Council politics deep enough to say with certainty what his final goal is. But I have read enough history to recognize the shape of the trap he appears to be building, even if he does not fully understand it himself. Xenovia's hand had drifted to Durandal's hilt without her quite realizing it. You're saying he might not even know he's repeating something ancient. He might just think he's protecting the Underworld. That is possible, Griselda allowed. Men convinced of their own righteousness are often the most dangerous instruments history has, precisely because they do not believe they need to examine their own methods too closely. But there is another possibility I would be remiss not to raise, given what I know of Calder's recent movements. What movements? Rossweisse asked. Griselda's expression grew graver still. In the last several months, Church intelligence has recorded increased activity from an organization we have tracked, loosely, for decades, under the working name the Ashen Court. They do not operate openly. They have no seat on any council, no recognized territory, no public leadership structure that any of the major factions officially acknowledge. What we do know is that their interest has always centered specifically on bearers of pre-war bloodlines, and their method has always been the same one described in these old records. Isolate the target. Offer yourself as the only remaining source of guidance. Bend the power toward whatever purpose the court has decided it needs served. And Calder, Issei said slowly, is connected to them. I cannot prove that with certainty, Griselda said. But the mercenary company Draven Voss commands, the one your council has arranged as your exhibition opponent in 3 weeks, has a documented history of contracts that trace back, through several intermediaries, to individuals we have previously flagged as associated with court activity. It may be nothing. Mercenary companies take contracts from all manner of clients without necessarily sharing their ideology. But given everything else converging around you right now, I would not advise treating that connection as mere coincidence. The chamber fell quiet, the weight of what Griselda had laid out settling over all of them differently. Issei found himself thinking not of Draven Voss, or Calder, or even the coming exhibition, but of the illustration in the old book, the lone king standing before a ring of kneeling warriors who had laid their weapons down not in surrender but in oath, and how easily, according to everything Griselda had just described, that oath could be worn away one small betrayal at a time until nothing remained but the king and whoever was patient enough to wait for the emptiness that followed. Then we don't let it happen this time, Issei said, and his voice was steadier than he expected it to be. Whatever they're planning, Whatever Calder thinks he's building. I'm not doing this alone, and I'm not going to let anyone convince me that I should. Rias's hand found his without him having to reach for it, and he realized she had slipped into the chamber sometime during Griselda's account, quiet enough that none of them had noticed, her expression a careful blend of fury and resolve that told him she had heard enough of the conversation to understand exactly what they were facing. Sirzek sent me to find you the moment I finished with him, Rias said. There's something you all need to hear, and given what Griselda's just told you, I think it confirms more than it complicates. What is it? Xenovia asked. The exhibition committee finalized the tournament structure this afternoon, Rias said. Draven Voss isn't the only fighter Calder's faction has quietly placed in the bracket. There are two others, both connected to companies with the same murky funding trail Griselda just described. If Calder's plan is to isolate Issei the way the old pattern describes, the exhibition isn't just a public relations trap anymore. It's the opening move of something much larger, and I don't think any of us fully understand yet how large that something is. Griselda closed the ancient book fully, her expression settling into something resolute. Then I'd believe, given everything we now know, that the Church has an obligation to involve itself further than a single afternoon's conversation. I will speak with the higher authorities. If the Ashen Court is moving against the bearer of this bloodline again, after everything their kind has cost across history, the Church will not simply stand aside and watch it happen a fourth time. The attack came 4 nights later, and it did not come for Issei at all. Rossweisse had stayed late in the Gremory Estate's East Wing archive, cross-referencing the Norse fragments against the set of church texts Griselda had loaned them, chasing a thread she was certain would reveal more about the pattern the Ashen Court had used across its previous 3 known appearances. She had sent everyone else to rest hours earlier, insisting she worked better alone at night, and had not thought twice about the request when a servant informed her a courier had arrived at the estate's outer gate claiming to carry additional archival material from Asgard that required her signature to release. It was a small oversight, the kind anyone might have made, and it very nearly cost her everything. The courier was not a courier. The moment Rossweisse stepped past the estate's outer wards to meet him, 3 more figures dropped from the treeline in near total silence, movement too precise, too coordinated, to be anything but professional. She had a half-second of warning, the faint prickle of a suppression ward activating around the perimeter, muting her ability to signal for help before it had even fully formed, and then the false courier lunged. She was not helpless. Rossweisse had earned her place among the strongest magicians the Norse pantheon had ever produced through decades of hard, unglamorous discipline, and even caught flat-footed, even cut off from easy reinforcement, she was not an easy target. Her staff came up in a defensive weave that shattered the first strike before it landed, ice crystallizing along the ward line in a jagged wall that bought her the half-second she needed to fall back toward the estate gate. But 4 against 1, with the suppression ward already dampening her ability to call for help, was not a fight built to be won. It was built to be survived just long enough for something worse to arrive. Interesting, the false courier said, straightening from her deflected strike, voice carrying the flat, professional calm of someone who had done this exact kind of work more times than he could count. The reports said you were formidable. They undersold you. A shame we're not actually here for you. Then why? Rossweisse demanded, backing another step toward the gate, staff raised, mind already racing through every ward configuration she knew that might punch a signal through the suppression field before the 4 of them closed the distance completely. Leverage, the man said simply. The bearer responds to threats against the people he cares about faster, and more predictably than he responds to threats against himself. That has been true of every bearer we've studied. It will be true of this one. Rossweisse felt cold fury replace the flicker of fear that had risen in her chest. You're going to use me as bait. We're going to use you as a lesson, the man corrected. One way or another, he needs to understand that the people standing beside him are a liability the moment we decide they are. The sooner that lesson lands, the sooner he starts making the choices we need him to make. He moved again, faster this time, and Rossweisse barely got her staff up in time to deflect the strike, the impact sending a shudder up through her arms hard enough to numb her fingers. The other 3 were closing in from the flanks now, and the suppression ward held firm around the perimeter, cutting her off from every avenue of reinforcement she could think of. except one. She had not activated it consciously. She realized that later, piecing together afterward exactly what had happened in the chaos of the moment. But somewhere in the desperate press of that fight, some instinct older than tactics, older than training, reached for the resonance bond Cassandra had spent 2 months teaching Issei to build, the same bond that had steadied the throne vision, the same bond that had carried gold and blue and silver light into a single column against an army that did not exist. The bond had never been tested from her side before. No one had thought to ask whether it could be. It could. A pulse of raw, silver-edged power tore outward from Rossweisse's chest, shattering the suppression ward's careful geometry in a single instant, and half a world away, in the middle of a training exercise Cassandra had set for him that evening, Issei felt something slam into his awareness like a physical blow, a scream with no sound to it, urgent and unmistakable and utterly, terrifyingly clear. He did not remember deciding to move. He remembered the training ground vanishing around him, replaced by the tearing sensation of a transportation circle he had not consciously drawn, powered by something far older and far more insistent than his own limited grasp of underworld magic should have allowed. He landed in the middle of the fight less than 4 seconds later. The false courier barely had time to register the shift in the air before Issei's fist connected with the side of his skull hard enough to send him crashing through the estate's outer wall in a spray of shattered stone. The other 3 scattered instinctively, training screaming at them that whatever had just arrived was several categories more dangerous than the situation they had signed up for, and Issei did not give them time to reconsider. Boost, the gear roared, and beneath it, that second cadence answered immediately, drawn straight from the raw fear and fury still humming through the bond. No ceremony, no gathering, simply there, immediate and absolute. The fight, such as it was, lasted less than a minute. 2 of the remaining attackers went down hard, unconscious before they hit the ground. The third had the good sense to trigger an emergency retreat circle the instant Issei turned toward him, vanishing in a flash of hurried, poorly constructed magic that told its own story about how unprepared this particular strike team had actually been for what they encountered. Issei turned to find Rossweisse on one knee, staff still gripped tight in one hand, breathing hard but very clearly, undeniably alive. "You're okay," he said, and it came out half question, half desperate confirmation, as he closed the distance and dropped down in front of her, hands hovering just short of touching her, as though he needed to see for himself that there was nothing to fix before he trusted the evidence of his own eyes. "I'm okay," Rossweisse confirmed, and then, more quietly, almost embarrassed, "I didn't mean to call you like that. I don't even know how I did it." "I don't care how," Issei said. "I care that it worked." Rias and Xenovia arrived moments later, drawn by the sound of the fight and the shattered remains of the estate wall, and it took only a glance at Rossweisse, upright but shaken, and the unconscious attackers scattered across the courtyard, for both of them to understand the shape of what had happened even before anyone explained it aloud. "The Ashen Court," Xenovia said grimly, crouching beside one of the fallen attackers and pulling back a sleeve to reveal a small, unmarked brand seared into the skin, deliberately generic, untraceable to any single faction by design. Griselda's warning wasn't theoretical. "No," Rias agreed, jaw set hard. "It wasn't." Rossweisse allowed Issei to help her to her feet, still trembling faintly from the aftermath of the fight, but her voice, when she spoke, carried no hesitation at all. "They said something before the fight turned. They said this was meant to teach you a lesson. That the people around you are a liability the moment they decide we are." Issei's jaw tightened, the same cold resolve settling over his expression that Rias had seen flicker across it once before, in the moment right before he had stood in front of the entire Underworld Council and refused to let Calder define what he was. "They're wrong," he said quietly. "And I think tonight just proved exactly how wrong they are." By morning, the attack on the Gremory estate had become the single most discussed piece of news across every faction with an interest in underworld politics, and Grafia had already spent 3 hours fielding formal inquiries before Issei and the others had finished their breakfast. "The council has convened an emergency session," Grafia informed them, setting a small stack of formal notices on the table with the precise, controlled movements of someone containing far more anger than her expression let show. "Calder is, predictably, framing this as further evidence that Issei's presence attracts danger the Underworld cannot safely absorb. He is arguing the attack proves the legendary bloodline oversight accord is more urgently necessary than originally proposed, not less. Rossweisse set down her cup hard enough that it rattled against the saucer. He is using an attack orchestrated by his own likely allies as justification for restricting the person they attacked. That is, unfortunately, an extremely effective political maneuver when the audience does not have access to Griselda's records or the branded mark on that attacker's arm, Grafia said. Which is precisely why I have already ensured both pieces of evidence will be presented to the full council this afternoon, whether Calder wishes them to be or not. Xerxes arrived not long after, his expression grim in a way Rias had rarely seen outside genuine crisis. The full council will hear formal testimony in 3 hours. Griselda has agreed to appear personally to present the church's records on the Ashen Court, which will make it considerably harder for Calder to dismiss the connection as speculation. But I want to be clear about something before we walk into that chamber. Even with the evidence in our favor, this will not simply resolve itself. Calder has spent weeks building a narrative, and narratives do not collapse the instant a single piece of contradicting evidence appears. Some members of the council will choose to believe what is convenient over what is documented, especially the ones who have quietly benefited from Calder's faction in the past. So what do we actually need to walk in there with? Xenovia asked. Composure, Xerxes said. More than anything else. Calder's entire strategy hinges on making Issei look unpredictable, uncontrolled, a danger waiting to happen regardless of intention. Last night, by every honest account, was the opposite of that. A coordinated response, arriving within seconds, resolving a 4-against-1 ambush without a single fatality on either side despite overwhelming provocation to escalate. If that story is told clearly, calmly, without theatrics, it undercuts Calder's entire framework more effectively than any amount of raw power ever could. Issei had been quiet through most of the conversation, turning something over in his mind that he had not fully articulated even to himself yet. When he finally spoke, his voice was steady, but there was a weight behind it that made everyone at the table look up. I want Rossweisse to testify, he said. Not me first. Her. She's the one who was actually attacked. She's the one who called for help and got an answer in 4 seconds instead of 4 minutes. If the council wants to understand what this bond actually does, they should hear it from the person who used it, not from the person the story keeps trying to make into the entire subject. Rossweisse looked at him, startled, then slowly nodded, something steadying in her expression as the shock of the previous night finally settled into resolve. I can do that. You shouldn't have to relive it in front of a room full of strangers just to make a political point, Rias said quietly. It's not just a political point, Rossweisse said. It's the truth, and the truth deserves to be told by the person who actually lived it, not filtered through someone else's account of what supposedly happened. I want to do this. The council chamber, when they arrived that afternoon, was fuller than it had been even during the original exile hearing, word of the attack having drawn representatives from every corner of underworld political life eager to see how this next chapter would play out. Calder sat in his customary seat near the front, composed, unbothered, the picture of a man entirely confident in the strength of his own argument, and Issei found himself studying that composure carefully, looking for the cracks Griselda's warning had told him might be there. Griselda testified first, laying out the church's records on the Ashen Court with the same careful, unhurried precision she had used in the cathedral days earlier, and Issei watched several council members' expressions shift as the historical pattern became impossible to dismiss as coincidence. Calder's own expression did not shift at all, which told Issei more than any reaction would have. Then Rossweisse rose to testify, and the chamber fell into the particular kind of silence that comes when everyone present understands they are about to hear something that matters. She told it plainly. The false courier. The suppression ward. The moment she had reached, without conscious decision, for a bond none of them had fully tested, and the 4 seconds that followed before Issei arrived, faster than any conventional summons circle should have allowed, faster than the suppression ward should have permitted any signal to travel at all. I did not call for help through any sanctioned channel, Rossweisse said, her voice carrying clearly across the chamber. I could not have. The ward blocked every conventional method available to me. What answered instead was not a spell, or a summons, or anything the Council's frameworks have a category for yet. It was simply him, arriving because the bond between us made distance and interference irrelevant the moment my life was genuinely threatened. I would like the Council to understand precisely what it is proposing to legislate restrictions around. This is not an unpredictable weapon that requires oversight to remain safe. This is the single fastest, most reliable emergency response any of us have ever witnessed, and it exists specifically because Issei chose, deliberately and repeatedly, not to isolate himself the way this bloodline's history warned him he might. A murmur moved through the chamber, and Issei watched several council members lean toward one another, quiet conversations breaking out that had not been part of Calder's script. Calder rose to respond, and for the first time since Issei had known him, there was the faintest crack in his composure, a tightness around his eyes that suggested the ground beneath his argument had shifted more than he had planned for. A moving account, Calder said, voice still carefully even. But an isolated incident does not establish a pattern of reliability. One successful response, however dramatic, is not proof of consistent, controllable behavior. If anything, the speed and force of last night's intervention only underscores the Council's legitimate concern. A power capable of crossing suppression wards and transportation barriers in seconds, responding without deliberation, without oversight, without any check beyond the bearer's own judgment, is precisely the kind of variable the Accord is designed to address. Then address it honestly, Sirzek said, rising from his own seat, voice carrying the calm, absolute authority that had made him one of the four great Satans in the first place. Present the Accord as what Griselda's records suggest it actually resembles, a mechanism that would have prevented last night's rescue entirely had it already been in force, and let this Council vote on whether that is truly the outcome they want their names attached to. Calder's jaw tightened, and for the first time, Issei saw something in the man's eyes that looked less like calculated strategy, and more like a gambler realizing, mid-hand, that the cards had turned against him. This session will reconvene in 1 week, the presiding elder announced, cutting through the rising tension before it could spiral further, at which point formal testimony will conclude and the Council will proceed to vote. In the interim, the sanctioned exhibition scheduled to coincide with this matter will proceed as planned. Calder's composure returned, thin but present, as the elder's final words landed. Then I look forward, he said quietly, looking directly at Issei for the first time since the session had begun, to seeing exactly how well that bond of yours performs under conditions no suppression ward is required to create. Cassandra was waiting at the ruin when they returned that evening, and it was clear from the set of her shoulders that she had already heard how the council session had gone. Calder all but confirmed he intends to use the exhibition as more than a demonstration, she said without preamble, as Issei and the others crossed the cracked earth toward her. Draven Voss was never simply a fighter selected to test your strength. Not entirely. I should have told you this the moment I learned who Calder had submitted, but I wanted to be certain before I placed that weight on you. Certain of what? Issei asked. That the man you will face in 1 week is not merely connected to the Ashen Court by funding, Cassandra said. He fought the second known bearer of this bloodline, nearly 200 years ago, in the conflict that ended that bearer's life. He was young then, barely more than an apprentice among the court's ranks, but he was present, and by every account I have been able to gather, he was the one who delivered the final blow after that bearer's court had been worn away to nothing. The words settled over the group like a physical weight. Rias's hand tightened around Issei's without either of them acknowledging it aloud. You're saying he's killed one of us before, Xenovia said. I am saying he has studied this bloodline's weaknesses for 2 centuries, refined his methods against them, and has never once faced a bearer who kept his court intact through the fight, Cassandra said. Every previous confrontation between the court and this bloodline ended the same way, isolation first, then defeat. Draven Voss does not fight to overpower his opponents through raw strength alone. He fights to separate them from what keeps them strong, and then he finishes what remains. Issei felt something harden in his chest, not fear exactly, but a grim, focused resolve that had been building since the moment Rossweisse's silent scream had torn through his awareness 4 nights earlier. Then he's about to find out that doesn't work anymore. It will not be that simple, Cassandra warned. He will not attack you directly in the way you expect. He will study the four of you the moment the exhibition begins, looking for the seams in your bond, the places where doubt or fear or simple physical distance can be exploited to create separation. He has done this successfully against 2 previous bearers who believed, right up until the moment it mattered, that their bonds were unbreakable. Confidence is not the same as preparation. Then prepare us, Rossweisse said. We have 1 week. Tell us exactly what he'll try, and we'll make sure it doesn't work. Cassandra studied them for a long moment, something in her expression softening slightly, an old and familiar grief giving way, just slightly, to something that looked almost like hope. Very well. Come. There is one more door I have been saving, and I believe you are finally ready to walk through it. She led them deeper into the ruin than Issei had ever gone before, past the throne platform, down a set of stairs cut directly into stone that descended below the visible ruin entirely, into a chamber lit by no visible source, walls carved with images too worn by time to make out clearly except in fragments. A hand here, a raised blade there, the suggestion of a battle whose full shape had long since eroded away. This is where the first king's court is buried, Cassandra said quietly. Not their bodies. Their names. Every warrior who ever stood on that throne with him, recorded here, so that even after everything else was lost, someone would remember they existed and remember what they meant to him, before the erosion took even that away in the end. Issei stepped closer to the carved wall, tracing the worn edge of a figure whose face had long since faded past recognition. What happened to them? His court. Did they all leave, or did some of them? Some died in battle honorably, defending ground worth defending, Cassandra said. Those losses the king bore well. Grief is not the same poison as erosion. It was the others who did the true damage, the ones who were slowly, deliberately pulled away by promises of safety, comfort, purpose elsewhere, offered by people who understood exactly what they were unraveling and did it patiently, one thread at a time, until the king looked around one day and realized the platform he had spent 4 centuries defending held almost no one but himself. How do we stop that from happening to us? Rias asked, her voice quieter than Issei had heard it in some time. You already have the answer, Cassandra said. You demonstrated it 4 nights ago, when Rossweisse fear reached across a suppression ward that should have made that impossible, and Issei answered it in 4 seconds instead of losing her to a threat he never even saw coming. That is not luck. That is a bond maintained through choice, tested under real pressure, and it held. Draven Voss has never faced that before. Every bearer he has fought believed their bond was strong because it had never been seriously tested. Yours has been tested, and it grew stronger for it. That is the difference that will decide this fight, more than any amount of raw power either of you brings to that arena. She turned to face all 4 of them directly, her expression settling into something as close to warmth as Issei had ever seen from her. So here is what we will spend this week doing. Not simply building your strength further, though we will do that as well. We will build your ability to recognize the exact moment someone tries to pull a thread loose, whether through fear, through doubt, through a lie told just convincingly enough to plant a seed. Draven Voss's entire strategy depends on you not noticing until it is too late. We are going to make certain you notice immediately, every single time. And if he tries something we haven't prepared for, Xenovia asked. Something none of us have seen coming. Cassandra's expression grew serious once more, but not unkind. Then you will do what the first king never learned to do in time. You will say so, out loud, to each other, the instant you feel it happening, rather than trusting silently that the bond will simply hold on its own. Silence is how erosion wins. It always has been. The king fell not because his people stopped caring. He fell because none of them, himself included, ever said the words out loud until there was no one left in the room to hear them. The chamber fell quiet, the weight of that settling over all 4 of them differently, and Issei looked around at the faded names carved into stone, warriors who had once stood exactly where he now stood, certain of their king, certain of themselves, until certainty alone had proven not to be enough. Then we say it now, Issei said, breaking the silence, turning to face Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse in turn. Whatever happens in that arena, whatever Voss tries, I'm not going to assume any of you already know how much I need you standing there. I'm going to say it. Every time it matters. Rias's smile was small, but it reached all the way to her eyes. Then I'll say it too. Whatever this week throws at us, and whatever's waiting in that arena. We're not going anywhere. Neither am I, Xenovia said simply. Rossweisse, still visibly carrying the echo of 4 nights earlier, met his eyes with a steadiness that had not wavered once since the attack. You already proved that 4 seconds was enough, Issei. I trust you'll prove it again. Cassandra watched the exchange with an expression Issei could not quite read, something between pride and old, quiet grief, as though she were watching a version of a story she had spent centuries mourning finally begin to turn out differently. Good, she said softly. Then let us begin. The week that followed passed in a blur of deliberate, exhausting repetition, and by the time the 7th day arrived, Issei understood the shape of the fight ahead of him better than he had understood almost any battle he had ever walked into. Cassandra had drilled them relentlessly on recognizing the specific texture of doubt Draven Voss was known to plant. It rarely arrived as an outright lie, she explained. It arrived as a small, plausible seed, a suggestion that maybe this fight would go easier if one of them stepped back, maybe the bond was a liability here rather than a strength. Maybe the safest thing for everyone would be distance rather than closeness, offered in a voice calm and reasonable enough that the target rarely noticed they were being separated until the separation was already complete. They had practiced against it in every configuration Cassandra could devise, simulated doubt whispered mid-combat, staged moments of apparent danger designed to test whether fear would push them apart or pull them tighter together, and by the end of the week, something had settled into all 4 of them that had not been there before. A kind of fluency in each other's presence that no longer required conscious thought to maintain. You are as ready as 1 week can make you, Cassandra told them on the final evening, her tone carrying none of its usual clipped precision, softened instead by something that Issei suspected was as close to affection as the ancient trainer allowed herself. What happens tomorrow will depend less on technique now and more on whether you trust what you have already built. Do not overthink it. Do not second-guess the bond the moment pressure arrives. It has already proven itself twice. Let it prove itself a 3rd time. The exhibition arena sat on neutral ground between 3 major noble territories, an ancient colosseum whose upper tiers had been expanded over centuries to accommodate the scale of underworld political gatherings, and by the time Issei arrived the following morning, every seat was filled. He had fought in front of crowds before. He had fought gods, fallen angels, rival heirs with power leagues beyond what any human born on Earth should have been able to survive, and none of it had ever quite prepared him for the specific pressure of an audience that included every council member whose vote would determine, 1 week from now, whether the life he was building here would be allowed to continue on its own terms. Xenovia found him in the fighter's preparation chamber an hour before the match, Serafal trailing behind him with an expression far more serious than her usual demeanor allowed. The stands are full, Xenovia said. Every faction sent representation. Even heaven, which I did not expect, though I suspect Griselda's testimony last week had something to do with that. Any sign of Calder trying something before the match even starts? Rias asked, arms crossed, scanning the chamber as though a threat might materialize out of the walls themselves. None that we've detected, Xenovia said. Which worries me more than if we had. Calder is not a subtle man by nature, but he has been uncharacteristically patient throughout this entire process. That suggests he believes the exhibition itself will do his work for him, which means Voss's strategy is very likely exactly what Cassandra warned you it would be. Serafal stepped forward, her usual playful energy entirely absent, replaced by something Issei had rarely seen from her. I want you to know something before you walk out there, Issei-kun. I voted against opening deliberation on Calder's accord from the very first session, and not because Xenovia asked me to. I've watched a lot of bearers of old bloodlines come through this council over the centuries, and most of them end up isolated eventually, whether by force or simply by the weight of what they carry. I have never once seen a bearer walk in with 3 people willing to fight that hard, that fast, for him. Whatever happens today, that already means something. Don't let Calder or Voss convince you otherwise. Issei felt something steady in his chest at that, a quiet reminder of exactly what he had spent the last week training to hold on to. I won't. The horn sounded not long after, calling the exhibition to order, and Issei walked out into the arena floor with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse at his sides, the roar of the crowd rising around them in a wave that felt, for just a moment, less like pressure and more like witness. Draven Voss was already waiting at the far end of the arena when they emerged, a tall, broad-shouldered man with silver-streaked hair and a face weathered by centuries of conflict Issei could only imagine the shape of. He wore no ornate armor, no dramatic weapon, only a simple set of dark, practical fighting leathers, and the sheer economy of his presence told Issei more about the man's competence than any display of power could have. So, Voss said, voice carrying easily across the arena floor without need for magical amplification, the unbroken king returns. I have waited 2 centuries to see whether this bloodline had learned anything from its own history, or whether it would simply repeat the same mistake a third time. His gaze moved deliberately, unhurried, across Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse in turn. 3 companions. Impressive numbers by the standard of previous bearers. The second one I faced had only 1, and even that proved simple enough to remove. You're not removing anyone today, Issei said. Voss's expression did not shift, but something in his eyes sharpened, the calm, patient look of a man who had heard exactly this kind of confidence before and watched it crumble every time. We shall see, he said. I have found, across 200 years of study, that confidence is rarely the thing that breaks first. It is almost always something quieter than that. The presiding elder's voice rang out across the arena, formally opening the exhibition, and the crowd's roar rose to a crescendo before settling into the tense, expectant hush that precedes any match both sides understand to matter far beyond the simple outcome of a fight. Voss settled into a low, unassuming stance, and Issei felt the boosted gear stir against his arm, the familiar cadence already beginning to gather. Whatever happens, Rias said quietly, close enough that only the 4 of them could hear, we say it out loud. Every time. No silence. No silence, Xenovia agreed. No silence, Rossweisse echoed. Issei drew a steady breath, feeling the weight of the entire Underworld's attention settle over the arena floor, and beneath it, quieter but unshakable, the presence of 3 people who had already proven, twice now, that they had no intention of letting him carry any of it alone. No silence, he said, and stepped forward to meet the man who had spent 2 centuries perfecting the art of taking that away from bearers just like him. Voss moved first, and he moved fast, faster than his unhurried stance had suggested, closing the distance between them in a blur that forced Issei to bring his arm up on pure reflex, the boosted gear's gauntlet catching a strike that would have shattered bone through anything less than a full defense. The impact still rattled through him, harder than he expected, and Voss was already retreating, resetting his stance, studying the result with the clinical patience of a man testing a hypothesis rather than fighting to win. Good reflexes, Voss said. The first bearer I faced would have lost an arm to that opening exchange. You have clearly been trained well. His eyes flicked briefly towards Xenovia and Rossweisse, positioned at either flank, ready to close the moment the fight called for it. Though I notice your companions have not moved to assist yet. Interesting. Are they waiting for permission, I wonder, or simply waiting to see whether you actually need them at all? Don't listen to him, Rias said sharply, before Issei's mind could even fully register the seed Voss had just planted. That's exactly what Cassandra warned us about. He's not talking to you. He's talking to all of us, trying to make each of us wonder if the others are actually committed or just standing there out of obligation. Issei felt the small, cold doubt Voss's words had started to dissolve almost as fast as it had appeared, Rias's voice cutting through it before it could take root. Yeah, he said, steadying. I noticed. Voss's expression flickered, the faintest crack of surprise breaking through his composure. Naming the tactic aloud. That is new. He circled slowly, reassessing. Very well. Let us see how well that instinct holds under actual pressure rather than mere words. He came again, faster still, and this time the attack was not aimed at Issei at all. Voss shifted mid-stride, feinting toward Rossweisse's flank with a speed that would have caught most fighters completely off guard, a strike clearly designed to force Issei into an impossible choice between defending himself and defending her. Issei did not hesitate. He crossed the distance in a single boosted step, interposing himself directly between Voss's strike and Rossweisse's position, catching the blow on a hastily raised arm that screamed with the force of the impact but held. There it is, Voss said, retreating again, studying the result with the same maddening patience. The instinct to protect. Admirable. But also predictable, and predictability, bearer, is the single most dangerous trait anyone in your position can possess. He's trying to make you overextend, Xenovia called out, moving to cover the gap Issei's shift had opened. Every time he threatens one of us, he's testing whether you'll leave an opening trying to save us before we've actually confirmed we need saving. I didn't need saving that time, Rossweisse said, steady despite the tension in her voice. That strike would have connected. But Xenovia's right. He wants you assuming the worst every single time, wearing you down through your own protective instincts before he ever has to actually land a decisive blow. Voss's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly, and Issei understood, watching the small shift, that the running commentary was doing exactly what Cassandra had promised it would. Voss's entire strategy depended on doubt working in silence, unspoken and unexamined, and every time one of them named what he was attempting the instant it happened, the tactic lost a piece of its power. You have clearly been well prepared, Voss said, and for the first time, something colder entered his voice, the patient professionalism giving way to genuine, focused intent. Very well. Let us dispense with the subtle approach. He surged forward with a speed that dwarfed everything he had shown before, and Issei barely had time to register the shift before Voss was past his guard entirely. A strike aimed not at his body but at the ground beneath Rias's feet, a concussive blast that sent her staggering backward, momentarily separated from the tight formation they had maintained since the match began. For one terrible half-second, Issei felt the old, familiar pull of instinct screaming at him to abandon everything else and close that gap immediately, to protect her the way his body had been trained to do for years, consequences elsewhere be damned. He did not move blindly. He said it instead. Rias, are you hurt? I'm fine, she called back immediately, already rising, already resetting her stance, no fear in her voice, only steady certainty. Stay focused. That's exactly what he wants. The relief that flooded through Issei at her voice, steady and whole and undeniably present, did something the silent instinct never could have. It confirmed, rather than assumed, and the resonance bond flared in response to that confirmation, gold light gathering along Rias's outstretched hand as she rejoined the formation without a trace of the panic Voss had clearly been hoping to provoke. Interesting, Voss said again, and this time there was no mistaking the genuine unease creeping into his voice. You are not simply resisting the doubt. You are converting the test itself into fuel. That's the whole point, Issei said, feeling the resonance settle deeper into his chest with every exchange, every confirmed truth spoken aloud instead of silently assumed. You've spent 2 centuries figuring out how to break bonds that were never actually tested before you showed up. Ours already survived a real attack. You're not the first thing that's tried this. Voss's expression hardened fully now, the last traces of clinical patience burning away into something far more dangerous. A man who understood, finally and completely, that the strategy which had ended 2 previous bearers' lives was not going to work a third time the way it always had before. Then we shall see, he said, whether that bond can survive something considerably more direct than doubt. He raised both hands, and the air around him began to crackle with a density of power Issei had not yet seen him display, centuries of restrained strength finally beginning to surface in full, and Issei understood, watching that power gather, that whatever had come before this moment had only ever been the opening test. The real fight was only just beginning. The power gathering around Draven Voss was unlike anything Issei had felt from him in the opening exchanges, a density that pressed against the air itself, and the crowd's murmur rose into something closer to a collective, held breath as the arena's ambient magic visibly bent around the man at its center. 200 years, Voss said, voice carrying an edge Issei had not heard from him before, something almost like exhaustion beneath the power, the weight of centuries spent perfecting a singular purpose. 200 years since I watched the second bearer of your bloodline fall, isolated, alone, exactly as history predicted he would. I did not enjoy that victory, bearer. I want you to understand that before this continues. I have spent every year since studying what your kind becomes, and I have come to believe, with genuine conviction, that a court like yours is a mercy withheld rather than a mercy given. It does not save you from the fall. It only delays it, and makes the eventual erosion crueler when it finally comes. You don't actually believe that, Rossweisse said, magic gathering along her staff as she settled into position at Issei's flank. Or you wouldn't need 2 centuries of preparation to convince yourself it was true. Voss's eyes flicked toward her, something flickering behind the composed mask, gone before Issei could fully read it. Perhaps, he allowed. Or perhaps I have simply learned that conviction and evidence are not always the same thing, and I have chosen, for reasons of my own, to act on the evidence regardless of what I might privately hope were otherwise true. He struck without further warning, the gathered power releasing in a wave that tore across the arena floor, and this time there was no subtlety to it at all, no attempt to isolate or provoke, only overwhelming, direct force aimed at breaking through whatever defense the 4 of them could raise together. Together, Xenovia called, already moving, Durand now clearing its sheath in a single fluid motion, and Rias's own crimson power surged forward alongside it, meeting Voss's wave with a defense built not from any one of them alone but from all 4 positions closing into the formation they had spent a week perfecting. The collision shook the entire arena, stone cracking beneath the force of it, and for a moment Issei felt the old, desperate urge to simply push harder, to boost past his limits and burn through whatever remained of Voss's strength with raw, singular force the way he always had before. He did not reach for that instinct. He reached for the bond instead. Boost, the gear called, and this time the second cadence did not simply layer beneath it. It rose to meet it, fully, deliberately, for sources of power weaving together into something none of them could have produced alone, gold and blue and silver braiding through crimson in a column of light that met Voss's overwhelming wave and, for the first time in the match, did not merely hold against it, but began, slowly and unmistakably, to push back. Voss's composure cracked fully now, genuine shock breaking through 2 centuries of careful professional distance. That is not possible, he said, voice tight with something that sounded, beneath the strain, almost like fear. No bond sustains that kind of resonance under direct pressure. Not this early. Not without decades of tested trust behind it. You keep assuming our bond is like the ones you've broken before, Issei said, feeling the resonance settle fully into his chest, steady and absolute, for hearts beating in a rhythm that no amount of doubt or isolation had managed to disrupt across everything Voss had thrown at them. It's not. We've already been tested. For seconds, across a suppression ward that should have made it impossible. That's not theory to us. That already happened. The column of light surged forward, and Voss, for the first time in 2 centuries of documented combat against this bloodline, found himself forced backward, boots skidding across cracked stone, the overwhelming wave he had spent so long gathering unraveling under the combined weight of 4 people who refused, absolutely and completely, to let a single thread between them come loose. He tried once more, a final desperate surge of power, and Issei felt the resonance answer it without hesitation, without doubt, the throne's ancient lesson finally, fully understood not as theory but as lived truth, and the light overtook Voss entirely, driving him to one knee at the center of the arena floor, power spent, breath ragged, the crowd around them erupting into a roar that shook the ancient Colosseum to its foundations. Issei stood over him, the resonance still humming through his chest, and for a long moment neither of them spoke, the aftermath of the collision settling slowly over the arena floor like dust after a collapse. You could end this, Voss said quietly, looking up at him, something raw and unguarded finally visible beneath the professional mask he had worn through the entire fight. I would not fault you for it. I have taken enough from bearers like you across enough centuries that I have no true claim to mercy here. Issei looked down at him, at the man who had killed the last bearer of this bloodline, who had spent 200 years perfecting a method built on isolation and erosion, and felt, beneath the exhaustion of the fight, something closer to understanding than anger. I'm not going to end this, Issei said. Because that's not actually what you came here for, is it? Voss's eyes widened, just slightly. You didn't come here just to test me for Calder, Issei continued, the pieces settling into place even as he spoke them aloud. You came here to see if it was finally different. If somebody could actually hold the court together long enough to prove you wrong. 200 years of watching it fail, and some part of you was hoping this time it wouldn't. The arena had gone utterly silent, the crowd straining to hear an exchange that had clearly shifted into something far more personal than the exhibition anyone had expected to witness. Voss said nothing for a long moment, kneeling on the cracked stone, and when he finally spoke, his voice had lost every trace of the cold, professional distance he had carried through the entire match. 200 years, he said quietly. And you are the first bearer who has ever bothered to ask me that question instead of simply asking me to kneel. Issei extended a hand toward him, not as a victor offering mercy to the defeated, but simply as one person offering another a way to stand back up. Then maybe it's finally different, he said. For both of us. Draven Voss did not take Issei's hand immediately. He stared at it for a long moment, kneeling on the cracked stone of the arena floor with 2 centuries of certainty crumbling visibly around him, and when he finally reached up and let Issei pull him to his feet, the sound that rose from the crowd was unlike anything Issei had heard in any arena before, not simply the roar of spectators satisfied by a decisive victory, but something more complicated, more uncertain. An entire Colosseum trying to process a resolution none of them had been prepared to witness. This changes nothing about what I have seen across 200 years, Voss said quietly, steadying himself, though his voice carried none of the cold authority it had held throughout the match. But it may change what I choose to do with what I have seen going forward. That's a start, Issei said. Voss's gaze moved, deliberate and searching, toward Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, still positioned close around Issei in the formation that had carried them through the entire fight. The Ashen Court did not send me here simply to test you for Calder's benefit, he said, low enough that only the 4 of them could hear it clearly over the settling roar of the crowd. They sent me to confirm whether the pattern would hold a 3rd time. If I had won today, in the manner I have always won before, Calder's accord would have passed without meaningful resistance, and the court would have moved to install their own influence over your future the moment the Council's oversight framework created the necessary opening. That was always the true purpose behind the exhibition. Calder wanted a law. The court wanted the erosion that law was built to enable. Rias's expression hardened. And now that you've lost, now I have information the court did not anticipate I would ever possess, Voss said. That the pattern is not inevitable. That a bearer's court can be tested, genuinely tested, and hold anyway. I do not know yet what I intend to do with that information. 2 centuries of conviction do not unravel in a single afternoon. But I no longer believe what I believed when I walked into this arena, and that bearer is more than I expected to leave here with. The presiding elder's voice cut through the moment, formally closing the exhibition, and as Voss withdrew from the arena floor under the watchful eyes of council security, Issei caught one final glance from him, unreadable, but no longer cold. The council reconvened 1 week later, exactly as scheduled, and this time the chamber that had once felt hostile and uncertain carried a different weight entirely. Griselda's testimony, Rossweisse's account of the suppression ward, and now the exhibition itself, witnessed directly by every major faction with a stake in the outcome, had reshaped the entire argument Calder had spent months constructing. Calder rose to make his final case regardless, composed as ever, though Issei had learned by now to recognize the strain beneath that composure. The events of the exhibition prove only that this particular confrontation resolved favorably, Calder said. It does not eliminate the underlying risk this council was elected to manage. I maintain that oversight, properly structured, protects both the Underworld and the bearer himself from future circumstances that may not resolve so cleanly. Then let us discuss the circumstances that nearly did not resolve cleanly at all, Sirzek said, rising to meet him directly for the first time since the hearings had begun. The suppression ward used against Rossweisse 4 nights before the exhibition. The branded mark on the attacker Xenovia examined that same night. Draven Voss's own testimony, given freely to church representatives this past week, confirming that his presence in that arena was arranged not merely to test a bearer's strength but to secure conditions favorable to an organization this council has spent decades failing to properly investigate. I would ask this council to consider, honestly, whose interests the accord as originally proposed would actually have served. A long silence settled over the chamber, and when the vote was finally called, it was not close. Calder's accord failed by a margin wide enough that even the council members who had once sat quietly weighing convenience over documentation found themselves unwilling to attach their names to it. Calder did not remain to hear the final tally read aloud. He rose partway through the count and left the chamber through a side entrance, and Issei, watching him go, felt none of the satisfaction he might have expected from such a decisive victory. There was something in the set of Calder's shoulders as he left, not defeat exactly, but recalculation, the posture of a man already planning his next approach rather than accepting the end of this one. Grafia found them afterward in the courtyard outside the chamber, her expression carrying the same careful mixture of relief and caution it had held through most of the last 2 months. The accord is dead, she confirmed. But I would advise against celebrating too completely. Voss's testimony to the church confirmed the Ashen Court's involvement conclusively, but it did not reveal their full intentions, nor did it explain why they were willing to risk exposing themselves this openly to secure a single piece of legislation. Organizations like that do not typically gamble that much for a single outcome unless a great deal more is riding on it than we currently understand. You think there's something bigger, Rias said? I think, Grafia said carefully, that Calder's accord was never the entire plan. It was, perhaps, the first and most convenient tool available to achieve a goal we have not yet fully seen the shape of. The court does not simply want to control one bearer's power for its own sake. Historically, across every documented pattern Griselda's records describe, that kind of leverage has always served a larger purpose beyond the individual bearer himself. Issei felt the weight of that settle over him, the hard-won relief of the vote tempered immediately by the understanding that whatever they had just survived was, in all likelihood, only the opening chapter of something considerably larger. Cassandra arrived as the last of the council dispersed, her expression unreadable as she studied the 4 of them standing together in the courtyard, still carrying the visible exhaustion of the last 2 months but unmistakably, undeniably intact. You held the throne, she said quietly. Against doubt, against isolation, against a man who had broken this exact bond twice before across 2 centuries of trying. That is more than the first king ever managed to do, and more than I ever truly believed I would live to see accomplished. It's not over though, Issei said. Is it? Cassandra's expression grew grave once more, the brief warmth of the moment giving way to old, careful wariness. No, she said. It is not. The Ashen Court has revealed more of itself in the last 2 weeks than it has in the last century of careful, patient concealment. That is not something an organization like that does lightly, Issei. Whatever they are actually building toward, we have only just begun to see the edges of it. And I fear, given how much they were willing to risk here, that the true shape of their plan is considerably larger than a single council vote over oversight legislation. She looked out across the courtyard, toward the layered, colored sky of the underworld stretching endlessly overhead, and when she spoke again, her voice carried the weight of centuries spent watching this exact story fail to end well every time it had come before. Rest while you can, Cassandra said. All 4 of you have earned that much, at least. But do not mistake this victory for the end of the war. I suspect, very strongly, that it was only ever the opening move. Draven Voss did not vanish after the exhibition, and that alone told Issei more about the man's shifting loyalties than any formal declaration could have. In the days following the council vote, while the Underworld's political machinery churned through the fallout of Calder's defeat, Voss remained within reach, first through careful, indirect communication routed through Griselda's network, then, eventually, in person, seated across a plain wooden table in the same cathedral outside Co where the first warnings about the Ashen Court had originally surfaced. I want to be clear about something before I say anything further, Voss said, hands folded in front of him, none of the arena's cold composure remaining in his posture now. What I am about to tell you will not undo 2 centuries of service to an organization I believed, for most of that time, was doing necessary work. I do not expect forgiveness, and I am not asking for it. I am asking to be useful, because it is the only form of correction still available to me. Then be useful, Rias said, arms crossed, watching him with the wary, evaluating look she gave anyone whose trustworthiness had not yet been proven beyond a single dramatic gesture. Voss nodded slowly, accepting the terms without argument. The legendary Bloodline Oversight Accord was never the Ashen Court's true objective. Calder believed it was his own idea, his own strategy, and in a narrow sense it was. But the court cultivated that belief carefully, feeding him just enough information, just enough apparent leverage against the Gremory house, to ensure he pursued exactly the outcome they required, without ever needing to reveal themselves as the ones steering it. What was the actual objective? Issei asked. The chamber, Voss said. The one beneath the ruin where your trainer has been conducting your instruction. The court has known about its existence for over a century, though they have never been able to access it directly. Every previous bearer of your bloodline who might have led them there died isolated, without allies willing to walk that ground beside them. You are the first bearer in 600 years who has actually opened that chamber and stood inside it. Rossweisse's expression sharpened with the particular focus she reserved for information that reorganized everything she thought she understood. The names carved into the walls. The record of the first king's court. Not merely a record, Voss said. A reservoir. Every warrior who stood with the first king and gave themselves fully to that bond left something of that resonance behind when they fell, and the chamber has held it, dormant, for 6 centuries, waiting for a bearer capable of drawing it out. The court does not want that power scattered across a memorial. They want it consolidated, extracted, bound into a vessel of their own choosing. A vessel, Xenovia repeated, low and dangerous. You mean a person? I mean nothing so simple as a person, Voss said, and for the first time since Issei had met him, something like genuine dread crossed his face. The court calls it the Hollow Crown. A construct built to house the full resonance of an entire court's worth of sacrifice, without the burden of an actual soul to constrain it. No loyalty to manage. No bond to maintain. No erosion to fear, because there is nothing there to erode in the first place, only raw, extracted power answering to whoever holds the ritual's binding seal. The chamber fell silent, the weight of what Voss had described settling over all of them differently. Issei thought of the faded, worn names carved into that stone wall, warriors who had chosen to stand with the king until the very end, and felt something cold and furious rise in his chest at the thought of that sacrifice being stripped down into raw material for a weapon with no soul left to remember what it had cost. They tried to reach it once already, Voss continued. Centuries ago, before either of your predecessors' bloodlines had fully died out, an earlier iteration of the court attempted to force entry into the chamber directly. They failed. The chamber only opens to a living bearer of the bloodline, walking in willingly, accompanied by those he trusts. No amount of external force has ever been able to breach it. That has always been the true reason behind every strategy of isolation the court has employed across 6 centuries. They were never simply trying to weaken a bearer for the satisfaction of watching him fall. They were trying to isolate him completely enough that he would eventually walk into that chamber alone, desperate, with nothing left to lose, and unknowingly open the door they could never force themselves. And if a bearer walks in with his court intact instead, Rias said slowly, understanding dawning with visible horror. The way we did, then the chamber remains sealed against them regardless, Voss said. Which is precisely why Calder's accord mattered so much to the court's true plan. It was never designed to punish Issei directly. It was designed to slowly, legally, respectably strip away the very bonds that keep that chamber closed to them, one restriction at a time, until eventually, inevitably, isolation followed exactly the way it always has before. Issei felt the full shape of the trap settle into place, 6 months of maneuvering suddenly resolving into a single, coherent, patient design, and beneath the fury of understanding how close it had come to working, he felt something steadier take hold, the same resolve that had carried him through the arena a week earlier. Then they failed twice now, Issei said. Once when the exhibition didn't go the way they needed, and again when the accord got voted down. What happens now? Voss's expression grew grave. Now, I believe, the court abandons patience entirely. They have spent 600 years waiting for legal, indirect methods to work. Twice now, in the span of a single month, a bearer has proven those methods can fail. I do not believe they will risk waiting for a third opportunity to slip away as well. I believe they will move directly against the chamber itself, and soon, with whatever force they are willing to commit rather than continue relying on patience that has just been proven unreliable. How soon? Xenovia demanded. I do not know, Voss admitted. I was never given access to their full operational timeline, only the portions relevant to my own assignment. But I would not advise treating this as a distant concern. Organizations that have waited 6 centuries do not panic easily, but I believe, given how badly the last month has gone for them, panic is closer at hand than the court would ever openly admit. Grafia, who had been listening from the chamber's edge without interrupting, stepped forward now, her expression settling into the same controlled focus Issei had seen from her before every major crisis since his exile hearing began. Then we do not wait for them to choose the timing, she said. We reinforce the chamber immediately, and we begin searching, as urgently as our combined resources allow, for whatever remains of the court's true leadership. 6 centuries of patience does not survive without someone directing it. I want to know who that someone is before they decide the time for patience has run out entirely. Calder had not been seen in any official capacity since the vote, and the silence surrounding his absence had become its own quiet source of concern among the few people who understood how dangerous a cornered, discredited man with old family connections could still be. It was Sarah Fall who eventually located him, not through any grand intelligence operation, but through the simple, patient work of checking every property still registered under his family's name across Underworld territory until one of them turned up recent activity where none should have existed. She brought the news to Serzex's study personally, her usual bright energy replaced by the same serious focus she had carried since the exhibition. He's at the old family estate, Serafal said. The one his grandfather built, out past the eastern border where most of the original war-era families used to keep their ancestral holdings before everyone consolidated closer to Pandemonium. It's been mostly abandoned for decades. Property records show upkeep payments resuming 3 days ago. Alone? Serzex asked. As far as we can tell. No unusual movement from anyone connected to his faction. No sign of court activity either, which honestly worries me more than if there had been. If they'd sent someone to collect him, at least we'd know where he stood. Radio silence from everyone involved makes it a lot harder to guess what's actually happening out there. Issei had not expected to be included in the conversation about what to do with Calder, but Serzex had insisted, and standing now in the study with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse beside him, he found himself less interested in Calder's punishment than in Calder's reasoning, the question that had been sitting uncomfortably in his chest since Voss's revelations 3 days earlier. I want to go talk to him, Issei said. Rias looked at him sharply. After everything he tried to do to you. Because of everything he tried to do to me, Issei said. Voss said the court fed him just enough to make him believe the accord was his own idea. I want to know what they actually told him. If we're trying to figure out who's really running this, understanding exactly how they manipulated the last person they used might tell us something about how they'll try to manipulate the next one. Serzex considered that for a long moment, then nodded slowly. I will not order any of you to make this trip. But if you choose to go, I want Grafia accompanying you, and I want it understood clearly that Calder remains, regardless of everything else, a member of an old and still politically relevant family. Whatever answers you find, this needs to be handled carefully. The estate, when they arrived that evening, bore the unmistakable signs of decades of neglect only partially undone, ivy stripped hastily from the front entrance, dust cleared from a handful of rooms while entire wings remained dark and untouched behind them. Calder himself answered the door personally, and the sight of him startled Issei more than he expected, the composed, controlled politician from the council chamber replaced by someone who looked as though he had not slept properly in the 3 days since the vote. I wondered if someone would come, Calder said, stepping aside to let them in without argument. I did not expect it to be you. I have questions, Issei said. I think you might be the only person who can actually answer them. Calder led them into a sitting room that had clearly once been grand, furniture still draped in protective cloth that had been pulled back from only a single chair and a low table, the rest of the room preserved in the same undisturbed dust as the hallway outside. He sat down heavily, gesturing for them to take whatever seats they could find among the covered furniture. You want to know why, Calder said before Issei had even finished forming the question. Why a man who has spent 30 years building a reputation for careful, evidence-based policy allowed himself to become a tool for an organization I did not even fully understand I was serving until it was already too late to walk it back cleanly. That would be a start, Rossweisse said. Calder's laugh was hollow, humorless. My grandfather died in the last documented incident involving an unstable bearer of an old bloodline, 300 years ago. Not this bloodline. A different one, long since extinguished, but similar enough in its patterns that the resemblance was impossible for me to ignore the moment your awakening became public. He was not killed by malice. He was killed by erosion, exactly the kind Cassandra has no doubt already warned you about, a bearer who lost everyone who mattered to him and lashed out at the world that let it happen, indiscriminately, catastrophically. My grandfather simply unfortunate enough to be standing in the wrong province when it finally broke. The room fell quiet, and Issei felt something shift in his understanding of the man sitting across from him, the careful, calculating opponent from the council chamber giving way to something far more human, and far sadder. I built my entire career around preventing that from happening again, Calder continued. Genuinely believed I was protecting people. And 3 months ago, a man I had never met before approached me quietly, respectfully, with documentation, real documentation, historical patterns that matched exactly what I already feared, and offered to help me build a legislative framework that would prevent the next catastrophe before it happened. I did not know what he was. I did not ask closely enough. I wanted the solution too badly to interrogate the source offering it to me. The Ashen Court, Xenovia said. I did not learn that name until after the vote failed, Calder said quietly. When I confronted him, demanding to know why the evidence I had been given no longer seemed to match what had actually happened in that arena, he told me, quite calmly, that my usefulness to their purposes had concluded regardless of the outcome, and that I should consider myself fortunate they had no further need of me beyond this point. I have not heard from him since. I do not know if that means I am safe, or simply no longer relevant enough to bother eliminating. Issei studied him for a long moment, weighing the anger he still carried from months of Calder's public campaign against him with the genuine grief he could see now, buried under decades of careful political armor. The bloodline that killed your grandfather, Issei said slowly. It felt the same way mine almost did. Isolation. Erosion. Nobody standing close enough to hold the line when it mattered. Calder's eyes flickered up, something raw and unguarded briefly visible. Yes. Then you should understand better than almost anyone why what we're building matters, Issei said. Not because it makes the power safer to control. Because it makes the person carrying it less likely to become the thing you've spent your whole life afraid of. You tried to fix that fear by writing laws that would have isolated me on purpose. That was never going to work. It was always going to make the exact outcome you're terrified of more likely, not less. Calder said nothing for a long moment, staring down at his hands, and when he finally spoke, his voice was quieter than Issei had heard it in any council session. I know that now. I did not know it 3 months ago, when a man with the right words at the right moment offered me a solution to a fear I had been carrying since I was 12 years old. I would like to help undo what I helped set in motion, if that is still possible. I understand if none of you believe that offer means anything after everything I have already done. Grafia, who had remained silent through the entire exchange, finally spoke, her tone carrying the careful, measured weight of someone deciding how much trust the situation could actually bear. It means something, she said. Whether it means enough will depend entirely on what you are willing to do next. The court did not simply discard you because your usefulness ended, Calder. Organizations that patient rarely leave loose threads behind without a reason. I want to know everything you can remember about the man who approached you. His appearance. His mannerisms. Anything at all that might tell us who we are actually looking for. Calder looked up, and for the first time since they had arrived, something like purpose steadied his exhausted expression. I can do better than describe him, he said. I kept every piece of correspondence he ever sent me. I told myself it was for my own records, in case questions were ever raised about my sources. I believe, now, that some part of me always suspected I might eventually need proof of exactly how deep this went. The correspondence Calder produced filled a modest lockbox hidden beneath a loose floor panel in his study, letters written on plain, unmarked paper, each one carefully noncommittal in tone, never once mentioning the Ashen Court by name, never once containing a signature beyond a single stylized mark at the bottom of each page, a circle broken by a single jagged line running through its center. Rossweisse studied the symbol for a long time under lamplight back at the Gremory estate, cross-referencing it against every archival source she had access to, before she finally found a match buried deep within one of the Norse texts Griselda had loaned them weeks earlier. "It's not a court symbol," she said, spreading the old text across the table for the others to see. "Or rather, it might be now, but it originated somewhere else entirely. This mark appears in a fragment describing a figure the old sagas call the Breaker of Rings, a warrior who fought during the same ancient period as the Unbroken King, though on the opposite side of whatever conflict the sagas are describing. The fragment is damaged. Most of the detail is lost. But the symbol matches exactly. You're saying the man who manipulated Calder has some connection to an enemy from the original king's era," Rias said. 600 years ago. Longer, if the Norse fragments are actually as old as you think they are. "I'm saying it's possible the Ashen Court is not simply an organization that discovered this bloodline's weaknesses through outside study," Rossweisse said. "It's possible they're connected, directly or through inheritance of their own, to whoever originally opposed the first king. Which would explain a great deal about why their strategy has always been so precisely tailored to exploit exactly the vulnerability that killed him." Cassandra, who had been summoned to the estate the moment Rossweisse's research produced a match, went very still at the description, her expression darkening in a way Issei had not seen from her before. "The Breaker of Rings," she said quietly. "I know that name. I did not expect to hear it again." "You know who this is," Issei said. "I know who he was," Cassandra said. "Whether the man corresponding with Calder is the same individual, 6 centuries later, or simply someone who has taken up his mantle and his methods, I cannot say with certainty. But the original Breaker of Rings was not merely an enemy the first king fought on some battlefield. He was the architect of the erosion that killed him. The Unbroken King did not lose his court to simple, natural drift the way I described to you weeks ago. That version of the story is the one that survived in most records because it was easier to accept than the truth. Every departure from that throne, every ally who quietly walked away over 4 centuries, was engineered, patiently, individually, by a man who understood exactly which fears and doubts and offers of safety would work on each person standing beside the king." The room went very quiet. "Then this isn't a new plan," Xenovia said slowly. "It's the same plan. 600 years old, still being run by the same architect, or by whatever he's become since." "I do not know what he has become," Cassandra admitted. "I have spent 6 centuries assuming he was dead, killed in the same conflict that took the first king, or lost to time the way so much else from that era eventually was. If he has survived, in some form, patient enough to spend 600 years refining the same method against every subsequent bearer, then I fear we are dealing with something considerably older and more dangerous than a mere organization built around a shared ideology." Issei felt the weight of that settle over him, the scale of what they were actually facing expanding well beyond anything he had prepared for even after Vasa's revelations 3 days earlier. "So what do we do? If he's been doing this for 600 years, he's had 600 years to get good at it." "You do exactly what you have already been doing," Cassandra said, and something in her voice steadied, resolve replacing the momentary shock of recognition. "You hold your court. Every method the Breaker has ever used, across every bearer he has broken, depends on isolation eventually succeeding. It has never once failed to succeed before, which is precisely why you matter so much right now. You are not simply the first bearer in centuries to survive an isolated confrontation. You may be the first bearer in the Breaker's entire recorded history to prove his method does not work every single time." Grafia stepped forward, her expression settling into the careful, methodical focus she brought to every crisis that required more strategy than force. "If this is truly a 600-year campaign, then the court's resources and reach are almost certainly far more extensive than anything we have accounted for so far. I want to expand our search beyond simply identifying leadership. I want to understand the full scope of what we are actually facing before we commit to any direct confrontation. Voss believes the court will move against the chamber soon. If they are as patient and as dangerous as Cassandra's history suggests, I do not want us walking into that confrontation without understanding exactly what waits on the other side of it. I can help with that, Calder said quietly, still standing near the doorway where he had remained since arriving with them, uncertain of his welcome in a room clearly not built to include him. My family's archives predate the current council's records by several centuries. If the Breaker of Rings has been operating this long, there may be references buried in material my own house has kept sealed away. Records nobody thought to connect to any of this because nobody until tonight had any reason to look for the connection. Rias studied him for a long moment, weighing the offer against everything that had happened over the last several months, before finally nodding, slow and deliberate. Then that's where we start. Graphia coordinates the search for court activity across Underworld territory. Rossweisse and Griselda's people keep working the historical angle. Calder, you go through your family's archives and bring us anything relevant, no matter how minor it seems. And what about the chamber? Issei asked. If Voss is right, and they're going to move on it soon, we can't just sit here researching while they're getting ready to attack it. Cassandra's expression grew resolute. Then we do not sit here. Tomorrow, we return to the ruin, and we begin preparing the chamber itself to withstand whatever the court intends to throw at it. If 600 years of patience has finally run out, Issei, then it is long past time we stopped simply reacting to the Breaker's plan and started building one of our own. The ruin looked no different than it had on any of Issei's previous visits, cracked earth and broken columns stretching out beneath the pale underworld sky. But standing at its edge the following morning, he felt the weight of everything Cassandra had revealed the night before settle over the familiar ground in a way that made it feel suddenly, unmistakably like a battlefield waiting to happen. The chamber only opens for a bearer walking in willingly, accompanied by those he trusts, Cassandra reminded them as they crossed toward the descending stairway. That has always been its strongest defense, and it remains its strongest defense now. But strong does not mean absolute. If the Breaker has spent 6 centuries studying this bloodline's weaknesses, I would be a fool to assume he has not also spent at least some portion of that time searching for a way around a barrier that has frustrated him for just as long. What kind of way around? Rossweisse asked, already scanning the entrance with the careful, evaluating focus she brought to any unfamiliar warding structure. I do not know, Cassandra admitted. Which is precisely the problem. The chamber has never been tested against a serious, sustained attempt at forced entry, only the single failed effort centuries ago that Voss described. I intend to spend today finding out exactly how the wards actually function, rather than continuing to trust in a defense none of us fully understand. They descended together, the carved chamber opening before them exactly as it had weeks earlier, worn names lining the walls and patient, silent testimony to everything the First King's Court had once meant and everything it had eventually lost. Issei found his eyes drawn again to the faded figure near the entrance, the one whose face had eroded past recognition, and felt a fresh weight settle over him at the thought of the Breaker's patient, deliberate hand behind every one of those quiet departures. Cassandra moved to the center of the chamber, kneeling to press her palm flat against the stone floor, and the carved names along the walls responded, faint threads of light tracing outward from each one, converging slowly toward her hand in patterns too intricate for Issei to follow. The wards are not built from conventional magic, Cassandra said after a long moment, studying the light with narrowed focus. They are built from resonance itself, the same bond magic you have been learning to wield, except calcified here across 6 centuries into something closer to permanent structure than living connection. Which means the chamber's true defense was never simply a lock keyed to bloodline. It is keyed to the strength of an active, tested bond. The stronger the bond a bearer brings through that entrance, the stronger the ward becomes in response, drawing on the resonance already present to reinforce itself against anything hostile that follows. So the stronger our bond gets, Xenovia said slowly, the harder this place becomes to break into. In theory, Cassandra said. Though I suspect the Breaker understands that principle at least as well as I do, which means whatever strategy he intends to use will not be a simple frontal assault against a barrier he already knows grows stronger the more directly it is threatened. Then what would he actually do? Rias asked. Cassandra considered the question for a long moment, tracing the threads of light with careful, thoughtful attention. If I were in his position, she said slowly, I would not attack the chamber at all. I would attack the bond feeding it. The wards draw their strength from the resonance you four have built together. Weaken that resonance, even temporarily, even through means that leave no visible mark on any of you, and the chamber's defenses weaken in turn, whether any of you are standing here to notice it happening or not. Issei felt a cold unease settle into his chest at that. You're saying he could get in without any of us even being here? I am saying it is possible, Cassandra said. Which means our preparation cannot simply be physical readiness for a fight that may never actually come to us directly. It must include active, deliberate maintenance of the bond itself, especially during any period where the four of you are not together, not simply reacting to threats as they arrive, but reinforcing what already holds this place closed against him. Rossweisse had gone very still, something working behind her eyes with the particular intensity she reserved for a problem she was close to solving. That's why the ambush 4 nights before the exhibition targeted me specifically, while I was alone, she said slowly. It wasn't only about using me as leverage against Issei's judgment. It may also have been a test, to see how much strain the bond could take when one of us was isolated and under direct threat. If it had broken then, even briefly, they might have had exactly the opening they needed. But it didn't break, Issei said. It got stronger. You called across a suppression ward that should have made that impossible. Which likely told the breaker something he did not want to learn, Cassandra said, something grim but satisfied entering her voice. That the vulnerability he has exploited across 6 centuries of prior bearers does not exist in the same form here. That is very likely why Voss's confrontation escalated the way it did, and very likely why the court has grown bold enough to risk direct action against the chamber itself, rather than continuing to rely on the patient, indirect methods that have always worked before. Desperation changes strategy, Issei. A patient enemy who discovers his patience is no longer working becomes an unpredictable one. The chamber fell quiet, the weight of everything Cassandra had laid out settling over each of them differently, and Issei found himself looking around at the 3 people who had stood beside him through every test the last 2 months had thrown at them, understanding now with fuller, sharper clarity exactly what continuing to stand together actually protected. Then we don't give him an opening, Issei said. Ever. Not for 1 second, not when we're apart, not when things are calm and it feels safe to stop paying attention. Whatever it takes to keep this bond as strong as it was in that arena, we do it every single day until this is over. Rias's hand found his, steady and certain. We already know how to do that. We've been doing it since the moment Grafia first sent you to Cassandra. We just didn't know, until right now, exactly how much it was actually protecting. Cassandra rose from where she knelt, brushing dust from her hands, her expression settling into something resolved and unflinching. Then let us make certain the breaker learns that lesson as thoroughly as Voss did, she said. Because if Voss is correct, and the court has finally run out of patience, I do not believe we have the luxury of much more time to prepare before we find out exactly how far 600 years of practice has actually taken him. Calder's family archives, it turned out, held considerably more than anyone had expected, and it took Rossweisse and Griselda's combined research teams the better part of 4 days to work through even a fraction of the sealed records his ancestors had preserved without ever fully understanding what they contained. The breakthrough came not from any single dramatic document, but from a pattern Rossweisse noticed buried across dozens of unrelated incident reports spanning nearly 3 centuries, minor conflicts, isolated tragedies, political disputes that had never seemed connected to one another because no one had ever thought to look for the thread running beneath all of them. Every one of these incidents involves an old bloodline bearer, Rossweisse said, spreading a hand-drawn timeline across the long table in the Gremory estate's east wing, dozens of small notations marking dates and locations across the width of the parchment. Not just yours. At least 6 other bloodlines across 6 different pantheons, spanning nearly 300 years, each one ending the same way. Isolation, then collapse, then, in every single case, the bearer's remaining power simply vanishing from all recorded accounts afterward, never claimed, never accounted for, as though it evaporated into nothing the moment the bearer fell. It didn't evaporate, Xenovia said grimly, studying the timeline. It went somewhere. I believe so, Rossweisse said. I believe the hollow crown Voss described is not a new project the court has only recently begun. I believe it has been under construction for 3 centuries at minimum, built slowly, patiently, one fallen bearer's resonance at a time, each isolated collapse feeding a little more raw power into whatever vessel the court has been assembling all this while. Griselda, seated at the far end of the table, closed the ancient text she had been cross-referencing against Rossweisse's timeline, her expression grave. If that is accurate, then what the court is attempting with Issei's bloodline is not the beginning of their plan. It is very likely the final piece. 6 other bloodlines already contributed, whether through tragedy or design, and now they require only the last, oldest, most significant source remaining. The one bloodline that predates even the pantheons that have unknowingly been feeding this project all along. Issei felt something heavy settle into his chest at the scope of it. 3 centuries of quiet, engineered tragedy suddenly revealed as pieces of a single, patient design, each fallen bearer a name he would never know, a court he would never meet, erased slowly and deliberately by the same architect who had killed the first kings 600 years earlier. How close are they, he asked, to finishing it? If they've had 300 years and 6 bloodlines already. I do not know, Rossweisse admitted. But if Voss is correct that the court intends to move against your chamber soon, I would assume the answer is close enough that your bloodline represents the final requirement rather than merely another contribution. Which means, Issei, that stopping them here does not simply protect you and the 3 of us. It very likely prevents the completion of something that has already cost dozens, if not hundreds, of lives across 3 centuries of careful, hidden erosion. The weight of that settled over the room, and Issei found himself thinking not of the fight ahead, but of the names he had seen carved into the chamber walls weeks earlier, warriors who had given everything to a bond that mattered, and how many more names like theirs, from bloodlines he would never know, had been quietly, deliberately unraveled to feed a vessel with no soul at all. We need to know where they intend to complete the ritual, Griselda said. If the chamber beneath the ruin is their final target, there is very likely a location nearby, or connected to it in some fashion, where the actual binding takes place. The chamber itself may only be the source they intend to draw from, not the site where the hollow crown is finally assembled. Grafia, who had entered partway through the discussion, stepped forward with a small, sealed report in hand, her expression carrying the particular tension of someone delivering news she had hoped not to have to deliver. I may have an answer to that, she said. Underworld Border Patrol reported unusual seismic activity 2 days ago, in a stretch of unclaimed territory less than a day's travel from the ruin, an old, abandoned excavation site dating back to the original war era, long since sealed off and forgotten by every noble house with any claim to the region. I dismissed the report initially as unrelated. I no longer believe that assumption was correct. You think that's where they're building it, Rias said. I think it is worth investigating immediately, rather than waiting for further confirmation that may not arrive before it is too late to act on it, Grafia said. If the court is preparing to complete a 300-year project, and Voss's warning about their timeline is accurate, I do not believe caution serves us as well right now as speed does. Cassandra, who had remained largely silent through the discussion, finally spoke, her voice carrying the weight of a decision already reached. Then we do not wait for them to bring the fight to the chamber, she said. We take it to them first, on ground of our own choosing, before they have the chance to finish what 3 centuries of patience has been building toward. I have spent 600 years watching this pattern repeat itself because every bearer before you was left reacting to the breaker's timeline instead of disrupting it. That ends now. Issei looked around the table at the people who had stood with him through every test the last 2 months had thrown at them, felt the resonance of that bond settle steady and certain in his chest, and nodded once, resolute. Then let's go find out exactly what 300 years of patience actually built, he said. And let's make sure it never finishes. The excavation site sat at the bottom of a wide, ancient crater, walls of dark stone rising steeply around a floor littered with the rusted remains of equipment abandoned decades before any of them had been born, and even from the ridge overlooking it, Issei could feel something wrong radiating up from the depths below, a pressure similar to the one the throne had produced weeks earlier, except twisted, hollow. Missing the warmth that had accompanied every previous encounter with the bloodline's resonance. That's not natural, Rossweisse said quietly, staff already gathering a faint, cautious light as she studied the crater floor. Whatever they're building down there, it's already active. I can feel it drawing on something, slowly, steadily, like a wound that hasn't stopped bleeding. The hollow crown, Cassandra said grimly, standing at the ridge's edge beside them. Or the early stages of it. If it is already drawing resonance, then we have less time than even Graphia's report suggested. Voss, who had insisted on accompanying them despite Rias's initial reluctance to trust him with anything beyond information, studied the crater with the focused, professional attention of a man reading a battlefield he had walked before. There will be sentries, he said. The court does not leave a project this significant unguarded, regardless of how confident they are in the site's concealment. I would expect a perimeter roughly 200 meters out from the central structure, likely rotating, likely small enough not to draw attention from routine border patrols. Can you get us past it? Xenovia asked. I can get us past the outer perimeter, Voss said. What waits at the center, I cannot promise. I was never given access to the ritual site itself. My knowledge ends at the edges of what I was permitted to see. They descended under cover of a concealment working. Rossweisse layered carefully around the group, picking their way down the crater's steep wall in careful, deliberate silence, and Issei felt the wrongness in the air grow sharper with every step closer to the floor, the hollow pull of it settling uncomfortably against the resonance he had spent 2 months learning to trust. The central structure, when they finally reached a vantage point close enough to make it out clearly, was unlike anything Issei had expected. No grand altar, no dramatic circle of standing stones. Instead, a simple, functional framework of dark metal and pulsing crystal, 6 distinct conduits feeding inward toward a central housing shaped, unmistakably, like an empty suit of armor, faceless, waiting, humming with a low, patient resonance that made Issei's skin crawl the moment he laid eyes on it. 6 conduits, Rossweisse whispered. 6 bloodlines already bound into the structure. That matches the timeline exactly. And a 7th housing left open, Cassandra said, voice tight. Waiting for the final source. A figure stood near the central framework, cloaked in dark, unmarked fabric, watching the pulsing crystal with the patient, unhurried posture of a man who had been waiting a very long time for this particular moment to arrive. Issei felt something in his chest tighten the instant he laid eyes on the figure, an instinct older than reason recognizing, on some level he could not fully articulate, exactly who was standing at the center of that crater. That's him, Cassandra breathed, her composure cracking for the first time since Issei had known her. The breaker of rings. 600 years, and he still walks this ground. As if the words themselves had carried across the distance, the cloaked figure turned, unhurried, toward the ridge where they crouched hidden, and even from this distance, Issei could feel the weight of a gaze that had watched 6 centuries of patient, careful erosion finally converge on this single moment. You may as well come down, the figure called, voice carrying easily across the crater floor without any visible effort, calm and measured in a way that made the hair on Issei's arms rise. I have been expecting you for some time now, bearer. Longer, in truth, than you have been alive to know it. Voss's jaw tightened beside Issei. There's no point in concealment now. He already knows we're here. They descended the rest of the way in open view, and as they crossed the crater floor, Issei got his first close look at the man who had spent 600 years dismantling every bearer of his bloodline before him. He was not what Issei expected, no ancient, withered figure clinging to unnatural life, but a man who looked, impossibly, no older than middle age, features calm and unremarkable, the kind of face that could disappear into any crowd without notice, which Issei suspected was very much the point. 6 other names fed this structure before yours, the breaker said, gesturing without ceremony toward the 6 active conduits. None of them chose it, not truly. Each one was simply the last piece left standing after everything else had been carefully, patiently removed. You are the first bearer I have faced directly in 6 centuries who arrived at my doorstep still carrying a court intact. His gaze moved, deliberate and assessing, across Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse. I confess, that is not a variable I encountered often enough across the centuries to have a fully prepared response ready for it. Then maybe you're finally out of options, Issei said, feeling the resonance settle steady in his chest despite the wrongness pressing down from every direction. The breaker's expression did not change, calm and patient as ever, but something in his posture shifted, subtle and deliberate, and Issei understood, watching it, that whatever came next was not going to be the desperate, cornered response of a man running out of time. Options, the breaker said quietly, are not something 600 years of patience ever leaves a man short of bearer. I simply had not yet needed to use all of mine. The breaker raised a single hand, unhurried, and the 6 active conduits along the framework flared in response, light surging inward toward the empty, waiting housing at the structure's center, and Issei felt the pull of it against his own chest, a hollow, hungry sensation like something trying to draw the resonance directly out of him without bothering to ask permission first. Get back from the conduits, Cassandra shouted, already moving, ash-colored hair whipping as she placed herself between the group and the nearest of the 6 pulsing crystals. It will try to draw on the bond the same way the wards in the chamber do, except in reverse. It does not want to reinforce your connection. It wants to consume it. Issei felt the truth of that warning almost immediately, a cold, dragging sensation pulling at the edges of his awareness, not a physical attack, but something more insidious, an attempt to reach directly for the resonance itself, the same bond that had carried him across a suppression ward in 4 seconds now being treated as raw fuel for a structure with no soul at all. Fight it, Rias said, gripping his hand tightly, gold light flaring around her in immediate, instinctive response. Don't let it in. The others closed ranks instantly, Xenovia's blue resolve and Rossweisse's silver focus weaving alongside Rias's gold, and Issei felt the familiar column of resonance rise to meet the breaker's pull, not with the practiced ease of the exhibition, but with a strained, effortful resistance that told him clearly this was a fight unlike anything they had faced before. The breaker watched the exchange with the same unhurried patience he had carried since they first descended into the crater, unbothered by the resistance, as though he had expected it, and had already accounted for exactly how long it would take to overcome. Interesting, he said. 6 previous bearers, and none of them resisted the initial draw for more than a handful of seconds before their own doubt did the work for me. You are lasting considerably longer. We're not going to make it easy for you, Issei ground out, feeling the strain of the pull mount with every passing second, the hollow structure's hunger relentless in a way raw physical combat had never quite matched. I did not expect you to, the breaker said, and gestured again, and this time the pull sharpened, no longer a broad, general draw against the bond as a whole, but a focused, deliberate attempt to isolate a single thread within it, and Issei felt it lock on to Rossweisse specifically, the same targeted precision the ambush outside the estate had once attempted, except magnified now by whatever power the 6 previous bloodlines had fed into this structure. Rossweisse gasped, staggering, staff nearly slipping from her grip as the pull dragged directly at her connection to the others, and Issei felt the resonance flicker, dangerously, at the sudden strain. Rossweisse. Issei's voice carried more fear than he intended, and he felt the old instinct rise immediately, the desperate urge to simply close the distance and physically shield her from whatever was happening. He did not act on instinct alone. He said it instead, the lesson Cassandra had drilled into all of them across a week of preparation rising automatically now under genuine, mortal pressure. Rossweisse, talk to me. Tell me what it's doing. It's not attacking me, Rossweisse managed, teeth gritted against the strain, silver light flickering unsteadily around her. It's trying to convince me I'm a weakness. That the bond would be stronger if it didn't have to account for me. It's using my own doubt from 4 nights ago, twisting it, magnifying it. You're not a weakness, Xenovia said fiercely, closing the distance to place a hand firmly on Rossweisse's shoulder, blue light steadying alongside the flickering silver. You called across a suppression ward and he came in 4 seconds. That's not weakness. That's proof. Say it back, Rias urged. Whatever it's telling you. Say the truth out loud instead of just fighting the doubt silently. Rossweisse's breathing steadied, slowly, and when she spoke again, her voice carried a fierce, unshaking certainty that cut cleanly through the breaker's manufactured doubt. I am not a weakness in this bond. I am part of what makes it hold. The silver light around her surged, steady now, fully restored, and the hollow pull trying to isolate her thread from the rest snapped away, unable to find purchase against the doubt that had already been named, examined, and rejected in the open rather than left to fester quietly in silence. The breaker's expression shifted for the first time since they had entered the crater, the faintest crack of genuine surprise breaking through 6 centuries of practiced patience. That should not be possible, he said, quieter now, some of the unhurried calm finally giving way to something sharper. Doubt spoken aloud loses its purchase. I know this. I have always known this. It is precisely why every previous bearer's court learned, eventually, painfully, to keep such doubts private, out of some misguided instinct toward politeness, toward not wanting to burden one another with fears that might prove unfounded. Then that was their mistake, Issei said, feeling the resonance surge back to full strength around all 4 of them, the structure's hollow pull finally losing its grip entirely. We don't make it. The breaker studied them for a long moment, something calculating and cold settling behind his calm expression, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried the weight of a man recalculating an approach that had worked flawlessly for 600 years and had only just, for the very first time, failed to produce the result he expected. Then I will simply have to remind you, he said quietly, that resonance is not the only force this structure was built to consume. He raised both hands this time, and the 6 active conduits flared in unison, the empty housing at the center of the framework beginning, for the first time, to hum with something that no longer felt hollow at all, but hungry in an entirely new and far more dangerous way. The empty housing at the center of the framework began to change, dark metal shifting and reforming with a low, grinding groan, 6 centuries worth of stolen resonance finally finding a shape to pour itself into as the breaker's raised hands guided the process with the same unhurried precision he brought to everything else. He's activating it early, Voss said, drawing a blade Issei had not seen him carry until that exact moment, his stance shifting immediately into something hard and focused. It was never meant to complete without your bloodline as the 7th source, but 6 is apparently enough to produce something dangerous, if not something finished. The housing finished its transformation into a rough, humanoid shape, armor plating dark and seamless, no face beneath the helm, no visible eyes, only a faint, pulsing light where a heart should have been, and when it moved for the first time, tearing free of the framework that had held it, the motion carried a wrongness that made Issei's stomach turn. Fluid and precise in a way that had nothing to do with muscle or breath or any of the things that made movement feel alive. That is not a person, Cassandra said grimly, already falling into a defensive stance beside the others. Do not mistake it for one. It has no fear to exploit, no doubt to plant, no bond of its own to erode. It is simply raw, stolen power given enough shape to be pointed at a target. The construct's first strike came without warning, faster than anything its bulk should have allowed, and Issei barely got his arm up in time, the boosted gear's gauntlet absorbing an impact that rattled through his entire frame with considerably more force than Voss's opening strike in the arena weeks earlier had carried. Boost, the gear roared, and the resonance answered immediately, gold and blue and silver weaving into crimson without hesitation, the lesson of the last hour already fully internalized, no room left for doubt to find purchase even under this kind of pressure. The construct did not react to the resonance the way Voss had, did not pause to study or calculate or attempt to exploit some seam in the bond. It simply pressed forward, relentless, 6 stolen bloodlines worth of raw power driving every strike with a singular, mindless purpose that made it, in its own way, more dangerous than any patient, calculating enemy could have been. It doesn't get tired, Rossweisse called out, staff weaving a rapid series of defensive glyphs as she fell back from a strike that cratered the ground where she had been standing a half-second earlier. It doesn't feel doubt or fear. We can't outthink this the way we outthought Voss. Then we outfight it, Xenovia said, Duran now flashing as she met the construct's next strike head-on, the holy blade's edge screeching against dark armor plating that should not have been able to withstand a direct hit, and somehow, impossibly, held. The breaker watched the exchange from the edge of the crater floor, his expression unreadable, and Issei understood, even mid-fight, that this was not the breaker's final answer to what had happened moments earlier. This was a delay, A test, buying time for whatever came next while the construct absorbed the brunt of a confrontation the breaker himself had no intention of entering directly. Rias, Issei called, feeling the resonance surge and strain in equal measure against the construct's relentless assault. We need more than defense. Working on it, Rias called back, crimson power gathering fully around her hands, and Issei felt the bond shift in response, not simply reinforcing his own strikes now but actively weaving into a single, unified strategy the way it had against Voss in the arena's final exchange, four sources of will converging around a single, shared purpose. The construct pressed forward again, and this time all four of them moved together without needing to call it aloud, positions shifting in practice, tested formation, Xenovia and Voss pressing the construct's attention from the front while Rias's power gathered behind Issei's raised gauntlet and Rossweisse glyphs wove a containing field around the entire exchange, cutting off any avenue of retreat back toward the breaker's position. Boost, the gear called again, and this time the resonance answered with the full weight of everything the last 2 months had built, gold and blue and silver braiding fully into crimson, a column of light that met the construct's next strike and, for the first time since the fight began, did not merely hold, but drove forward, pushing the hollow, faceless construct backward across the crater floor toward the very framework that had birthed it. The construct staggered, armor plating cracking along a fracture line where the resonance strike had connected, and for the first time, something like hesitation flickered through its movements, mindless purpose momentarily disrupted by damage its stolen power had not accounted for having to sustain. Now, Cassandra called, and Issei felt the resonance gather one final time, all four of them pouring everything they had left into a single, decisive strike, and the column of light surged forward, catching the construct fully, driving it back into the framework's ruined center with an impact that shook the entire crater floor and sent a shockwave of displaced dust rolling outward in every direction. When the dust settled, the construct lay motionless amid the wreckage of the framework that had built it, dark armor plating cracked and dim, the faint pulsing light where its heart should have been finally, completely extinguished. Issei stood over it, chest heaving, the resonance still humming through his frame, and turned to find the breaker watching the outcome with an expression that had finally, fully lost every trace of its practiced calm. 600 years, the breaker said quietly, and for the first time, Issei heard something in his voice that sounded almost like genuine, unguarded shock. 6 centuries of patient, careful work, and you have undone more of it in a single afternoon than I believed any bearer could manage in a lifetime. Then maybe it's time you learned something new, Issei said, steady despite the exhaustion pulling at every muscle in his body. Whatever you thought you knew about how this always ends. It doesn't have to end that way anymore. The breaker studied him for a long, silent moment, something calculating shifting behind his eyes, and when he finally spoke again, his voice carried a weight Issei had not expected to hear from a man who had just watched 6 centuries of careful strategy collapse in a single afternoon. Perhaps, the breaker said slowly. Or perhaps, bearer, you have simply forced my hand toward an approach I have always kept in reserve, for precisely the day my patience finally failed me. He raised one hand, and the air around him began to shimmer with something colder, older, and far more unsettling than anything the construct had carried. I did not survive 600 years by relying on only one method of erosion. The shimmer around the breaker resolved, slowly, into a shape none of them had expected, and Issei felt his stomach drop as the outline sharpened into unmistakable familiarity, a figure standing at the breaker's side that had no business existing anywhere near this crater. Calder. Except it was not Calder, not truly, the shape of him rendered with unsettling precision but the eyes wrong, flat and distant in a way the real man's had never been even at his most calculating, and Issei understood, watching it, exactly what he was looking at. An illusion, Voss said grimly, recognition dawning across his features. He carries this technique. I have seen him use it once before, decades ago, against a bearer who broke the instant his oldest friend appeared to turn against him mid-battle. It is not a construct built from stolen resonance like the last one. It is simply a very old, very refined method of exploiting exactly what a target already fears. Calder is not your enemy any longer, the false Calder said, voice pitched with unnerving accuracy, and Issei felt a flicker of old, instinctive doubt rise despite already knowing the truth of what stood in front of him. He never told you the whole truth of what he offered the court, did he? He is still working with us, bearer. He always was. Every word of contrition in that estate was simply the final piece of the same strategy he began months ago. That's not true, Rias said immediately, sharp and certain, cutting through the moment before the doubt could settle any deeper. We were there. We heard him. That's not Calder, and even if it were, we already know exactly what kind of trick this is. The false Calder's expression flickered, something briefly uncertain crossing features that were not truly his to begin with, and Issei felt the doubt it had tried to plant dissolve almost as quickly as it had risen, named and rejected before it could take any real hold. Nice try, Issei said. But I've had this exact conversation with the real Calder already. I know what he actually said. You don't get to rewrite it just because you can make his face. The illusion's composure cracked further, and the breaker, watching from behind it, allowed the shape to dissolve back into shimmering air, his expression settling into something colder and more calculating than the patient mask he had worn since they first arrived. You have clearly built something considerably more resilient than any bond one have encountered before, the breaker said. I will admit that much freely. But resilience is not invulnerability, bearer, and I have 6 centuries of patience remaining even after this particular afternoon's setbacks. Then maybe it's time you learn patience isn't unlimited, Cassandra said, stepping forward, ash-colored hair whipping in a wind that had nothing to do with the crater's natural conditions, and Issei felt something shift in her presence, an old, deep power rising that he had never seen her draw on before. I have waited 600 years for someone to walk this ground and finally prove your method broken. I did not survive this long simply to watch you retreat and rebuild for another 3 centuries. The breaker's eyes narrowed, studying Cassandra with sudden, sharp attention. You, he said slowly, something shifting in his voice, recognition dawning where none had been before. I know that presence. I thought I had buried it centuries ago. You thought wrong, Cassandra said, and the ground beneath her feet began to crack, ancient power gathering with a weight that made even the breaker take an involuntary step backward. I was there, breaker, the night the first king fell. I was the last name carved into that chamber wall, the one you could never quite finish eroding before the end came anyway, because I refused to leave, right up until the very last moment his heart stopped beating. The revelation landed over the group like a physical weight, and Issei felt the pieces of 2 months of careful, patient training suddenly click into a fuller, more devastating shape, understanding now exactly why Cassandra had thrown herself so completely into ensuring his own story did not end the same way hers once had. I have spent 6 centuries since that night making certain no bearer after him would ever stand alone the way he did at the end, Cassandra said, voice steady despite the raw grief threading through it. I failed, again and again, across every bearer before this one, because I could never find one willing to actually let his court hold the line instead of pushing them away to protect them. Issei did not make that mistake. And I will not let you erase what he has built the way you erased everything I once loved. The breaker studied her for a long, tense moment, something calculating and wary settling behind his flat, ancient eyes, and when he finally spoke again, his voice had lost the last of its unhurried patience entirely. Then it seems, he said quietly, that this confrontation has become considerably more personal than I originally intended it to be. He raised both hands, and the crater floor itself began to tremble, dark energy gathering with a density that dwarfed everything the construct had carried. Very well, old ghost. Let us finish what should have ended 600 years ago. The dark energy gathering around the breaker pressed down over the entire crater floor, a weight unlike anything the construct had carried, ancient and patient and utterly without mercy, and Issei felt Cassandra's power rise to meet it, 6 centuries of grief and resolve finally given room to answer a debt she had carried alone since the night the first king died. Stand with me, Cassandra said, not looking away from the breaker, but the words were clearly meant for all 4 of them. I could not save him because I stood alone at the very end, the last name left on a throne that had already emptied around us. I will not make that mistake twice. Issei felt the resonance shift the moment she spoke, the bond that had carried the 4 of them through every test since the ambush outside the estate reaching outward now to include a 5th thread, ancient and grieving but unmistakably, fiercely present, and the light that gathered around them all deepened in response. Gold and blue and silver now threaded through with something older, a pale, steady color that Issei realized, with a jolt, matched exactly the faded illustration Griselda had shown them weeks ago of the first king's court laying down their weapons not in surrender, but in oath. You cannot simply borrow strength that does not belong to you, the breaker said, though something uncertain had entered his voice for the first time since the confrontation began. Resonance answers a bond earned through choice and trust built over time. It does not simply appear because you are frightened of losing. We're not frightened, Rossweisse said, staff raised, silver light steady and unwavering. We already know exactly what this bond is capable of. You're the one who's never seen it hold this many threads at once. The breaker's dark energy surged forward, and the resonance rose to meet it, 5 sources now instead of 4, and Issei felt something shift fundamentally in the shape of the power moving through him, no longer simply a column of combined light but something closer to the vision the throne had once shown him, an army meeting an army, except this time the army standing with him was not a projection of the past, but the living, present truth of everyone who had chosen, deliberately and repeatedly, not to let this particular story end the way it always had before. The collision between the two forces shook the crater to its foundations, dust and displaced stone rising in a churning cloud around the point of impact, and for a long, suspended moment neither side gave ground. 6 centuries of patient, engineered erosion locked directly against everything Issei's court had built together across 2 months of deliberate, hard-won trust. This is not possible, the breaker said, strain finally cracking through his composure, ancient power straining against a resistance he had never once encountered across 300 years of careful, methodical work. 6 bloodlines fed that construct. 6 centuries of refined method built this confrontation. You should not be able to hold against this. You built your entire strategy around one assumption, Issei said, feeling the resonance surge harder in response to the breaker's faltering conviction, 5 threads weaving tighter with every passing second. That every cord eventually breaks if you're patient enough. You spent 600 years proving that assumption right, over and over, until you forgot to ask what happens the day it's finally wrong. The pale light of Cassandra's grief threaded fully through the column now, 6 centuries of carried loss transforming, in this single moment, into something closer to resolution than sorrow, and Issei felt the combined resonance surge forward with a force that finally, unmistakably, began to push the breaker's dark power backward across the crater floor. The breaker staggered, ancient composure fracturing further with every step he was forced to give, and something in his expression shifted, the flat, patient calculation of 6 centuries finally giving way to something Issei had not expected to see from him at all. Fear. 600 years, the breaker said, voice tight, strained, the dark energy around him flickering unsteadily as the resonance continued to press forward. 600 years of certainty, and you would undo all of it in a single afternoon. You spent 600 years trying to prove that people always let each other down eventually, Issei said, closing the distance now, the resonance carrying him forward with a certainty that felt less like raw power and more like simple, unshakable truth. We're here to prove you wrong. Not just for me. For every barrier you already broke before I got the chance to stop you. The final surge of resonance overtook the breaker completely, ancient power finally giving way beneath the combined weight of 5 threads that refused, absolutely and without exception, to let a single one of them come loose, and the crater floor lit with a column of light bright enough that Issei had to close his eyes against it, the culmination of everything 2 months of deliberate, hard-won trust had built finally, fully unleashed. When the light faded, the breaker knelt at the center of the ruined framework, ancient power spent, dark energy dissolved entirely, and for the first time since Issei had laid eyes on him, the man looked, impossibly, every one of his 600 years. It's over, Issei said, standing over him, chest heaving, the resonance still humming steady and unbroken through his frame. Whatever you were trying to finish here, it ends now. The breaker looked up at him, something unreadable moving behind ancient, weary eyes, and when he finally spoke, his voice carried none of the calm, patient malice it had held since they first descended into the crater. Perhaps, he said quietly. Or perhaps, bearer, you have simply delayed the only ending I have ever truly believed in. His gaze shifted, briefly, to Cassandra, something that might have been old, buried regret flickering across his features. I am sorry, old ghost. For what it may be worth to you, after 600 years. I never intended for it to take this long, or cost this much, to finally be proven wrong. And then, before anyone could move to stop him, the breaker's form began to dissolve, not in defeat, but in deliberate, final retreat, ancient magic scattering him into fragments of shadow that thinned and vanished into the crater's dust before a single hand could close around him. He's gone, Voss said grimly, scanning the empty space where the breaker had knelt only seconds before. Not destroyed. Simply gone. 600 years of patience does not end that easily, even in defeat. Cassandra stood very still, staring at the empty space, and when she finally spoke, her voice carried a complicated mixture of grief and something that might, finally, after 6 centuries, have been the beginning of peace. No, she agreed quietly. It does not end that easily. But it ends differently than it ever has before, and after 600 years, Issei, I find that difference matters more than I ever believed it could. The crater fell quiet in the aftermath, dust settling slowly over the ruined framework and the 6 now dark, inert conduits that had fed the construct's brief, violent life, and Issei found himself standing amid the wreckage feeling less like a victor and more like someone who had just glimpsed the true scale of a war that had been running, quietly and patiently, for far longer than his own lifetime could account for. 6 bloodlines, Rossweisse said quietly, moving carefully among the dark conduits, staff held low, studying each one with careful, mournful attention. 6 courts, worn away over 3 centuries, and we don't even know their names. We can find out, Rias said, kneeling beside one of the conduits, examining the faint markings etched into its base. If the court kept records of what they harvested, we should be able to trace at least some of it back to the bearers it came from. They deserve to be remembered properly. Not just as raw material for something that never should have existed. Cassandra moved slowly through the wreckage, her expression carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who had just set down a weight she had carried for 600 years, lighter for it, but not yet fully able to trust that the weight was actually gone. I will help with that, she said. It is, I think, the least I can do for names I never had the chance to learn while they still might have mattered to hear them. Voss stood near the crater's edge, sheathing the blade he had drawn earlier, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the ruined framework. The court will not simply disappear because their leadership retreated today, he said. The breaker built this organization across 6 centuries. There will be others, cells and resources scattered across territories none of us have mapped yet, operating independently of any single point of failure. Then we deal with that when it comes, Issei said, feeling the exhaustion of the fight finally settling into his limbs now that the immediate danger had passed. One piece at a time. We just took apart something that took 300 years to build. I think we've earned the right to catch our breath before we go looking for the next piece. Xenovia, who had been quiet since the resonance finally overtook the breaker, stepped closer to Issei, Durand al-Shid at her side, her expression carrying something warmer than the grim focus she had maintained throughout the fight. You held that resonance across 5 threads, she said. I've never seen anything like it. Not from you, not from anyone. I didn't do it alone, Issei said, looking around at all of them, Rias still crouched by the conduit, Rossweisse cataloging markings with careful precision, Cassandra standing amid wreckage that represented the end of a grief she had carried since before any of their grandparents had been born. None of us did. That's kind of the whole point. Cassandra straightened from where she had been examining the last of the conduits, and something in her posture shifted, formal in a way Issei had not seen from her before, as though she were preparing to say something she had rehearsed across 6 centuries without ever expecting to actually reach the moment of saying it aloud. I told you weeks ago that the first king's story was a warning, she said. I did not tell you the full truth of how completely I meant that. I was there at the end. I watched the last threads of his court unravel, one by one, over years I could not stop and choices I could not undo, and when the final moment came, I was the only one left standing on that throne beside him, and it was not enough. One person was never going to be enough, not against a method built specifically to exploit exactly that kind of isolation. The crater fell quiet around her words, dust settling in the pale, filtered light, and Issei found himself listening with the full, undivided attention the moment clearly demanded. I have spent 600 years since that night believing I failed him, Cassandra continued. Believing that if I had simply been stronger, faster, wiser, I could have held the lion alone the way no single person is ever built to hold it. It took watching you, all four of you, refuse to let that mistake repeat itself, to finally understand the truth I spent 6 centuries too grieved to see clearly. It was never a failure of strength. It was simply an impossible task, given to one person who should never have had to carry it alone in the first place. You're not alone now, Rossweisse said quietly, stepping closer. No, Cassandra agreed, and something in her expression eased, old grief finally beginning, after 6 centuries, to loosen its grip. I am not. And neither, I think, is any of you, so long as you remember exactly what today proved. The bond does not simply protect you from the breaker's methods. It undoes 600 years of certainty that those methods always work eventually. That matters, Issei. Not just for you. For every court that will ever carry a burden like this one again, long after all of us are gone. The walk back up out of the crater took longer than the descent had, exhaustion from the fight settling fully into all of them now that the adrenaline had faded, but Issei found the climb easier than he expected, buoyed by something steadier than physical strength, the quiet, certain presence of Rias's hand in his, Xenovia's steady pace beside him. Rossweisse's careful attention still cataloging every detail of what they had just survived, Voss walking a measured distance behind them, no longer an enemy, not quite yet a friend, but something honest in between the two. At the crater's rim, looking back down at the wreckage of a 300-year plan finally undone, Issei felt the full weight of everything the last 2 months had built finally settle into something he could actually name. Not just a bond that had survived every test thrown at it. A court that had chosen, deliberately and repeatedly, to remain his own. News of the crater's confrontation reached the Underworld Council within hours, filtered carefully through Graphia's office to ensure the account that spread carried the full, verified truth rather than whatever exaggerated or diminished version might otherwise have taken root in the retelling. And by the time Issei and the others returned to the Gremory estate that evening, Xerxes was already waiting for them, along with Serafal, Griselda, and more surprising than either of them, Calder himself, standing quietly near the edge of the room as though uncertain of his welcome even now. The 6 conduits have been secured for proper investigation, Xerxes said, rising as they entered. Rossweisse's notes on the markings will help enormously in tracing them back to the bloodlines they were taken from. That work will take time, but it will be done properly, and thoroughly, and every name recovered will be honored rather than left as an anonymous footnote in someone else's ambition. And the court itself, Xenovia asked? Voss says this isn't over? That there will be more cells, more resources, scattered across territory none of us have mapped. He is very likely correct, Xerxes said. Which is why the Council has already authorized a joint task force, drawing on resources from the Underworld, the Church, and Asgard alike, to begin identifying and dismantling whatever remains of the court's infrastructure. It will not be quick work. 3 centuries of careful concealment does not unravel in a single season. But it will not be work any of you are required to carry alone, either. That much I intend to make certain of personally. Calder stepped forward then, hesitant, and Issei turned to find the man's expression carrying none of the exhausted grief from the estate days earlier, replaced instead by something steadier, a purpose finally reclaimed after months of having it borrowed and twisted by someone else's design. I would like to formally offer whatever remains of my family's resources and archives to that task force, Calder said. Not as penance, though I understand if that is how it will always be read. Simply because I believe, now more than ever, that the work matters, and because I have spent 30 years building expertise in exactly the kind of careful, evidence-based analysis this effort will require. Xerxes studied him for a long moment, then nodded, slow and deliberate. The Council will need to review the terms carefully, given everything that has happened. But I do not see a reason to refuse expertise freely offered, particularly not when it comes from someone who has clearly reckoned honestly with how it was previously misused. Issei watched the exchange with something that felt, unexpectedly, like quiet satisfaction, the man who had once tried to legislate him into isolation now standing in the same room, offering genuine help rather than calculated opposition, and he found himself thinking that perhaps this, too, was part of what the last 2 months had actually been building toward, not simply a fight won, but an old, engineered pattern of erosion and division proven capable of being undone even in the people who had once been its instruments. Griselda, who had remained quiet through most of the discussion, finally spoke, her tone carrying the same careful gravity she had brought to their first meeting in the cathedral weeks earlier. "I would like to formally extend the Church's continued support as well," she said. "Not simply for the task force, though that support stands. I believe, after everything Cassandra revealed today about her own history with the First King, that there is considerably more to document about this bloodline's true origins than any of us understood even a month ago. That work matters too, and I believe it matters most when it is done in partnership rather than isolation." Cassandra, standing near the room's edge, inclined her head at that, something in her posture finally, visibly lighter than it had been at any point since Issei had first met her. "I would welcome that partnership," she said. "I have carried this history alone for 6 centuries, in no small part because I did not believe anyone else would understand its full weight. I begin to think, now, that assumption was as mistaken as every other piece of isolation I once believed necessary to protect." The meeting wound down slowly after that, practical arrangements settling into place, dates and resources and responsibilities divided among people who had, only hours earlier, been standing together in a crater fighting for something considerably larger than any of them had fully understood when the day began. Issei found himself, eventually, standing alone on the estate's outer balcony, looking out over the pale, layered sky of the underworld, feeling the exhaustion of the day finally catch up with him in full. Rias found him there first, followed shortly by Xenovia and Rossweisse, and the 4 of them stood together at the railing in comfortable, unhurried silence, the kind that no longer needed words to confirm what all of them already understood. "Cassandra told me something, before we left the crater," Rossweisse said eventually, breaking the quiet. "She said today wasn't just the end of a plan 3 centuries in the making. She said it was the first time in 600 years that the pattern actually broke. That whatever comes next, from whatever remains of the court, they're not facing the same certainty they've always relied on anymore." "Good," Xenovia said simply. "Let them come. We've already proven what happens when they do." Issei looked out at the underworld sky, thinking of the names still waiting to be recovered from 6 dark, silent conduits, of a man 600 years old who had retreated into shadow rather than accept defeat, of Cassandra's grief finally beginning, after all this time, to loosen its grip, and of everything still ahead of them that none of tonight's careful arrangements could fully account for. "This isn't over," he said quietly. "Not the court. Not whatever's still out there planning the next piece of this. I know that." "We know it too," Rias said, her hand finding his against the railing, steady and certain the way it had been every single time it mattered most. "But we also know something the breakers spent 600 years refusing to believe. Whatever comes next, we're not facing it the way every bearer before you did." "No silence," Xenovia added, echoing the words that had carried them through the arena weeks earlier and through a crater floor just hours ago. "No silence," Rossweisse agreed. Issei felt the resonance settle steady and unshakable in his chest, 4 threads woven tight, a 5th still healing but no longer alone in carrying what 600 years had cost her, and looked out over the underworld sky toward whatever remained still hidden, still waiting, still patient in ways none of them had fully mapped yet. "No silence," he agreed. "Whatever comes next." 3 weeks passed before the Joint Task Force produced its first real breakthrough, and Issei spent most of those weeks in a rhythm that felt, for the first time since his exile hearing had begun, almost like an ordinary life. Training with Cassandra in the mornings. Council briefings in the afternoons, though now he attended them as a participant in the court investigation rather than a subject of council scrutiny. Evenings with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, quiet dinners and quieter conversations that had nothing at all to do with bloodlines or ancient enemies, and which Issei found himself treasuring more than he had expected to. It could not last, and he had known that from the beginning, but the news Grafia brought to the estate on a gray, overcast morning still landed harder than he expected. The task force has identified 6 additional court operations across 3 territories, Xenovia said, spreading a map across the long table in the east wing, small red markers indicating locations Issei did not recognize. Most are minor storage sites, communication relays, the kind of infrastructure any organization needs to function across the scale the court has apparently operated at for centuries. But this one. She tapped a marker near the map's northern edge, isolated from the others. This one concerns me considerably more than the rest. Why? Rias asked, leaning in to study the location. Because it sits directly atop the ancestral burial ground of the third bloodline the Hollow Crown drew from, Xenovia said. A pantheon largely extinct now, their surviving descendants scattered and mostly unaware of their own heritage. If the court retreated there after the crater confrontation, I do not believe it is coincidence. I believe the Breaker may be attempting to recover something from that site to compensate for what he lost when the construct was destroyed. Cassandra, seated at the table's far end, went very still at the description. The Vultane bloodline, she said quietly. I know that name. It was the third to fall, nearly 150 years ago, though I did not learn until recently that it had been part of the same pattern. If the Breaker is returning there now, it is very likely because their burial ground still holds something he needs and has not yet fully claimed. What kind of something? Xenovia asked. I do not know with certainty, Cassandra admitted. But every bloodline capable of resonance leaves behind some residue when its bearer falls, the way the chamber beneath our own ruin holds the residue of the first king's court. If the Vultane burial ground holds a similar reservoir, and the Breaker was unable to fully extract it before now, he may be attempting to claim it directly this time, without the elaborate ritual apparatus we destroyed in the crater. A shortcut, Rossweisse said grimly. Something faster and cruder than the Hollow Crown, built out of desperation rather than patience. That would be consistent with everything we have seen from him since the crater, Cassandra said. 600 years of patience finally proven fallible tends to produce exactly that kind of desperate improvisation. Xenovia straightened from the map, her expression settling into the careful, focused calculation Issei had come to associate with every major decision she made. The task force can reach the site within 2 days if we commit resources immediately. I would prefer to move faster than that, but coordinating between 3 separate factions' security forces does not happen instantly, regardless of how urgent the need. We don't have to wait for the full task force, Issei said. We got to the crater faster than that. We can get there faster than that again. I would advise against moving without support this time, Xenovia said carefully. The crater confrontation nearly overwhelmed all 4 of you even with Cassandra's assistance. If the Breaker has had 3 weeks to recover and adapt his strategy, I do not want to underestimate what he might have prepared in response to what happened there. She's right, Rias said before Issei could argue further. We beat him once because he underestimated what our bond could do. He won't make that mistake twice. If we're going to face him again, I'd rather go in with backup than prove his old assumptions right by rushing in alone and getting overconfident. Issei felt the truth of that settle over his frustration, tempering the urgency without erasing it entirely. Okay. But if he's already there, and he's already close to whatever he's trying to claim, 2 days might already be too late. Then we send an advance team, Xenovia said. Small enough to move quickly, strong enough to hold a position until reinforcements arrive. I would suggest exactly the 4 of you, along with Cassandra and Voss, departing within the hour, while the broader task force mobilizes behind you as fast as coordination allows. Cassandra nodded slowly, something grim and resolute settling over her features. I know that ground better than any of you. The Vultane bloodline's fall happened during a period when I was still actively searching for any surviving trace of resistance against the pattern that killed the first king. I never found what I was looking for there, all those decades ago. I begin to suspect, now, that I simply arrived too late, and whatever I was searching for was already gone by the time I reached it. Then let's make sure we're not too late this time, Issei said, already moving toward the door, the quiet, ordinary rhythm of the last 3 weeks giving way, once again, to the familiar, focused urgency of a fight not yet finished. Behind him, Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse fell into step without hesitation, the same formation that had carried them through the arena, through the ambush outside the estate, through the crater floor where 600 years of patient certainty had finally, unmistakably cracked. Whatever waited at the Voltaigne burial ground, Issei understood, walking out into the grey underworld morning, they would not be facing it the way every bearer before him always had. They would be facing it together. The Voltaigne burial ground sat at the edge of a frozen, wind-scoured plateau far north of any territory the noble houses actively maintained, a landscape so different from the ruins' cracked earth and pale sky that Issei found himself disoriented for a long moment after the transportation circle deposited them at its edge, snow whipping past in stinging sheets under a sky the color of old iron. This far north, Rossweisse said, pulling her coat tighter, staff already gathering warmth around her in a subtle, practiced working, the resonance should be faint. Ambient magic thins out this close to the old boundary lines. If the breaker is drawing on something here, it should stand out clearly against the background. She was right. Issei felt at the moment she said it, a faint, cold pull emanating from somewhere beyond the ridge ahead of them, similar in shape to the wrongness that had radiated from the crater weeks earlier, though smaller, tighter, more contained. Smaller operation than the hollow crown, Voss observed, studying the pull with the same professional focus he had once brought to studying Issei himself. Consistent with what Cassandra suggested. A shortcut, built quickly, out of necessity rather than careful design. They crested the ridge carefully, and below them, in a shallow valley carved into the frozen ground, a modest excavation was underway, far smaller than the crater's elaborate framework, just a handful of dark-robed figures working around a single, exposed structure that Issei recognized, with a chill that had nothing to do with the cold, as a burial marker. Ancient stone carved with symbols similar to the ones lining the chamber beneath his own training ground. The breaker himself was not immediately visible, and Issei felt a flicker of uncertainty at that, wondering whether Graphia's information had led them somewhere he had already left behind. "He's here," Cassandra said quietly, scanning the valley with narrowed focus. "I can feel him. He is simply being more careful this time, keeping himself concealed until he judges the moment worth revealing himself." They descended into the valley under the same concealment working Rossweisse had used at the crater, and as they drew closer to the excavation, Issei could make out the workers more clearly, 6 of them, moving with the disciplined, unhurried efficiency of people who had done this kind of work many times before, methodically clearing frozen earth away from the ancient burial marker without any apparent urgency at all. "They don't know we're here yet," Xenovia whispered. "Or they don't care," Voss said grimly. "The court does not typically leave sites like this unprotected. If those 6 are moving without visible security, it is very likely because the security is not visible for a reason." The warning came a half-second too late. The ground beneath Rossweisse's feet shifted, a hidden ward flaring to life in response to the concealment working passing directly over it, and the excavation crew below scattered instantly into defensive positions, the disciplined, unhurried efficiency snapping immediately into something far more dangerous. "So much for the element of surprise," Rias muttered, crimson power already gathering around her hands as the 6 workers revealed themselves to be considerably more than simple laborers, each one settling into a combat stance that spoke of extensive, coordinated training. 6 against 6, Voss said, drawing his blade. "Better odds than the crater, at least." The fight that followed was faster and more brutal than either the ambush outside the estate or the confrontation at the crater, the court operatives clearly selected for direct combat skill rather than the more elaborate ritual work the crater's excavation had required. Issei found himself matched almost immediately against 2 of them at once, boosted strength meeting disciplined, coordinated resistance that gave no ground easily. "Boost," the gear called, and the resonance answered immediately, 4 threads weaving tight even amid the chaos of combat, and Issei felt the familiar surge carry him through the 2 operatives' combined assault, driving them back across the frozen ground with a force neither had clearly anticipated. Across the valley, Xenovia's Durandal carved through the cold air in short, efficient arcs. Rossweisse's staff wove defensive glyphs fast enough to catch every retaliatory strike aimed at exposed flanks, and Voss moved with the same economical, practiced precision Issei remembered from the arena, no wasted motion, every strike calculated to end its exchange as quickly as possible. It was Cassandra who finished the fight, ancient power rising with a weight that scattered the remaining operatives before they could fully regroup, the same grief-tempered resolve that had overwhelmed the breaker weeks earlier settling now into something colder, more controlled. 6 centuries of patience finally given a direct target worth spending it on. The last operative went down hard, and the valley fell quiet except for the wind, snow already beginning to settle over the scattered signs of the brief, violent exchange. That was too easy, Rossweisse said, catching her breath, scanning the valley with careful, wary attention. 6 trained operatives, and we cleared them in minutes. Either the court's true strength is considerably weaker than we assumed, or something else is going on here. Or it was never meant to hold us here at all, Cassandra finished grimly, already turning toward the exposed burial marker at the valley's center, where the disturbed earth around it revealed, now that the fighting had cleared, a narrow opening leading down into darkness that had not been visible from the ridge above. It was meant to slow us down, while whatever actually mattered happened somewhere we were never meant to see coming. Issei felt the cold pull of the resonance sharpen suddenly, the faint wrongness they had sensed from the ridge intensifying into something far more immediate, and he understood, with a sinking certainty, exactly what Cassandra meant a half-second before she said it aloud. "He's already down there," Cassandra said. "And I do not believe we have much time left to stop him from finishing whatever he came here to do." The passage beneath the burial marker descended steeply into the frozen earth, walls of packed stone and ice narrowing with every step, and Issei felt the cold pull of resonance grow sharper the deeper they went, until it settled finally into something almost like pressure against his own chest, familiar in a way that unsettled him more than any unfamiliar sensation could have. "It feels like the chamber," he said quietly, as the passage finally opened into a low, wide space at its base. "Like the ruin back home." "Why would it feel the same here?" "Because it very likely is the same, in essence," Cassandra said, her voice carrying a tightness Issei had not heard from her since the crater. "Every bearer's court leaves something behind when the bond finally breaks. The shape of that residue may differ. The nature of it does not." The chamber ahead of them was smaller than the one beneath Issei's own ruin, its walls bearing carved names in a script Issei did not recognize, faded and worn in ways that spoke of considerably more than 150 years of neglect, though Cassandra had said the Voltaine bloodline fell only that long ago. At the chamber's center, the breaker knelt before a single, unbroken pillar of pale stone, hands pressed flat against its surface, and around him the air shimmered with the same cold, hungry wrongness Issei had felt radiating from the valley above. "You are more resourceful than I anticipated," the breaker said without turning, his voice carrying none of the calm, unhurried patience it had held at the crater, replaced now by something tighter, more strained. 6 operatives should have held this ground considerably longer than they apparently did. "You didn't actually need them to hold us," Issei said, remembering Cassandra's warning from the valley above. "You just needed enough time to get down here." The breaker's hands pressed harder against the pillar, and Issei felt the pull of resonance sharpen further, the pale stone beginning to hum with a light that had nothing warm or familiar about it at all. "The Voltaine bloodline's court fell faster than any I engineered before or since," the breaker said. "A single betrayal, decisive and complete, rather than the slow erosion I typically prefer. The residue left behind here is correspondingly more concentrated, more volatile, than what I was ever able to extract from the crater's 6 sources combined. It should be more than sufficient to compensate for what your resonance strike destroyed 3 weeks ago." "Compensate for what?" Rossweisse asked, staff raised, though something in her voice carried more caution than open hostility, reading the strain in the breaker's posture with the same careful attention she brought to any unfamiliar working. "For 600 years of patience finally exhausted," the breaker said, and for the first time, Issei heard something raw beneath the strain, an old, buried desperation that 6 centuries of calm, calculated malice had always kept carefully hidden before now. "I did not survive this long by relying on a single method, bearer. But every method I have ever employed depends on time. Careful, patient time, spent isolating a target slowly enough that the erosion feels natural rather than engineered. You took that from me. Not simply the construct at the crater. The certainty that time would always, eventually, work in my favor regardless of how any single confrontation resolved. So now you're rushing," Xenovia said. "Taking shortcuts. Doing exactly what you spent 600 years telling yourself patient men never need to do." The breaker's composure cracked further at that, something almost like anger flashing behind ancient, weary eyes. I have earned the right to whatever methods remain available to me, he said. 6 centuries, bearer. 6 centuries of watching bloodline after bloodline prove the same truth I learned watching the first king fall, that no bond survives long enough to matter, that isolation always, eventually, wins. You are the single exception in 600 years of otherwise perfect certainty. I do not know what to do with an exception. I only know that I am not prepared to simply accept that 6 centuries of pattern were wrong, not without a fight considerably more thorough than the one you gave me in that crater. The pillar's hum intensified, pale light gathering densely around the breaker's hands, and Issei felt the pull of it strengthen, hungry and cold, reaching not just toward the pillar's residue but outward faintly, toward the resonance still humming steady in his own chest. He's trying to draw on both sources at once, Cassandra said sharply. The Vultane residue, and whatever he can still pull from the bond directly. We need to stop this now, before he finds a combination that actually works. Issei felt the familiar weight of decision settle over him, the same instinct that had carried him through the crater rising now with sharper, more immediate urgency. He looked at Rias, at Xenovia, at Rossweisse, at Cassandra standing resolute beside them, and felt the resonance gather, steady and certain, without a single thread of doubt anywhere among them. Then let's stop it, Issei said, and stepped forward into the chamber's cold, hungry light, the weight of 600 years of patience finally facing down a bond it had never once, in all that time, managed to fully understand. The breaker rose from where he knelt, pale light gathering fully around him now, and when he turned to face them directly for the first time since they had entered the chamber, Issei saw something in his expression that unsettled him more than any of the calm, calculated malice from their previous encounters. Desperation, raw and unguarded, the look of a man who understood, on some level even he could not fully articulate, that he was no longer entirely certain what he was fighting for. You do not have to do this, Cassandra said quietly, stepping forward ahead of the others, her voice carrying none of the cold fury she had shown at the crater, something gentler underneath it instead. I have carried 6 centuries of grief over what happened to the first king. I understand better than anyone here what it costs to watch something you loved unravel slowly, piece by piece, until nothing remains but the certainty that it will happen again. But you have let that certainty become the only thing you are, and I do not believe, even now, that this is truly what you want. The breaker's composure flickered, something raw moving behind his ancient, weary eyes. You understand nothing, he said, though the words carried less conviction than the ones he had spoken at the crater. You lost him to erosion you could not prevent. I lost something considerably more deliberate. What did you lose? Cassandra asked, quiet and steady, and Issei understood, watching the exchange, that she was not simply stalling for time. She was genuinely asking, reaching toward whatever buried truth had shaped 6 centuries of patient, engineered cruelty in the first place. The breaker was silent for a long moment, pale light still gathering around him, though it had stopped intensifying, held in an uneasy, trembling suspension, while he considered the question. I was not always what I am now, he said finally, voice quieter than Issei had ever heard it. 600 years ago, I stood beside a king of my own. Not the one you served. A different bloodline, extinguished so completely that no record of it survives even in your church's oldest archives. I watched him isolated the same way your king was isolated, though not by any grand architect's design. Simply by the ordinary, thoughtless cruelty of people who found it easier to walk away than to keep choosing him when choosing him grew difficult. I could not stop it. I was not strong enough, not clever enough, not anything enough, to hold that erosion back. So you decided no one would ever get the chance to fail that way again, Issei said slowly, understanding dawning with a weight that settled uncomfortably in his chest. You didn't become the architect of isolation because you believed bonds always fail. You became it because you couldn't stop the one time it mattered most, and it broke something in you that never healed. The breaker's expression cracked fully at that, 6 centuries of careful, patient malice giving way to something raw and grieving underneath it, and for a long moment the pale light around him flickered, uncertain, as though even the ancient power gathering at his command could not quite decide what its purpose was anymore. If bonds always eventually fail, the breaker said, voice tight, then it was never truly my failure at all. It was simply the way of things. Inevitable. Unavoidable. I built 6 centuries of proof around that belief, bearer, because the alternative was accepting that I alone was simply not enough to save what mattered most to me, and I could not carry that alone. I have never been able to carry that alone. You don't have to carry it alone anymore, Cassandra said, stepping closer still, and Issei saw something remarkable happen in that moment, an old, ancient grief reaching directly across 6 centuries of accumulated cruelty toward another grief that had, it seemed, never truly healed either. I know exactly what it costs to believe you failed the one person who needed you most. I have carried that same belief since the night the first king died. But you were wrong, and so was I. It was never a failure of strength. It was simply an impossible task, given to people who should never have had to carry it entirely alone in the first place. The pale light around the breaker dimmed further, the pull toward the pillar's residue faltering as something older and more fundamental than ambition finally rose to the surface of 6 centuries of buried grief. I do not know how to stop, the breaker said quietly, and for the first time, Issei heard something that sounded almost like fear in his voice, not fear of defeat, but fear of what remained if the certainty he had built his entire existence around finally, completely gave way. 600 years, Cassandra. I do not know what I am, if I am not this. Cassandra extended a hand toward him, slow and deliberate, the same gesture Issei had once offered Voss in the arena, an invitation rather than a demand. Then let us find out together, she said. It cannot possibly be worse than 6 more centuries of the same certainty that has already cost both of us everything we ever truly wanted to protect. The chamber fell utterly silent, pale light trembling uncertainly around the breaker's outstretched, motionless hands, and Issei felt the weight of the moment settle over all of them. 6 centuries of patient cruelty balanced now on the narrow, fragile possibility of an ending that had never once, in all that time, been offered before. For a long, suspended moment, it seemed as though the breaker might actually reach for Cassandra's outstretched hand, 6 centuries of certainty finally cracking under the weight of a grief that had never fully healed, and Issei let himself hope, watching the pale light around the ancient figure tremble and dim, that this confrontation might end without another fight at all. Then the breaker's expression hardened, something old and stubborn reasserting itself over the raw, unguarded moment that had briefly surfaced, and Issei understood, watching the shift happen, that 6 centuries of built identity did not simply dissolve because someone finally offered a kinder alternative. No, the breaker said, voice regaining its cold, controlled edge even as something haunted lingered behind his eyes. If I stop now, everything I have done becomes simply cruelty, with no purpose left to justify it. I cannot accept that. Not after everything it has already cost me to become this. It was always simply cruelty, Cassandra said, quiet but unflinching, her extended hand finally lowering as the breaker's resolve reasserted itself. The purpose you built around it does not change what it actually was, for every bearer, every court, every name carved into stone that you erased before they ever had the chance to matter to anyone beyond themselves. The pale light around the breaker surged back to full intensity, desperation and stubborn refusal driving it now instead of careful calculation, and Issei felt the pull toward the pillar's residue sharpen once more, hungrier and more reckless than before. Then I will simply have to prove the pattern holds regardless of what either of us wishes were true, the breaker said, and the chamber's cold, ancient light gathered fully around him, no longer restrained by uncertainty. One more time, bearer. Let us see whether your bond survives a confrontation where I have nothing left to lose by using every remaining method available to me. The attack came without further warning, pale light lancing outward in a wave that carried none of the crater confrontation's methodical patience, raw and desperate, and considerably more dangerous for exactly that reason. Issei brought his arm up on instinct, the boosted gears gauntlet absorbing the impact, and felt immediately that this strike carried a different quality than anything the breaker had thrown at them before, less a calculated attempt to exploit weakness, and more a desperate, unfocused release of 6 centuries of accumulated grief finally given no outlet but violence. Boost, the gear called, and the resonance answered immediately, 4 threads weaving tight around the desperate assault, Cassandra's presence joining a half-second later, ancient grief tempered now by something steadier. 5 sources meeting the breaker's raw, unrestrained power with the same combined resolve that had overwhelmed him once already. But this fight felt different from the crater, Issei realized quickly, parrying a second wave of pale light that scattered fragments of frozen stone across the chamber floor. The breaker was not fighting to win now. He was fighting because stopping meant confronting a truth he had spent 6 centuries building an entire existence to avoid, and that kind of desperate, cornered resistance carried a wildness that made it, in its own way, more dangerous than his patient calculation had ever been. "He's not trying to isolate us anymore," Rossweisse called out, weaving defensive glyphs fast enough to catch a strike aimed directly at Xenovia's exposed flank. "He's just trying to hurt us. This isn't strategy. It's grief with nowhere left to go." "Then we don't fight it like strategy either," Rias said, crimson power gathering fully around her hands as she moved to cover the gap Rossweisse's defense had opened. "We don't need to outthink this. We just need to hold until it burns itself out." The resonance surged in response, 5 threads weaving tighter with every desperate exchange, and Issei felt the truth of Rias's words settle into the rhythm of the fight, no longer trying to counter some elaborate, patient strategy, simply enduring, absorbing, holding the line the way the first king's court should have held it 600 years ago and never quite managed to. The breaker's assault began to falter, not from any external force overwhelming him, but from the simple, exhausting weight of pouring 6 centuries of buried grief into an attack that had no clear target left to actually resolve it. Issei watched the pale light around him flicker, unsteady, the desperate momentum of the initial strikes giving way slowly to something closer to exhaustion. "You cannot simply endure me into surrender," the breaker said, breathing hard, though his voice carried less conviction with every word. "I have carried this for 600 years. I will not be worn down in a single afternoon by 5 people who have known each other for a fraction of that time." "You're not being worn down by us," Cassandra said quietly, stepping forward again, ancient power steady and patient around her despite the chaos of the ongoing fight. "You're being worn down by 6 centuries of carrying something you were never meant to carry alone. We're just the first people patient enough to actually wait for you to finally set it down." The breaker's pale light flickered once more, dimmer this time, and Issei saw, beneath the desperate exhaustion of the fight, something that looked, unmistakably, like the beginning of surrender, not to them, but to a truth that 600 years of careful, patient cruelty had never quite managed to bury completely. The breaker's pale light guttered further, and the desperate assault that had driven the last several minutes of fighting began, visibly, to lose its momentum, 6 centuries of buried grief finally reaching the limit of what raw, unfocused violence could actually accomplish against it. "Enough," Cassandra said, not shouting, simply speaking with the quiet, unshakable certainty of someone who had waited 600 years for exactly this moment, and did not intend to let it slip away through further violence either of them actually wanted. "You have made your point. You can carry this alone for another 6 centuries if you truly wish to. But I do not believe, watching you now, that this is truly what you wish at all." The breaker staggered, pale light dimming to almost nothing, and for a long moment he simply stood there amid the wreckage of his own desperate assault, breathing hard, the ancient, weary weight of 600 years finally, visibly settling over him without the careful mask of patient calculation to hide behind. "I do not know how to want anything else," he said quietly. "I built this. All of it. 6 centuries of careful, deliberate work, and I do not know what remains of me if I set it down now." "Then don't set it down alone," Issei said, stepping forward, the resonance still humming steady in his chest, though the urgency of combat had eased into something quieter, more careful. "That's the whole thing you never understood, isn't it? You kept trying to prove that bonds always fail eventually, but the real lesson was never about whether they fail. It's about what happens when they don't have to hold everything by themselves." The breaker looked at him for a long moment, ancient eyes carrying something raw and uncertain that had not been there in either of their previous encounters. "You would offer that to me," he said slowly. "After everything I have done. 6 bloodlines. 3 centuries of engineered erosion. An attempt on your own life through people you loved." "I'm not saying it fixes any of that," Issei said honestly. "I'm saying you don't have to keep doing it to find out whether there's something else waiting on the other side. Voss found that out. Calder found that out. I think you might too, if you're actually willing to try. The chamber fell silent, pale light flickering weakly around the breaker's motionless form, and Issei watched something shift in the ancient figure's posture, the rigid, defensive certainty that had carried him through 6 centuries finally, fully giving way to something closer to simple, exhausted uncertainty. I do not know if I can be trusted, the breaker said quietly. Not after this long. Not after everything. Nobody's asking you to be trusted today, Rossweisse said, staff lowering slightly, her voice carrying the same careful, evaluating honesty she brought to any unfamiliar situation. We're asking whether you're willing to start proving it, one day at a time, the same way anyone earns trust after doing real harm. That's not a fast process. But it's a real one, if you actually want it. The breaker's gaze moved slowly across all of them, Issei, Rias, Xenovia, Rossweisse, and finally settled on Cassandra, standing steady and patient before him, hands still extended in the same quiet invitation she had offered minutes earlier. 600 years, the breaker said, voice barely above a whisper, and I do not believe anyone has ever actually asked me to simply try, rather than demanding I already be different before they would consider trusting me at all. Then let this be the first time, Cassandra said. Slowly, uncertainly, the breaker reached out and finally, after everything, took her hand. The pale light around him did not vanish entirely, Issei noticed, but it settled, the cold, hungry wrongness that had radiated from him since the crater confrontation softening into something quieter, still ancient, still carrying the weight of 6 centuries, but no longer sharpened into a weapon aimed at everything within reach. The residue in that pillar, the breaker said after a long moment, looking toward the pale stone still humming faintly at the chamber's center. It belongs to the Vultane bloodline's memory, not to me, and not to any hollow crown I no longer intend to finish building. I would ask that it be returned to proper rest, rather than claimed by anyone at all. We can do that, Cassandra said. Griselda's people will know how. Voss, who had remained quiet through most of the exchange, watching with the same careful, professional attention he brought to everything, finally stepped forward, studying the ancient figure who had once commanded his loyalty across decades of service. The court will not simply accept this, he said. Whatever remains of the organization you built, they will not follow you into whatever this is instead. No, the breaker agreed, something steadier entering his voice now, 6 centuries of purpose finally finding a different shape to settle into. They will not. Which means, I suspect, that undoing what I built will require considerably more from me than simply choosing, today, to stop building it further. Then that's the work ahead of you, Issei said. Same as the rest of us. The breaker looked around the chamber one final time, at the faded names carved into stone that predated even his own long, complicated history, and something in his ancient, weary expression settled finally into the first genuine peace Issei suspected he had carried in longer than any of them could truly comprehend. Then let us begin, he said quietly, undoing 600 years, one honest step at a time. The task force arrived at the Vultane site nearly 4 hours after the fighting had ended, and Issei watched the reaction ripple through the assembled Underworld, Church, and Asgard representatives as they took in the scene, 6 subdued operatives and restraints, a pillar of residue awaiting proper handling, and standing quietly among the group who had clearly won this confrontation. The very architect the entire task force had been assembled to hunt down. Grafia arrived personally to oversee the transition, and her expression, when she first laid eyes on the breaker standing calmly beside Cassandra rather than restrained or defeated, carried a wariness Issei understood completely. I am aware of how this appears, Grafia said carefully, addressing Cassandra directly rather than the breaker himself. I am also aware that appearances have, on more than one occasion recently, proven considerably more complicated than they first suggested. I would like a full account before I decide how the Council should be informed of this development. You'll have it, Cassandra said. All of it. I do not expect the Council to simply accept his cooperation on faith, and neither does he. But I would ask that whatever process follows treat this as the beginning of genuine accountability rather than simply another crime to punish and dismiss. Grafia studied the breaker for a long, measuring moment, and Issei watched the ancient figure meet her gaze without flinching, without the calm, practiced composure he had once used to mask 6 centuries of careful cruelty, simply present, uncertain, and honestly so. The Underworld Council does not typically extend leniency to individuals responsible for the deaths of 7 documented bloodline courts across 3 centuries, Graphius said. I want to be direct about that, so that no one here mistakes my willingness to hear a full account for any promise of what follows it. I do not ask for leniency, the Breaker said quietly. I ask only for the chance to spend whatever remains of my existence undoing a fraction of what I built, under whatever oversight your council deems necessary to ensure I am not simply attempting the same patient manipulation under a different guise. I understand the skepticism. I have earned every measure of it. Something in the honest, unguarded weight of that answer seemed to ease slightly the wariness in Graphia's expression, though her careful composure did not fully soften. The council will decide, she said. I will present your account faithfully, along with Cassandra's testimony and whatever additional verification the task force can gather regarding your cooperation here today. Beyond that, I make no promises on the council's behalf. That is more than fair, the Breaker said. The following days settled into a strange, unfamiliar rhythm, the joint task force working to dismantle the remaining pieces of the Ashen Court's infrastructure with information the Breaker provided freely and completely, locations, methods, the names of operatives scattered across territories none of them had previously mapped. 6 centuries of careful concealment, unraveling far faster with willing cooperation than it ever could have through investigation alone. Issei found himself, on one particularly long evening, sitting across from the Breaker in a modest holding chamber the council had arranged pending their formal decision, Cassandra seated beside him, and found the conversation, unexpectedly, less strained than he had anticipated. You could have kept fighting, Issei said. At the Voltaigne site. You were losing, but you weren't beaten yet. What actually made you stop? The Breaker considered the question for a long moment before answering. I have spent 600 years convinced that every bond eventually breaks, given enough time and the right pressure applied in the right places, he said. Watching your resonance hold, not once, but repeatedly, across every method I attempted, forced me to consider a possibility I had spent 6 centuries refusing to entertain. That perhaps the pattern I built my entire existence around was never actually inevitable. It was simply the result I kept engineering, over and over, until I mistook my own design for the natural order of things. That's a hard thing to admit, Issei said. It is the hardest thing I have ever admitted, the Breaker agreed. Considerably harder, I find, than 6 centuries of careful, patient cruelty ever was. Cruelty, I discovered, required only conviction. This requires something I have not practiced in 600 years, and I am not yet certain I remember how. Cassandra's hand found his, briefly, steady and patient. Then we practice together, she said. The same way Issei's court practiced holding a bond none of them had ever tested before it mattered. Nobody starts already knowing how. You simply begin, and you keep beginning, every day, until it stops feeling like something foreign and starts feeling like something true. The Breaker looked at her for a long moment, something in his ancient, weary features settling into an expression Issei had not seen from him before, quiet, uncertain, but unmistakably, finally, hopeful. Then I suppose, he said softly, I have 600 years of practice left to make up for, one honest day at a time. The council's decision came 3 weeks later, delivered in a session considerably quieter than any Issei had attended since his exile hearing first began, and he found himself standing in the same chamber that had once voted on whether he was too dangerous to exist among them, now listening as the same body deliberated the fate of the man who had spent 6 centuries trying to prove that judgment correct. Serzex presided over the reading personally, his expression carrying the same careful gravity he brought to every decision of genuine consequence. After extensive testimony, and in light of the substantial, verified assistance provided in dismantling the remaining infrastructure of the organization historically known as the Ashen Court, this council has determined that the individual before us will remain under permanent, structured oversight, contributing directly to ongoing efforts to recover and properly honor the bloodlines affected by his actions, rather than facing conventional imprisonment or execution. This decision reflects not leniency for the harm done, which remains fully acknowledged and condemned, but recognition that the path toward genuine accountability serves both justice and the Underworld's broader interests more completely than punishment alone. The Breaker, standing at the center of the chamber floor in a position that had once, months earlier, held Issei himself, absorbed the ruling with quiet, unguarded gratitude. "I accept these terms fully," he said, "and I intend to spend whatever time remains proving this council's trust was not misplaced." The session closed without further ceremony, and as the chamber began to empty, Issei found himself approached by Seraphal, her usual bright energy fully restored now that the weight of the last several months had finally, genuinely lifted. "Quite a turnaround," she said, falling into step beside him as they made their way toward the courtyard. 6 months ago this council was debating whether to exile you. Today it's debating rehabilitation for the man who spent 6 centuries trying to destroy everything you represent. I don't think anyone could have predicted that particular journey when this whole thing started. I definitely didn't, Issei admitted. For what it's worth, Seraphal said, more serious now, I think what happened here matters beyond just closing out one dangerous organization. Every bearer of an old bloodline who comes after you, and there will be others eventually, is going to inherit a very different set of assumptions because of what you proved. That bonds can hold. That isolation isn't inevitable. That's not a small thing, Issei-kun. That might end up being the most important thing you ever did, long after everyone's forgotten the specific details of Calder's Accord or the Hollow Crown or any of the rest of it. Issei thought about that as he crossed the courtyard toward where Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse were waiting, the weight of the last several months settling into something he could finally, fully set down. Not forgotten, not erased, but no longer the constant, pressing urgency it had been since the day Graphia first sent him to Cassandra's ruin. "It's really over," he said, more to himself than to any of them, as he reached the group. "The court, maybe," Rias said, sliding her hand into his. "The rest of it. Being who you are now, carrying what you carry. That part's just beginning, really." "I know," Issei said. "I don't mind that part." Xenovia smiled, small and genuine. "Good. Because I don't think any of us are going anywhere regardless." Rossweisse, quieter than the others but no less certain, added her own agreement without needing further words, and Issei felt the resonance settle steady and warm in his chest, for threads woven tight, no longer tested by immediate crisis, simply present, simply true, the way it had been since the very beginning of everything that had followed Graphia's quiet warning 6 months earlier. Cassandra found them there, the Breaker walking a measured distance behind her, still uncertain of his welcome among people he had once tried to destroy, but present nonetheless, taking the first of what would clearly be many small steps toward whatever came next. "I believe," Cassandra said, studying the group with an expression that carried more peace than Issei had ever seen from her, "that this is very likely the first time in 600 years I have stood in this courtyard without carrying the weight of an unfinished war." "How does that feel?" Rossweisse asked gently. Cassandra considered the question for a long moment, looking around at all of them, at the Breaker standing quietly nearby, at the pale, layered underworld sky stretching overhead, and when she finally answered, her voice carried something Issei had never heard from her before, simple and unguarded and entirely honest. "Lighter," she said, "than I ever truly believed it could." Life did not simply return to normal in the weeks that followed, because normal, Issei had come to understand, was no longer a fixed point he could return to, but something he and the people around him were actively building, day by day, out of everything the last 6 months had taught them. The formal ceremony recognizing Issei's bloodline came on a clear afternoon nearly a month after the council's ruling on the Breaker, held not in the imposing council chamber where every previous major moment of his exile and vindication had unfolded, but in the same courtyard outside it, smaller, warmer. Attended by the people who had actually earned a place in the story rather than the full assembled weight of underworld political spectacle. Xenovia presided, though the formality of it felt lighter than Issei expected, less a legal proceeding and more a genuine acknowledgement of something already true. "By unanimous council recognition," Xenovia said, "Issei Hyoudou is hereby formally acknowledged as the rightful and current bearer of the Unbroken King's inheritance, granted full standing and protection under underworld law, free from the restrictions and oversight previously proposed against him, in recognition of both the strength and the discipline demonstrated across the events of the past several months." The applause that followed was smaller than the roaring crowd of the exhibition arena, but it felt, to Issei, considerably more meaningful. Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse standing beside him as the formal words were spoken, Grafia and Surzex and Sarah Fall watching with genuine warmth rather than careful political calculation, Cassandra present at the edge of the gathering with an expression of quiet, hard-won pride. The breaker standing a respectful distance further back, still finding his place among people learning, slowly, to trust him. Even Calder attended, standing near the courtyard's edge in a position considerably humbler than the one he had once occupied at the center of every council debate, and when the formal proceedings concluded, he approached Issei directly, something steady and sincere in his expression that had not been there during their first difficult conversation at his family's estate. "I wanted to see this," Calder said. "Not out of obligation. I wanted to witness, in person, the ending I once tried very hard to prevent from happening at all." "I'm glad you came," Issei said, and meant it. "The task force's work continues," Calder added. "Slower now, since the breaker's information has largely been exhausted, but thorough. I believe, within another year, we will have accounted for the last of what the Ashen Court built across 3 centuries. I intend to see that work through personally, for as long as it takes." "I believe you will," Issei said. Griselda arrived later that evening, having traveled from the cathedral outside Ko specifically for the occasion, and found Issei standing quietly near the courtyard's edge, looking out over the gathering with the particular, settled satisfaction of someone finally allowed to simply exist within a victory rather than constantly fighting to secure it. "The Church will continue documenting what remains of your bloodline's history," Griselda said. "Properly this time, with full cooperation rather than fragments pieced together from old, damaged records. I believe future bearers, whenever they eventually emerge, will inherit considerably more clarity than you were given at the start of all this." "That matters," Issei said. "More than I think I understood when this whole thing started." Griselda studied him for a long moment, something warm and genuinely proud settling into her expression. "You have grown a great deal since I first met you, Issei Hyoudou. Not simply in power, though that too. In understanding what actually matters enough to fight for. I do not say that lightly." The gathering wound down slowly as evening settled over the underworld sky, and Issei eventually found himself alone with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse on the same balcony where they had stood together after the crater confrontation months earlier, the resonance between them steady and warm, no longer tested by immediate crisis, simply present, simply theirs. "6 months ago," Rias said quietly, looking out over the pale, layered sky, "I don't think any of us could have imagined this is where we'd end up." "No," Issei agreed. "I definitely couldn't have." "Do you regret any of it?" Xenovia asked. "The exile. Everything that came after." Issei considered the question seriously, thinking back over the months of training, the council hearings, the arena, the crater, the frozen valley where the breaker's 6 centuries of certainty had finally, genuinely cracked. "No," he said finally. "I don't think I do. I lost a lot along the way. But I gained something I don't think I ever would have found otherwise, if none of this had happened." "What's that?" Rossweisse asked. Issei looked at each of them in turn, feeling the resonance settle steady and certain in his chest, the same bond that had carried him through every test the last 6 months had thrown at him, and smiled, small and genuine. "Proof," he said, "that I never actually had to carry any of it alone." The quiet lasted nearly 2 months, long enough that Issei had almost allowed himself to believe the hardest parts of the last year were genuinely, fully behind him, before the letter arrived that would remind him, gently but unmistakably, that carrying a legendary inheritance rarely stayed simple for long. It came through Griselda's courier network, addressed not to Issei directly, but to Cassandra, and when she read it in the Gremory estate's east wing, her expression shifted into something Issei had not seen from her since the earliest days of his training, a careful, focused attention that suggested whatever the letter contained mattered considerably more than routine correspondence. "There is another one," Cassandra said, setting the letter down slowly. "A bearer. Young, recently awakened, in a territory well outside anything the Underworld or the Church typically monitors closely. The Norse pantheon's outer settlements, according to this." Rossweisse straightened immediately, old instincts sharpening. "Another bloodline entirely." Or something connected to what we already know. I do not know yet, Cassandra admitted. The letter is sparse on detail, written by a local elder who does not fully understand what she is describing, only that a young man in her village recently began exhibiting power far beyond anything his family history would explain, accompanied by visions of an ancient figure in armor and a compulsion to isolate himself from everyone who has ever cared about him. Precisely the pattern I have spent 6 centuries learning to recognize. The room went quiet, the weight of that description settling over all of them differently. Issei felt something complicated rise in his chest, not quite dread, but a sober awareness that the pattern he had spent the last year proving could be broken was, apparently, not limited to his own bloodline alone. You said there were at least 7 bloodlines connected to what the Breaker was building, Xenovia said slowly. The 6 that fed the Hollow Crown, plus mine. Is this an 8th we didn't know about? Possibly, Cassandra said. Or possibly something older still, unconnected to the Breaker's centuries of engineered erosion entirely, simply the same ancient pattern surfacing independently, the way old bloodlines sometimes do without any architect steering the outcome at all. Isolation is not a technique unique to the Breaker. It is simply the natural shape grief and fear take when a young bearer does not yet understand what is happening to him, and has no one nearby prepared to recognize the danger before it takes hold. Issei thought of his own first weeks after the exile hearing, the disorientation, the fear, the way isolation had nearly claimed him before Graphia's quiet intervention and Cassandra's patient, demanding training had shown him another path entirely. He thought of how differently that story might have ended without Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse choosing, deliberately and repeatedly, to stay. We should go, Issei said. Whoever this is, they shouldn't have to figure this out the way I almost had to. Not if we can actually help. Rias studied him for a long moment, something warm and unsurprised in her expression, as though she had known exactly what he would say before he said it. I agree, she said. Though I'd suggest we go carefully. A frightened, newly awakened bearer isn't going to respond well to 4 strangers showing up and telling him his entire life is about to change. No, Cassandra agreed. Which is precisely why I believe this particular journey should include someone who understands both sides of that fear far better than any of us. She glanced toward the doorway, where the Breaker had been standing quietly, listening to the entire exchange with careful, uncertain attention. If you are willing. The Breaker's expression shifted, surprise giving way to something more complicated, cautious hope threading through 6 centuries of accumulated grief. You would trust me near a newly awakened bearer, he said slowly. After everything, I would trust you to understand, better than any of us, exactly what not to do, Cassandra said. And exactly what it costs a young man to believe, even briefly, that isolation is his only remaining option. You have spent 6 centuries studying that fear from the wrong side of it. I believe it is time you learned to stand on the other side instead. The Breaker considered that for a long, quiet moment, and when he finally answered, his voice carried something steadier than Issei had heard from him since the frozen valley beneath the Voltaigne burial ground. Then I would be honored to try, he said. If the rest of you are willing to trust me with something this fragile. Issei looked around at the group that had carried him through everything the last year had thrown at them, at Cassandra's quiet, hard-won peace, at the Breaker's uncertain but genuine hope, and felt something settle into place that had nothing to do with power or resonance or ancient bloodlines at all, simply the quiet, certain knowledge that whatever waited in that distant Norse settlement, they would not be walking into it as strangers offering charity, but as people who understood, intimately, exactly what was at stake. Then let's go make sure he doesn't have to learn it the hard way, Issei said. The Norse settlement sat at the edge of a wide, frost-silvered fjord, small and unremarkable, the kind of place that had likely never once imagined its quiet, ordinary existence would ever intersect with anything resembling ancient bloodlines or legendary inheritances. The village elder, a weathered woman named Solveig who greeted them at the settlement's edge with cautious but genuine relief, led them without preamble toward a modest home set slightly apart from the others. He has not left that house in 11 days, Solveig said, worry etched deep into her weathered features. His mother tries to bring him food. Most days he does not answer the door at all. The few times he has, he told her, quite calmly, that he did not wish to put her in danger by remaining close to her any longer. I do not understand what has happened to him. 2 weeks ago he was simply my neighbor's son. Now I do not know what to call him. A bearer, Cassandra said gently. Recently awakened, and already beginning to believe the isolation is protecting the people he loves rather than harming them. We have seen this exact pattern before. I promise you, it can be interrupted, but it requires patience and care. They approached the house together, and Issei felt the familiar pull of resonance the moment they crossed within 100 meters of it, faint and uncertain, nothing like the steady, practiced bond he had built with Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse, but unmistakably, achingly similar in its raw, frightened shape. The young man who answered the door, eventually, after several minutes of careful, patient knocking from Cassandra, looked barely older than Issei had been when his own journey began, exhaustion and fear etched into features that should have carried none of that weight yet. I don't know you, the young man said, voice guarded, eyes flicking warily across the group gathered on his doorstep. My mother sent you, didn't she? I told her I need to be alone right now. It isn't safe for anyone to be near me. My name is Issei, Issei said gently, stepping forward but keeping a careful, respectful distance. About a year ago, someone told me almost exactly what you just told her. That being alone was the only way to keep the people I cared about safe. I believed it too for a while. I want you to know that it was wrong, and I think, somewhere underneath everything you're feeling right now, you already suspect it might be wrong too. The young man's guarded expression flickered, something uncertain breaking through the careful wall he had built around himself. You don't understand what's happening to me, he said. I can feel something ancient, waiting. Every time I get close to anyone, it feels like it wants to reach through me and hurt them. I understand better than you might think, Cassandra said, stepping forward beside Issei, her voice carrying the same patient, unhurried steadiness she had once brought to Issei's own earliest, most frightened days of training. That feeling is not a warning that you are dangerous to the people you love. It is a very old, very frightened part of an inheritance that has learned, across many centuries, that isolation is the only outcome it has ever known. It does not have to be the only outcome anymore. I promise you that, with everything I have learned across a lifetime considerably longer than you could imagine. The young man studied her for a long moment, something in his exhausted, frightened expression finally, cautiously softening. How do you know that? He asked. How can you be so sure? The breaker stepped forward then, quiet and deliberate, and Issei watched the young man's eyes widen slightly at the ancient, weary presence radiating off him, something unmistakably powerful despite his careful, gentle bearing. Because I spent 600 years believing exactly what you believe right now, the breaker said. And I spent every one of those years making certain other bearers believed it too, until finally, not so long ago, a small group of people proved me wrong in a way I could not simply argue away. I am not proud of the harm my certainty caused. But I can tell you, with complete honesty, that the fear driving you into that house alone is not protecting anyone. It is simply the beginning of exactly the kind of loss you are trying so desperately to prevent. The young man's composure finally, fully cracked, exhaustion and fear giving way to something rawer underneath, and Issei watched him sink slowly down onto the doorstep, head in his hands, the weight of 11 days of solitary, frightened isolation finally too heavy to carry alone any longer. I don't know how to stop being afraid of it, he said quietly. You don't have to know yet, Rias said, kneeling down beside him with the same warm, steady certainty she had once offered Issei on his own hardest days. None of us knew how, at the start. You just have to be willing to let people stand close enough to help you figure it out, one day at a time. The young man looked up, tears finally breaking free of the careful composure he had maintained through 11 days of isolated fear, and for the first time since they had arrived, something like genuine hope flickered behind his exhausted eyes. You'd actually help me, he said. Even though you don't know me. Even though I don't know how any of this works. That's exactly why we're here, Issei said, extending a hand toward him, the same simple, honest gesture he had once offered Voss in the arena, and the breaker in the frozen chamber beneath the Voltaigne burial ground. Nobody should have to figure this out completely alone. Not you. Not anyone who comes after you either. Slowly, hesitantly, the young man reached up and took his hand. They stayed in the settlement for nearly 2 weeks, long enough to see the young man, whose name turned out to be Torvald, take his first tentative steps back toward the life he had nearly isolated himself away from entirely. Cassandra worked with him each morning, patient and thorough in a way that reminded Issei sharply of his own earliest training, while the breaker, cautious and still visibly uncertain of his own place in this kind of gentler work, offered quiet, careful guidance on recognizing the specific shape of doubt his inheritance seemed most inclined to whisper. By the time they finally prepared to return to the Underworld, Torvald had rejoined his mother's table for meals, had begun speaking again with the small circle of friends who had spent 11 anxious days worrying after him, and had, on their final evening in the settlement, asked Issei a question that settled somewhere deep and warm in his chest. "How did you know," Torvald asked, "that it was worth trying? Building the bond, I mean. Trusting people with something this dangerous, when every instinct told you isolation would keep them safer?" Issei considered the question for a long moment, thinking back over everything the last year had taught him: the exile hearing, the throne, the arena, the crater, the frozen chamber beneath the Voltaigne burial ground, and Cassandra's own 6 centuries of grief finally, gently set down. "I didn't know," Issei admitted. "Not really, not at the start. I just had people who refused to let me try it alone, even when I wanted to. And eventually I realized that refusal was worth trusting more than my own fear was." Torvald nodded slowly, something settling into his young, still uncertain features that looked, unmistakably, like the beginning of genuine hope. "I think I understand that," he said. "I don't know if I'm ready to be as strong as you are yet. But I think I'm ready to stop trying to do this by myself." "That's enough for now," Cassandra said, joining them on the settlement's quiet shoreline, the frost-silvered fjord stretching out calm and silver beneath the evening sky. It was always enough. Strength was never truly the measure that mattered, Torvald. Choosing not to face it alone always was. They departed the following morning, promising to return, and to remain in contact through Griselda's network for as long as Torvald's training required, and as the transportation circle carried them back toward the Underworld, Issei found himself thinking not of the confrontations behind him, but of everything still ahead, Torvald's slow, careful journey. The task force's continuing work dismantling whatever remained of the Ashen Court, Calder's quiet, dedicated efforts at genuine repair, the Breaker's uncertain but real steps toward becoming something other than 6 centuries of patient cruelty. Back at the Gremory estate, evenings settled warm and familiar over the courtyard, and Issei found himself once more on the same balcony where so much of the last year's most important conversations had taken place, Rias, Xenovia, and Rossweisse beside him, the resonance between them steady and sure, tested now not by desperate crisis, but by the quieter, equally important work of simply choosing, day after day, to remain exactly where they were. "Torvald asked me something today," Issei said. "Before we left. He asked if I thought this ever really ends. The isolation. The old pattern trying to pull bearers away from the people who care about them." "What did you tell him?" Rossweisse asked. "I told him I didn't think it ever completely ends," Issei said. "I think it's always going to be there, somewhere, whispering that being alone is safer. But I told him it doesn't have to win. Not if you've got people willing to keep showing up, every single day, and reminding you it's lying." Rias's hand found his, warm and certain in the cooling evening air. "That's not a bad answer. It's the only true one I've got," Issei said, and smiled, feeling the weight of everything the last year had built settle, finally, into something steady enough to carry forward without fear, into whatever came next, whatever future bearers needed the same patient, hard-won lesson Cassandra had spent 6 centuries learning to teach. Xenovia leaned against the railing beside him, Durand now resting quiet at her side, the underworld sky stretching pale and endless above them. "So what happens now?" she asked. "No council hearings. No ancient enemies left to face. Just us." Issei looked around at the 3 of them, at the estate behind them, at the quiet, ordinary evening that had once felt impossibly distant during the darkest weeks of his exile, and felt something settle into place that no amount of raw power, no resonant strike, no hard-won victory against 6 centuries of patient cruelty had ever quite managed to give him on its own. Peace. Earned, deliberate, and entirely, unmistakably theirs. Now, Issei said quietly, we just keep choosing this. Every day. For as long as we get to. And beneath the wide, layered underworld sky, with the resonance of a bond that had survived everything asked of it settling warm and unshakable in his chest, Issei Hyoudou understood, finally and completely, that this was never truly the ending of anything at all. It was simply the beginning of a court worth defending, for as long as any of them chose to stand upon it together. Thanks for listening.